Check 1, 2.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
It's 9:30. If everybody would like to find a seat, we'll give you 60 seconds to get planted. Billy, thank you for coming last night. I think that. Thank you.
So that's when I had to tell the staff, hey, look, there's really two.
No.
I'm so close to the example, and it just, I went home and I was almost nauseous.
I understand.
Party last night, huh?
Okay, if everybody could please find a seat. We will call the November 15th Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:32. We will start, as we always start, with an invocation and a pledge of allegiance to the great flag of the United States. If you would care to participate in both of those, you are invited. In just a second, I will ask you to stand, if you care to, for the invocation, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I will let you know that any faith or thought group in Volusia County is welcome to participate in the invocation. If you would like to, just send an email to Kay Green. Raise your hand, Kay Green. Although you won't see her in the email, but Kay Green at volusia.org, and she will get you set up and explain to you, and you'll be able to witness it. This morning we have a veteran here that knows the procedure. So welcome, and if you would stand for the invocation. And yes. I wanted to introduce Sensei Morris Doshin Sullivan with the Volusia Baptist Fellowship of DeLand. Welcome, sir.
That would be Buddhist fellowship, but
What did I
close
say?
enough. All right. Thank you very much. I wish you all grace and peace, and it's really nice to be able to be here with you this morning. I invite you to close your eyes, bow your head, or otherwise look into your hearts as I offer an invocation in recognition of the many different paths traveled by those in this treasured community. Source of infinite light and life, the oneness we call by many names. As we offer our presence here this morning, we are thankful for the most generous love that supports and nurtures us all. And we are especially grateful for the community that we all share. May we bring to this assembly an openness of heart and mind, so that as a group we can address the great challenges facing our world. May we be ardent in our search for truth and aware of the many gifts offered us by each precious moment. Thus may our efforts bring light to our community, to our world, and into our hearts. We will almost certainly face difficulties. Let us greet them with courage, with understanding, and with faith. As we encounter the turbulent winds and waters of life and circumstance, we ask for the discernment and equanimity to keep upright and on course. May we be mindful that while our thoughts are revealed by our words, our true self is revealed by our actions. May we always remember that there is no true wisdom without compassion, no justice without kindness. May the infinite light of wisdom and compassion so shine within us that hatred find no foothold in our hearts and our actions always be guided by our brightest convictions. Amen. flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chris Green, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Post, Mr. Robbins, Ms. Wheeler,
Here.
Ms. Gertman,
Here.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Brower.
Here. And we do have a quorum. And we will proceed. We begin each meeting with hearing from you, our employers, the people of Volusia County. We're glad that you're here. It's good to see a nearly full house. So I'll just call the names in order that I have been given them. When I call your name, please come to the podium here. Make sure that the microphones are close to your mouth because this will be recorded and the public is interested in what you have to say. Tell us where you're from. If you're not comfortable, you don't have to give your entire address for safety and security. But tell us where you're from. We'd like to know what part of the county that you're in. And you have 3 minutes to speak. There will be a clock on the monitor in front of you on the large screen above my head. And you're giving me 3 minutes to do this? Thank you. Okay, so first we have Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. First of all, I want to be, before I start my real remarks, be thankful for Florida's Division of Elections and Boulevard County Supervisor of Elections, Lisa Lewis, for a successful execution of the election. And I'd also like to thank the state and county staff, including Fire Rescue, the Sheriff's Office, and local police for their efforts before and after Nicole. As a quick aside, beach erosion, while a serious issue, it's not unique to Boulevard County nor a new phenomenon. It has happened before in Florida and will undoubtedly happen again. I'm not trying to undermine numbers, let you know. Thankfully, Florida has a massive surplus, budget surplus, and I know we will have everything back and running in no time, hopefully before the spring. Now, what I really want to come and talk to you about is the big 3 achievements this council has done, especially in the last year. The first one is the phase 1 of the Volusia County Fairground Road Basins. While it's a small thing, it's a clear statement denouncing the perversive managed the decline currently dominating neoliberal ideology, which I think should be rejected fully. Any politician who doesn't recoil in horror at those 3 words should not be in office anywhere in any elected position. So thank you for that. This is a small thing. The important $30 booking fee and $5 daily subsistence fee for Volusia County jail inmates. A clear statement that in Volusia County, the county jail is not a homeless shelter. You commit a crime here, there will be consequences. This is a rule of law issue, and I'm glad 50 other counties did this in some combination elsewhere. So it's not, we were in the outlier in that regards until we achieved that. But on the flip side of that coin, not only are we saying we're a law of order, but we want to help people. And the crown jewel achievement of this past year was the Volusia County Juvenile Assessment Center. This is an investment for the future of Volusia County. Okay. Now, first, it begins at home. for kids and stuff like that. But when they're in and out of jail, let's get them assessed for mental health and other issues that they need. How successful this is will be up to the kids who go to the assessment center, but you have given them that opportunity along with the sheriff, of course. So you guys, at least in the last year, have been those 3 great achievements. I hope the next council will be just as productive of you, and just know that these 3 items are your legacy, and that this council right here, as it stands, did that. Thank you. You guys have a great meeting.
Thank you. DeLand Mayor Bob Apgar.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the County Council. I'm here for 2 purposes. First is to thank you for the proclamation which Ben Johnson presented last night to me. I sincerely appreciate that. I'm sorry that Nicole caused multiple versions of it to have to be signed. I also want to thank Councilmember Gertman for the presentation she made back on the Martin Luther King weekend. But more importantly, in some ways, I'm here to say thank you to the County Council. I've enjoyed a strong working relationship with all of you and many of your predecessors. I've worked with every elected chair since that began, and your staff, not only as mayor, but in other capacities over the years. And I just want to thank you for the wonderful relationship that the City of DeLand and the County of Volusia enjoy. In my last official meeting, there were 3 or 4 items of significance, including the Blue Lake extension, the modification of the water and sewer district, which will include portions of DeLeon Springs, and our takeover of some of the roads in Volusia in the City of DeLand from the county's maintenance. So there's a lot like that that's been achieved because we've worked together, and I hope that working together between the City of DeLand and the County Council will long endure my leave taking, and I wish you all the best success as you continue. Some of you I know are like me, you're returning to private life. I'm going to find out tomorrow morning what it's like to be a private citizen again, but again, for everything and the relationship and the recognitions of me, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Best wishes.
How many years has it been since you've been a private citizen?
Pardon me?
How many years since you've been a private citizen?
Well, 21. I had a 4-month gap between being on the commission. I resigned to run for mayor, so I had a 4-month gap, and then before that it was the period from 1991 to 1996. So it's been a little bit of time. There are probably some people behind me that are younger than that. So, and with that, thank you again.
Derek LaMontagne. There he is.
Good morning, County Council. My name is Derek LaMontagne, Port Orange, Florida. I try not to overburden you by showing up more than twice a year, and last time I was here was 6 months ago, so I hope you don't mind. I do have a PowerPoint, which I've never tried to do before, but I first wanted to just kind of give you a recap on something that I did speak about 6 months ago to just see, I think you're entitled to kind of know the resolution or what's been happening, but there was a property that was right along Spruce Creek that was purchased a few years ago next to some homes on Summer Trees. I care a lot about Spruce Creek, so what goes on there I get wind of. Basically, there was a question about how close to the water this property owner could build, and the staff gave lots of leniency and accommodation to the homeowner to let them build closer than probably should have been in this protected area, which should be the buffer around Spruce Creek. There's a whole history behind it, which I won't get into here, but suffice it to say that they built a little too close and it had to come before you guys, as you recall, back in May. I think there's still been a little bit of conflict, but basically there's still two questions outstanding. One is what happens with the dock. I know I mentioned that before, and county does have rules on dock permits, and also the FDP does too. They're the main source in the state of what happened. So the resolution so far is basically it's not resolved because we have asked the FDP to look into it. They have found, I mean, it appears to be that the square footage is bigger than what was even told to you guys here at the county. It was told at the top of this screen, you know, you guys had, well, the time's covering it, but when you add up the square footage, it was supposed to be under 750 square feet, but the document submitted to the FDP was 875 square feet. Basically, it's out of compliance, and we do have, you know, requests for the FDP to look into this and do some kind of public hearing. Would love to get either your support or feedback if you think the county could provide a letter of, you know, clarification on what our rules are, if we're going to support our requirements there. And lastly, there is a buffer along the eastern edge, which you guys came to a you know, gracious compromise, but it appears to not be being replanted. And I thought that was part of the thing to create this, you know, neighborly buffer to support the, you know, that difference between the neighbors, because it was all cleared, and now it's supposed to be conservation, but the county staff is not really seeming to require that. They're only requiring planting near the base. So would like to see that done. And in my last few seconds, I do want to mention one other thing that happened. I just want to congratulate Chair Jeff Brower. 1 month ago today, he was awarded the Courage and Leadership Award by some local environmental groups, and just want to thank him for all he's done for the environment. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You were doing great until the end, and we will we'll look into this. I remember that rather rancorous meeting. Valine, are you here? It looks like Valene. It's Valerie? I am sorry.
That's okay, I do it.
I'm visually impaired.
Write it wrong all the time. Okay, hi, my name is Valerie. I'm actually the owner of 1781 Taylor Road that Derek has come to speak of today, again. I've taken time to be here today, although I work full-time. I have a family of my own, and I'm also helping my mom with her cancer treatments. But as Derek is very busy helping protect Volusia County, he is also greatly affecting my life in a negative way. So I'm here today to put an end to some of the untruths. I believe that him and some of the people he works with believes he is doing honorable work, but lying and harassing another person, smearing their name, and threatening their livelihood is not honorable. So I'm here today to offer facts about what was just presented. I'm accused of clearing 5 acres of my land, and he's oddly enough shared a photo of my property appearing to be cleared, but that is just where my house sits currently. So if he's wondering about the 25-foot buffer that doesn't have to be replanted, that's because that it was never cleared. It sits completely untouched, full of trees and shrubs, just as it did before. In fact, the council meeting that stated I cleared 60% of the RC area, where only 20% is allowed, when they came to do a replanting plan, they were not easy on me. And it came out to be 18% of the RC that I had to replant. So that wasn't true. Derek also mentions that 200 feet is not far enough from the creek because we are on a buffer. But Lori, that he works with often, she also lives on the creek right down from me, also on a buffer, and she's about 50 feet from the creek. So the way he's calculating the dock sizes is not correct. Our permit has been approved numerous times from Volusia County as well as the Department of Environmental Protection. The permits have even been closed. So they've been out numerous times. He continues to send Volusia County out there numerous times. And I've done everything that's been asked of me. I welcome them on my property. They measure it again and again. And they continue telling him that nothing has been changed, nothing has been added, and it's been proven to be untrue. I have served him a cease and desist for his harassment and obsession with my property, yet he continues to come here and spread false information. And this is a place for facts. So if someone's livelihood is to be impacted here, as it has mine, evidence should be required. and people shouldn't be able to come here and spread exaggerated claims. So I'm here to speak for myself as well as the taxpayers of Volusia County who are paying for the code enforcement, the FWC officers, the environmental staff, and others that come to my property on a regular basis, and they find absolutely nothing to report due to his false claims. The council is a place for decision-making and helping in tough situations. It's not a platform for performance or a circus act that's made up situations. I've been accused of harming gopher tortoises. I've been accused of hurting the gamble place, which is outstanding and outlandish, and I don't appreciate it. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. You don't have to come up. If you and I could meet sometime today and kind of go through this, I would appreciate it. Next, we have James and Deborah Rock.
Hi, I'm Deborah. My husband and I are condo owners at the Daytona Beach Ocean Towers. Recently, the county completed a beach access at the Plaza Drive alleyway between us and the Daytona Beach Ocean Club. That has resulted in numerous flooding ever since it was completed. Our garage floods. The drainage that was installed by the county is below the sand line, so those drains are constantly being plugged with sand, and the water has nowhere to go except into our garage. When they built this project, we did lose some of our protection during Ian and Nicole as well. The alley from the high waves, tide, and wind coming in caused just savage flooding. Ian's flooding emptied out onto A1A. We were able to protect our garage at that point with sandbags to some extent. However, Nicole dislodged debris that mangled our garage door, and we had 2 feet of flooding in the garage. Every time we have rain, we have flooding, which we never had before this project was started. We have sent numerous pictures showing the flooding to the county, showing the garage area, showing the drainage. We would just love for someone to come out and totally inspect this. The design to us appears to be in the flaw, appears to be in the design. We are concerned about another Miami, to be honest. We are right on the beach. We love our home, we love our community, and we would just love someone to come out and inspect this new project and determine exactly what needs to be done to fix the problem. The county, of course, is not responsible for Ian or Nicole, but they just sort of exacerbated an already existing issue. So that's why we're here, basically, is just to plead for someone to come out and look at this and resolve the issue. We don't want to lose our home. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been out there with county staff to inspect the construction. I've also been out there with I think it's your HOA manager several times, and we will come out again. We're not going to forget about you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Anita Duke, I'm sorry. Okay, Annette Duke.
Good morning. My name's Annette Duke. I'm a Stone Island resident, and I basically came this morning to hopefully get answers to a couple questions, which I don't know if you answer them now, but and I'm sure you're aware of the City of Deltona's council meeting on October 3rd, where they said it was, what was his name, David Hamstrom, that released the plug from the dam that was ordered sealed in 2005. And I'm not going to cry, but You guys have devastated my home. I'm still flooded. I have 15 inches of water that I walked through this morning to get here. And sorry.
Can you stop the clock a second?
Sorry.
Just take a minute, collect yourself.
Okay. Sorry. Didn't wear these shoes either. I have my boots in my car. Sorry.
You're okay.
I'm here to ask this morning if you could provide me with the data that was determined, that was considered to be a reasonable amount of discharge, and were there the collateral effects considered of how you impacted mine and my son's life? And I also would like to know, why didn't you notify me that you would be sending this water to me? I had no idea, so I did the typical sandbags that we do in Stone Island, but I had no idea that this was coming. So, and because I still am surrounded by water, I can't get help from my insurance company. I can't get help from FEMA. So I'm living in a moldy home, and I can gladly show you pictures of. And my son is trying to rent a room in Geneva. So, but I have the emergency field authorization, which was dated October 13th. And considered, according to the city council meeting on October 3rd, they released that plug on October 1st, Saturday, and nobody told us, and they didn't have authorization until the 13th, and I'm just curious of why I wasn't notified. That's it.
I wish I had an answer for that question, but we'll get one. Would you please give that to Carissa Green so that the council have access to it?
Yeah. Can I get a copy? Because I've lost everything in my home. I have my phone and a basket of clothes left. So if I can get a copy, this is my only copy. So.
Yes. Can we copy that? Can somebody copy that in the back right away? All right. Can you wait for, give that to her? And thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Several things, all basically FYI. Traveling on the roadways, I know this is down the list somewhere, but could you look into the width that when we repave, because A1A, there must be 30 or 40 spaces where the road gave way and they had to patch it. The same thing with Mason Avenue. Throughout the city of Daytona Beach, these are county and state roads. So either we are narrowing the amount of asphalt we put on it, or there's something, but they're failing terribly. Secondly, the opioid, it's on the agenda. Where's that funding going? Are we thinking outside the box in terms of the hospitals had to put up with it, the police had to put up with it, as well as rehab centers. So make sure that those that were affected get some of this opioid money. North Turn, Billy, thank you. It's on the agenda. It wouldn't have happened without you, so I'm glad we did that. I know the council did that, but you pushed it. So Z on the agenda, which property are we sharing with Flagler that we got relief on? It doesn't say, it just says that we got the ruling for the service area, but it doesn't say where. $32 million, are we short from the police or above or whatever? There's a $32 million difference. Doesn't say whether we're gaining $32 million or we're losing $32 million. Sand dunes, they just talked about the sand dunes, and with Denny's years ago, there was a property in New Smyrna Beach, these beautiful sand dunes. We decided to bulldoze them down for an extra few parking spaces. That area at Plaza Boulevard, beautiful, beautiful sand dunes. We bulldozed them down for this nice parking. It looks nice, but it's not natural. So I'm asking you to think about whether we want the beach to look natural or man-made. And lastly, the reefs, sorry, Billy, it's $20,000 Miami did a survey on reefs and how it affected the beach and whatnot. For $20,000, we may have prevented all the damage in Daytona Beach on the boardwalk and in New Smyrna Beach. For $20,000, it's dirt cheap to find out whether that gentleman from Cocoa was accurate when he said building these reefs would prevent the catastrophe that we had. So I'm asking you to think about, to look into it. It's dirt cheap. The city of Daytona Beach spent $35,000 on a lawyer from St. Augustine when we had all these panhandlers on our corners. And people are saying it's a waste of money, but it wasn't. We almost lost $1 million venue from the Ocean Center because all these panhandlers were all over the place and whatnot. We were having a problem. So for $35,000, it was dirt cheap to have our tourism stay. $20,000, if it's that much, or $30,000, it's dirt cheap for us to protect the uplands. The Shores is going to be hurting for years because they were devastated for almost half their property. So think about looking into it. Thank you.
Kelly McGee.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council. I'm Kelly McGee. I'm the Executive Director of the Riverside Conservancy. I'd like to thank you all for your service. Very much appreciate you all stepping up and serving as you all have. I'm here now because I cannot stay for the later items, so I'd like to make a few comments on items 16, 17, and 19. Particularly with regards to items 16 and 17. I'd like to recommend a denial of the appeal and uphold the DRC and the Environmental Management Division's decision to deny these requests, as these items do not meet the avoidance and minimization criteria, nor accomplish the purpose and intent of the Wetland Ordinance or the Class 2 overlay.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'm sorry to interrupt, but 16, 17 are quasi-judicial items, and we would need to open a public hearing on that. So Ms. McGee's comments are certainly relevant, but they need to be brought up in the context of that hearing. Not now.
Could I then enter into the record some documents that could sort of speak on my behalf as that could be entered when you get to those items?
I think it would be appropriate to introduce those when you're bringing up the hearing rather than now.
Can she hand them to me and I'll enter them at that time?
Sure.
Thank you. I would like to enter the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program Comprehensive Conservation and Management Plan, and which talks a lot about living shorelines. And also on page 79 of that document, there are also many references and scientific research papers and other agencies that talk about living shorelines, as well as you have your own sustainability action plan and your regional resilience plans that would really support the recommendation of your staff and your DRC. So I will go ahead and hand those in to you. I'd like to give just some options then for shoreline, generic, maybe not to do with those two items, but some solutions could be to create a small lot program within ECHO to support living shoreline projects along the county's rivers. You could even pause the offshore reef program and redirect resources to inshore reefs, investing in things such as oyster reef breaks. You could continue funding the county's educational programs on water quality and resilience. And Riverside Conservancy stands ready to assist this property owner should they choose an option that's compliant. And with regards to item 19, if I may, I'd like to request that you include a provision for enhanced stormwater and floodplain management, including elevated roadways, and or wildlife crossings. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Jim Cameron.
Good morning. My name's Jim Cameron Consultant, Daytona Beach. And just wanted to preface y'all on an issue that I'd mentioned before, some of you, regarding a West Volusia project that'll be coming up soon. Vanacor Construction has purchased 5 acres on Kepler Road, and it's near like State Road 44. This is something, though, that it was turned down at the last hearing by PLDRC, but they did at the same time approve a zoning type change, and it is approved. I mean, the staff likes the project. I mean, the staff had good recommendations for this. It's a $20 million project. But at the same time, it's going to generate numerous property taxes, but more so what I'm interested in is impact fees. And this is hopefully some impact fees for roads that could be used, especially in this vicinity, around maybe at that Kepler Road, State Road 44 project, I mean that state intersection. But it's a low impact project. And I want to stress that, low impact development. We're only talking like 2 bathrooms, very little water usage, very low traffic impact. Now, this also is zoned that they could have like, I think up to 18 multifamily type townhouses or so. A lot more bathrooms, a lot more toilets, sinks, a lot more water usage though, but much more traffic impact, something that we don't need, especially at that intersection. I've learned, don't come in to DeLand for one of these meetings, so at that intersection at certain times of the day. But again, look, I know you got some folks out there concerned, and I can understand where they're coming from. I mean, not all of us like change. I don't like change the whole time, but this is a change that we feel that could benefit the area though. And like I say, we'd appreciate your consideration though, I mean, just in the future, so we'll be in touch with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Mattson.
Good morning, Council. Roy Matson, long life resident of Volusia County. We've all experienced something that was beyond devastation this past week on our local beaches. What I'm looking at is how can we rebuild our beaches to keep the control of our volume of taxpayer, people, tourist dollars, hotel, motel tax, save our beach for tolls, save everything. One of the things that really brought me to a shock yesterday, I don't know how many of you might remember 1985, the city of Pontville, we built Christmas tree dune. We put Christmas trees down the dune near the Pontville Beach Park. That sign is now exposed. 37 years of sand went away with the storm. Also, be note, I have been told by several charter boats that they are having problems navigating the inlet, so we're going to have to notify the Army Corps of Engineers and dredge. I've given you all an idea of what we can do to try to save and get out of the spotlight by putting some sand from the water up towards the home. That will also take a safety hazard out of the sand that we have that have been exposed and buried from the condos and the homes and all. I would like to say that our Chief Deputy for Beach Safety, Chipwood, Mike Fowler, all of them did a tremendous job at keeping public safety number one. What I'd like to see done here is we come up with a plan. I am willing to be part of it to assist and help in any way possible. but we got to start something because we got 5 months of more storms coming in. So the first thing we need to do is get some sand up in front of these houses, condos, and all of it to protect those properties. Then we can start the rebuilding process. Once we get sand up here and that stuff can't be moved, why haul it to landfill? Bury it right there in the dune so we can start seawall, get ready for spring. Because otherwise, we're not going to have a 2023 beach driving. And I don't want to see that happen because that will take money away from everybody in this county. Appreciate any help you guys can give. If any of you want to reach out to me and we have a one-on-one conversation, you have my number, feel free to do so. I'm available for all of you at any time, including the county. I'm born and raised here. We took a hell of a hit. We got to do something. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your ideas. As I look around the room here, there's two people I want to introduce. You don't get to speak yet. You got to store that up. But two newly elected county council members, Matt Reinhardt, Jake Johansson, if you want to stand up and just get ready to be. Did you get your copy yet? You didn't. How long are you going to, will you be able to stay? Okay. At some point, we'll take a break here, and I would like to, for you to speak with anybody.
Mr. Chair, we have Ben Bartlett here, our Public Works Director, would probably be the most knowledgeable person on what happened with the city of Daytona, which is what we're talking about.
Yes. Okay. Do you see this handsome guy in the back in the gray jacket? If you want to go speak to him, and then he can relay some information to me, and we will get you an answer. It's done, but we need to correct it and make sure that this is handled differently. It's the city of Daytona, but we will offer as much help as possible. Thank you. I see the pain on your face, and it's that brings us to the consent agenda. Does anyone on the council have any items they would like to pull for comment or for a vote?
Mr. Chair, I would just like item E just for discussion. For comment.
Anyone else?
Item C, just for discussion.
This is going to be I would like item Q because it's just for discussion, because I think the public needs to know the steps that we are taking. And then again, just for discussion, and I'll go through them very quickly, but P, U, V, W, X, no Y, but then Z because it came up this morning. So, pardon me? The alphabet after Q. Q, S, T, U, V, W, and X, and then Z. And we'll move through those quickly, but since there's nothing pulled for a vote. if
Mr.
I
Chair,
can- Yeah,
I would ask to also remove item J
okay,
at the request of the applicant. They are going to postpone this year's parade, and we'll have it, I hope, next year.
okay. Yeah, our lives and our beach have been changed, and the beach has been changed for quite a while. If I could get a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Gertman, second by, was that Johnson? Yes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is passed. Item E, donations from the Friends of the Marine Science Center for digital X-ray software.
You don't want to start with C?
Well, that comes, who just said that? Yeah. Did you say that?
I did.
Okay. Item C.
So the only reason I pull this, I currently chair the River to Sea TPO. And if anybody else has noticed, on our roads, we are having lots of accidents and fatalities. And I think it's actually more than we've seen in a number of years. So one of the conversations we've had at TPO has been about educating our youth in driving, and those efforts and putting more towards it, because it seems in our high schools many times those services aren't available to our teens. And I really think we've got to start investing in our youth and in our roads and in the appropriate practices on the roads. So I'm glad to see this, but I'm also looking for greater opportunities for more as we try to get to zero fatalities on our roads. We're going in the wrong direction. So anything that lends support towards that, I'm very much interested in seeing more of that. So if you can just get it on the record what this opportunity is and potentially how we can invest in more education and training for driving for our youth, because many times they are being impacted on our roads.
Sure. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So the Dory-Slossburg Drive Education Safety Act requires the court to collect an additional $5 on every civil traffic penalty, and those are to be used directly for educational expenses related to driver training at high schools. The applicant, which is Volusia County Schools, obviously, has a whole list of things that they're going to use it for. After school, 8th period driver education, Saturday school, summer school, maintenance and fuel costs for those vehicles, and so forth. So this year's grant is $209,790. And
how does that compare to previous?
I think it's actually possibly a little lower. I don't have the chart with me, but I can find out and get it back to you.
Yeah, that's a concern. So we need to be going in the opposite direction and finding ways of enhancing that or whatever that takes, because I just think we're going in the wrong direction, and it's a concern of mine.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's leading? Ben Johnson.
Yes, I see this, and I saw it in my career as a law enforcement officer. And we all see it. And Donna, about an about face here, please. Maybe we should explore looking into some real-life simulators. They're being made today. I mean, they even use them for race car drivers. They're using them on the track. Where your biggest problem comes in is the unknown. on driving. Driving down a highway with no problems is no problem, you know, it's not an issue. It's when you start having speeds, it shows the effects. When you start having bad weather, it shows the effects. Why don't we look in to see if there's any decent simulators out there that might help? Just don't just go spend money on it, but see if we can find something that may work out, because you can put far more drivers through a simulator than you can putting them out on the road driving. And you can take and work them into situations that, the adverse situations that get them into the trouble. So why don't we explore that? It might be money better spent than just teaching them to pull into an angle parking place or how to turn on your blinker at 100 feet.
Sure.
It's something, so let's look into that.
We'll get with the school system and give them that suggestion.
Whoa.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, this is not just for the schools. Now, the homeschools can also do this, correct?
Yes, so you don't have to be enrolled in
Enrolled
Volusia
in
County
it.
Schools.
That's what I wanted to make sure that was
It
clear.
has to be available to everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Clay, where did Clay go? Oh, for item E. Ginger.
Good morning, Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. Item E is a donation from the Friends of the Marine Science Center for digital X-ray software and components. And this is a project we had budgeted in an out year, and the digital X-ray machine actually died sooner than we expected, and we hadn't budgeted the funds. And so as has happened over the years, our Friends group really stepped into the hole here and provided us with the funds to get those components and the software updated. So we're really appreciative of all of the things that they do, and this is just one example.
Thank you. I just wanted a little bit of good news. Thank you.
No. And Michael Dyer, are you going to take H? H, don't you love getting a call on the fly?
Yes. Paul Osoria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. So this is the extension of the fee waivers for essentially all of our building permit applications. You know, the council approved that pursuant to Hurricane Ian. We're seeing a lot of damage, so the request by staff is to continue that fee waiver provision. If your structure has sustained damage, provide us kind of like evidence that, you know, kind of before and after pictures are good enough, and the fees for the building permits and any other related applications are waived for you to file a permit with the county. Because we are seeing an extended period of repair and reconstruction, our request is that this will last until I think the second meeting in January, which is January 15th, 17th? Second meeting in January. Because last time we only had a 30-day time frame. We're seeing a large reconstruction effort. So that's the request by staff for the waiver of application fees. This also applies to your beaches and dunes permits, any reconstruction permits, if your property has sustained damage from usually Hurricane Ian, but can also be from Hurricane Nicole.
And the day would be January 17th.
Yes.
What is the best way for the public to access that information? The second floor permit building, calling, emailing?
Yes, it's just if you have to file a permit for repair, come in and then show us that your property was damaged, and then you'll get the waiver, and you won't have to pay the fees or the application fees.
Okay.
But everything else for construction, the construction costs, we can't waive that.
All right, we'll push that information out also through Kevin's office.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Okay, and then Q, And I don't really think I need to have Tad come down. I'll just speak to staff. Q is an upgrade to Fire Station 34. And what I wanted to bring to the public's attention, especially to our EMS personnel that work hard, and I want them to know that the county is working towards what we assured you we would do in getting some workstations, some places where you could clean up after being puked on, bled on, spit on, whatever, and get something to eat. And so this Station 34 will include room for that, but in fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, George or Suzanne, every one of our fire stations welcomes EMS personnel. And then...
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then can you just give a very brief update on the other workstations that we have been talking about all year? I know two of them are in effect now. Is that the case?
Well, we have the one right across the street here. It's a good example. We also have 2 modular units that are on order. Unfortunately, like a lot of things, they've been delayed a little bit, but they have been ordered and on their way.
Yes, we expect them by early January.
So the date I'm being told is delivery in early January.
Okay.
And we'll take a look at that as a model, and if it goes as expected, we'll be adding more units as we're budgeted.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Tad, I do need you now. Are you here? And I'm going to move through these quick. I just want to make a point with the public about what we're doing here. We have we've gone through a long discussion the last year about development, how we develop, and we have a significant number of projects right here that are being developed from the various municipalities. And the only thing that the county gets to do is vote on prop share, how much money we get to try and mitigate the impact to roads, bridges, stormwater. I would like, if the staff would be ready to look at the pictures of each one of these units real quick, these projects real quick. The first one is item S, and this is it will be a prop share for $306,095. Can you pull up the picture of the shops at Williamson Crossing? And my question, Tad, if you would let the public know, my question yesterday is, in 2 years I've learned that it's really expensive to build a road, and with roads come stormwater. And the question for you is a question that I get. What in the world can you do with $306,000? So if you would just explain, because that'll answer it for all of these on my list of what you're doing with that money, how you have to handle it.
Sure. With 300,000 specifically, you can't do much. You can put in turn lanes, you can do something small on a road, which doesn't really, while it does make some localized improvement to the traffic operations, it really doesn't help the overall system or usually offset the major impact that creates the need for proportionate fair share. What we are doing with these, and we get 300,000, 180,000, sometimes 700,000 or more, we stockpile these, we combine them together, and then we construct larger improvements. So for example, in Zone 1, where a majority of these proportionate fair share agreements are in the council agenda today, a good portion of this money is being used to pay for Williamson, the section from originally from LPGA all the way up to Hand Avenue is primarily being paid for using proportionate fair share money. The portion that's already done from LPGA to Strickland approximately half to more than half of that was paid for using proportionate fair share funds, and that was actually used to get a grant from the state for the other half. So, you know, we're collecting this money, we're stockpiling it, tying it to larger projects. So when we get 300,000, we can't do much with it, but when you get that 4 or 5 times over, combined with $2 million for Tanger and some of these other bigger bigger developments, pardon me, that'll come in, then we can do much larger projects and start addressing some of the needs in that area. The primary one that's always an issue for us is adding the lanes, and this allows us to do that as opposed to just adding turn lanes or making intersection improvements.
Would it be clear to say, would it be passable to say that the prop share agreement is a down payment on impact fees?
I typically refer to it as a prepayment of your impact fees for the most part,
Okay.
yes, which is a large, not to be overlooked benefit. One of the issues with impact fees that we have is that the money is collected after after the development occurs. So the impact has already occurred when we receive the money. Well, as you well know, we don't just go out and build a road instantly. It takes us time. After the money is collected, we've got to go design it, we've got to get it permitted, then we go into construction. You're talking about a 5 to 6 year project or process, and you know, getting that money early on in the project or before the project even starts is a large benefit to us, as well as the fact that when we get it before the development occurs, we've got it before inflation hits you. Once you get to that 5-year window after you've collected the impact fees and you're ready to build, well, you've got 5 years of inflation. So all of that is a benefit to us. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, and actually you don't have to answer this, I'll just say it. It appears to me that impact fees aren't paying for the impact that growth is occurring. You're doing the best you can with the money that we're getting, but we're having to pull stuff together and try and make some kind of an impact. If you look at the picture, this is LPGA in Williamson. That's one of the areas I get the most phone calls on, please stop building on LPGA. We can't control what cities do. We can only try and bring as much money in as we can to mitigate the impact. If you would go to S, and we can really do S and T together. Or T, I'm sorry, no, S and T. S is 306,000, T is 149. If you put both of those together, we have $455,000. Still not enough to really do what you would like to do, what we would like to do. Can you bring up the picture for T, please, of where that's located?
So it's basically across the street.
It's across
just for
the
everybody's
street.
reference.
At the same area, so.
Correct.
There's a lot of traffic there now, and we're continuing to develop in those areas. And then in U, $225,000, and that is on LPGA.
East of Clyde Morris.
East of Clyde Morris. And that will be a...
Apartment complex.
Do we know how many apartments?
300 units.
Can you guess how many cars that will be? 600, just...
John Cheney's not here to correct me, so I'll guess about 6 trips per day, generally per unit.
Per unit, okay. And then in V, V on page, there, you got it, thank you. This is a school, isn't it? Daycare?
Mm-hmm. Childcare.
There's I went to the Low Impact Development Conference, and now every time I see one of these, I think of it, they call them a BURP, a big ugly retention pond. where will these, do you have any idea, you're an engineer, where the stormwater will go? Will it go into the existing burp, or will there be a new one? Because this area, Port Orange has experienced tremendous amount of flooding.
Sure. I don't know specifically where their particular burp would be on their particular parcel. They would be required to meet to meet the city's permitting requirements and the water management district's permitting requirements. They would be required to put something on there. The expectation is it's generally cheapest to go ahead and put a stormwater pond, which is why we all use them. So that said, I'm assuming that it would go north to the existing lake. But per the rules, any stormwater that runs off now is the max amount that would be allowed after development occurs. So they're not allowed to send more water off their site in the post condition than they do in the pre-condition. That's what the pond does. It holds that water, holds that difference, and in most cases it's more than that difference. So part of the reason the developments don't fail as often as the old developments, because the stormwater ponds are designed to be able to hold that water on site as opposed to allowing it to discharge.
That's the theory. Since this flooding, I have visited numerous burps, and some of them, maybe not this one, some of them are 8 foot above surrounding neighborhoods, and you can, while the theory is not a drop of water leaves that property, I stood there and watched it come out the 8 foot slopes, the water coming out, because we had too much water with Ian and Nicole, and it flooded surrounding areas. And that's why I keep saying that we need to learn from what these storms just showed us, and make adjustments to the way that we handle stormwater. If you would look at page W3, please. City of DeLand and KHCW DeLand Inc. Crestwood subdivision. I'm sorry, W is City of Port Orange V Corp property. And this will bring us $680,000. What are you going to try and piece together to do there?
Well, we've got the Williamson project from Madeline to Bevel that in this area that is already currently over capacity. So we would direct it generally most likely to that, or a future project on Williamson, because we've got that whole stretch in there is either failing or near failing. So that would be the best place to use that money, would be my recommendation.
Okay. X, please. And if you would go to the picture of Lake Winnimisset and the this area currently that will now be constructed is part of the area that holds water, and it's part of its wetlands, drains the water before it goes into the lake. I know that you're not an environmentalist. You probably have a great deal of knowledge in hydrology, but the way that when I'm looking at this plan, there's a lot of pavement here, and we now know that for each 1% of impervious pavement, we get a corresponding 3.3% increase in flooding. Is that lake going to hold all that water? There's a lot of houses around that lake now. Will they be in danger?
My expectation is that they would follow the rules as they currently are for both the City of DeLand and the Water Management District. My recollection, it's been a while since I've permitted anything in the City of DeLand, but if their rules haven't changed, they basically follow the same rules as the Water Management District. So for this area, it would be a closed basin would be my expectation, and they'd have to put in handle the stormwater from a 25-year, 96-hour storm, which is basically the equivalent of a 100-year, 24-hour storm. As long as the event is not larger than that, similar to Ian, then it should be able to handle the water that comes off of the site, if they're following the rules.
But it's not. It's not. I spent an entire day following floodwater and finding the sources, looking at where it comes from. Entire neighborhoods on Taylor Avenue completely flooded. People can't get out of their houses. Farms destroyed. We're following the rules. There's nobody that doesn't want to follow the rules. The cities, the county, and it's not working. So thank you for your time. And that brings us to Z. That somebody wanted to discuss. Ben? Oh, there it is. Thank you, Ted.
Good morning, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Item Z is a modification to a utility service boundary agreement with Flagler County and FGUA regarding 30 homes that are being constructed as part of the Wexford Reserve subdivision. However, these 30 homes are across the line in Flagler County, which is the FGUA service area. FGUA doesn't have the ability to serve these homes. Therefore, we've been requested to adjust the boundary to allow Volusia County Utilities, which is in that area and already serves the existing Wexford homes, to provide utilities to these 30 homes. Be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Staff, any questions? I guess you did it well. Thank you. Appreciate it. Michael, were you here for that?
I'll be here for more.
Okay. Thank you, staff, for bearing with me through those pictures. That brings us to item 2, retirement of Ernest Hohenstein. And Clay, are you going to, or George, are you going to start with that, or let Mark?
Mark's
Looks like
open.
he's passed it to you. Come on.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable council members, staff. Mark Swanson, Interim Director of Public Protection. I'm here today with item number 2, which is the retirement of Corrections Officer Ernest Hohenstein. Ernest Hohenstein has worked for the county for 26 years. He began his career on September 9th, 1996. Today, Officer Hohenstein is joined by his family members, his mother, Billy Jo, and her caregiver. Welcome. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with an overview of Mr. Hohenstein's history with the county.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's truly always a bittersweet time when we are here to celebrate the retirement of such a long-tenured employee as Mr. Hohenstein. He has a distinguished career, 26 years here with the county. Just in looking at his performance evaluations through the years, you get a very common theme of his willingness to assist others, displays an ability to avoid and resolve conflicts, which is very important in the corrections world. Officer Hohenstein was able to diffuse problems in some of the most difficult situations, maintains a courteous relationship with the remainder of staff. He accepts responsibilities for his decisions and always positively responds to constructive criticism. Mr. Hohenstein enjoys gardening and exercising, so in his retirement, we're pretty sure he is going to be sprucing up his yard and working in his garden. But more importantly, he's going to be spending some time with his family, and he likes to make frequent trips to the beach, which hopefully we will have prepared for him when that occurs. We have a little work to do there. I wish to congratulate Officer Hohenstein for 26 years of dedicated service to corrections. I'm going to wish him the best in retirement. And I'm going to turn it over now to our acting corrections director, Stephen Smith, who wanted to make a few additional comments.
Good morning, Stephen Smith, acting corrections director. Officer Hohenstein, if you could stand up. This is your day, sir. 26 years has flown by, hasn't it? If the past 2 decades have taught me anything, it's the value of having positive, enthusiastic, and self-sacrificing team members. Officer Hohenstein has been that. He's quietly come in and done what is asked of him and continues to, even today, joining us here. Whether it's moving assignments, changing his posts, loading sandbags in the middle of the August heat to help the public, he did it, and he did it quietly. He just came in. Today, I'd like to thank you on behalf of all the senior management. Your work wasn't unnoticed. Your dedication speaks volumes, 26 years. In addition to the words spoken by county management, you stand in front of us today as an example of the hardworking class that helps and is the backbone of this county. You've done it quietly, tirelessly, making everything happen when asked. Your dedication to your job is commendable. We were fortunate enough to have you for as long as we have, and I know you have a lot of plans for your retirement. So just remember one thing, take it easy. You've earned it. You have a long retirement to go. And for that, thank you.
It has definitely been a long time. For my mom, probably a little longer. You know, I definitely tried to do everything I could when I came in to do my job the best I could. There's some days I did good, some days I didn't. The bottom line is I was there. Every day my name was on the roster, it meant something to me. Those that are here to support me and stuff, I definitely appreciate it. Employees that aren't here because I know what they're doing at work, I still appreciate them. Again, I appreciate everybody doing this, and thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate it. Maybe someday I can get a copy of it.
Even better. That signature might have worth someday.
Actually, come right in the center. Want to do it on an angle?
Oh, let's try. Okay, no, that'll work.
Okay, that brings us to item 3, proclamations to be presented inside of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 3 is the presentation of 2 proclamations here in Chambers. The first one is Stephan Dembinsky Day, November 15th, requested by Volusia County Council at-large Representative Ben Johnson to honor the recently retired Daytona Beach Shores Police Chief. Mr. Johnson has sponsored it, and he will read the proclamation.
It's an honor and a pleasure to be able to stand here today with a friend of mine, Stephan Dembinsky. Ski, I'm going to say a little bit about him before I read this proclamation. I had the pleasure of meeting him somewhere around 1999 or 2000 when I was running for sheriff, and I got to know him, and to work with him throughout my career. And you know, the best thing you can ever say about an old cop is that he's stand-up, and a cop's cop. Very seldom do you ever see a chief do as many years as he did. And I think you probably did more than any other chief in the history of Volusia County, didn't you? Probably. He did a lot of time on this side of the bars. But Ski has been a real inspiration to a lot of people. He's really done a great job. He's been a friend to all of us, and we're all going to miss him. It's kind of a dying breed. He started in the Miami area, but kind of a dying breed of an old line law enforcement who has worked into today's law enforcement officer, who's had the opportunity to see the changes that have been made throughout the years, starting when law enforcement wasn't near what it is today, not having the professionalism nor the education. And it's the officers like Ski that built this for the other officers, the ones who were there throughout their career, that made the changes and made it better for everybody in law enforcement. Is it as much fun? No. Is it more professional? Absolutely. And professionalism is one thing that Ski has always strived to make sure not only he, but his people did. He's been a very popular individual. I've never heard anybody say a bad individual about Ski, except maybe Mike Skinner when he beat Mike playing golf. But other than that, he is just one of those people that you are proud to say he's your friend. He's a professional, and he did a fantastic job every day he came to work. Whereas a dedicated police officer for 45 years, Stephan Dembinsky is known as a cop's cop and a transformational leader, as he has supported his employees and helped them develop successful careers in law enforcement. And whereas he began his own law enforcement career with the police departments in South Florida in 1977, went on to attend the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and whereas it was Volusia County's great fortune that he accepted a job as Director of Public Safety for the City of Daytona Beach Shores in 1998, and whereas Chief Dembinsky ensured that the public safety departments earned accreditation and implemented a model that combined police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical services into one department, and whereas with true servant's heart, he has elevated the department's professionalism and is a proud lifetime member and past president of the Florida Police Chiefs Association. And whereas the longest-serving police chief in Volusia County, he leaves an incredible legacy of excellence, courage, and kindness. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim November 15th, 2022 as Chief Stephan Dembinsky Day in Volusia County, and urge all residents to honor this outstanding man for his leadership, community service, and dedication to the residents of Daytona Beach Shores. And this is signed by all members of the Volusia County Council.
Very good job. Thank you. Really? You know, okay. You know, you're only as good as the people that you work for and the people that work for you. And when I came here almost 25 years ago, I found a home. I found probably the greatest city in America to work for. And I stayed. I did the best job I could. I love my city. I still live there. I'm heartbroken about what's going on, but I know between you and the city, you're going to fix the beach. and the state. Many of the people I worked with and for are here today, and thank you for this honor. It's a terrific honor, and I'll never leave Volusia County, that's for sure. Thank you.
Before you go and celebrate too much, I think it would be interesting to hear from your employer, from Nancy Miller, and let's hear the real story.
You know, I forgot that
Nancy?
she was here. She was hiding in the back there.
Would you like to come speak?
When I came here 4 years ago, I was not in public office before. Stephan took me under his wing, taught me so much about the city. We have a gorgeous city we live in, and I have never seen a city that appreciates their chief, their police department. I mean, they love them. When new recruits come in, I say, you are coming to the best in the world, and that's because of this man. He's made it there. So we're going to miss him greatly. He mentored our new Chief Fowler, so we're going to be in good hands, but we're going to greatly miss this man. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is my wife, Sandy, who's behind me pushing all the time, so. Would you like to say anything? No, that's okay.
I'm just so proud of him.
Stand up.
And as he said, stood behind him all these years and will continue to do so. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yes, Billy Wheeler would like to speak.
Yeah, I came in to the Shores shortly after him. I came in 1999, and I was elected as a city official in 2010 and worked with this gentleman. And he was not only our chief, but he was a friend. He's my dear friend, neighbor. Love him, love his wife. And everywhere I have gone from 2010 until this very day, when I say where I live, they always say, hey, what's going on with Ski? How's he doing? He's the greatest. I've heard nothing but wonderful comments and was proud to say he was my chief. And yes, he did bring along the best. Now we have Captain Fowler, and Chief Fowler, I'm so thrilled that you're here. But this man, I had him on speed dial, and he was always there for me. Ski, thank you personally, and we'll both go into retirement smiling, and I'll see you around the city. See you at Publix.
George Rechtenwald.
No, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to first add my thanks to Chief Dembinsky for being such a friend of the county and friend of our county beach patrol. Always there to help us out, always a partner, and I was honored to work with you, sir. And after that, Mr. Chair, before we do break into the next one, I know the mayor has asked to speak again on something separate from Mr. Dembinsky.
Okay. And before we take, is your wife going to come up for pictures? Because law enforcement is a family affair. Every day when these guys leave their home, the family knows what's at stake. And,
You want to come more center under the sign here? Okay.
you know, you can walk away, but the council still has to vote on whether or not you official. Are you going to go right into Andy or back to the mayor? Okay, Mayor Nancy Miller. Daytona Beach Shores.
Good morning, Chair Brower. Good morning, Vice Chair Bert Gertman and members of the council. As the chair said, I'm Mayor Nancy Miller of Daytona Beach Shores, and I thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to speak with you today. As you're aware, in Daytona Beach Shores, we had tremendous devastation on our beaches. We had anywhere from 25 to 27 properties that we had to deem unsafe. Still, some of those residents are still displaced. So on behalf of Daytona Beach Shores, though, I would like to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your sincere help during our hurricane. If it would not have been for you, our residents would not have been safe, and we received so many of help from your staff. Engineers were sent over. We had inspectors that were sent over that we greatly needed to assist. I want to introduce our city manager, Kurt Swartzlander, and our new Director of Public Safety, Mike Fowler. They're going to go over a little bit more detail exactly what we are thanking you for. But right now, I want to personally thank our County Manager, George Reckenwald, our Deputy County Manager, Susan Conchin. Sheriff Chitwood is not here today, but he sent over, and our director will go over it, over 135 officers to help us with our evacuations. Interim Emergency Manager Director Jim Judge, Community Information Director Kevin Captain, Coastal Division Director Jessica Fentress, Beach Safety Director Andy Etheridge, and our very own Billy Wheeler. She was on the phone with her several times a day. She loves our city as we do, and she greatly helped us. Thank you, Chair, today. He was on our mayor's call, committing his assistance to us, and we greatly appreciate that. So it was truly a partnership effort, and I am so thankful for all you did. I'm looking forward to working with the state, the county, and the federal government. We're going to need all of those to repair our beaches, to bring it back to their splendor for our residents and for our tourists. Thank you very, very much.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of council. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the city manager. My name is Kurt Swartzlander. Thank you for letting me come up here today, and I would like to just reiterate what the mayor said. We are so grateful and thankful for the assistance provided by the county at all levels. I'd like to point out a few people, and I'll tell you a story, but I can't name everybody. When I was talking with our staff about, okay, who do we need to recognize and thank, we decided it might be easier to just say, it would have been easier to list the people that didn't help than those that did, because it's so I can't name everybody. We'd be here till 5 o'clock. But special thanks to Ben Bartlett and his team for engineering construction, Jessica Fentress's coastal division, as was mentioned in Public Works, Clay Urban and his team members from Building and Code Administration and Growth and Resource Management, Jim Judge's team, Kevin Captain's team, and I'll let, as the mayor said, we'll let the Director of Public Safety talk about some of those things. But as you can imagine, as a small city, we have 2 building inspectors in our city. After the storm, we had 129, I believe it was, different properties along the coast. Those were just the coastal properties that were damaged. And as you've all seen the news, many of them were declared unsafe. And without the assistance of the county, I made a phone call that afternoon, and the county within 2 hours had inspectors out there. And it's that type of resource that we don't have as a small city, so it's invaluable to us, the effort that the county put forward. And I could list many, many different examples. Larry Bartlett's folks came out and did our damage assessment for us, because the folks that normally do that were working on the building inspections. I'm happy to say today that of the 26 properties that we had declared unsafe, we're up to 9 that have been released after some had to do work, some were immediately released. Work is getting done. You know, the county has expedited beach access. All of these things that the county has done is just phenomenal in helping us. I'd also like to thank Captain Richard Fortin on behalf of the mayor and I. Immediately following the storm, they arranged a trip for us to go up and see the beach because it was inaccessible because the tides were still high. And so we got to go up in Air One and see the devastation, and that allowed us to start focusing resources and the talking points with the folks at the state and federal level that were already coming into town. So being able to say, here's where this was, and here was that damage that we didn't have access to from the ground. So that was wonderful. Also, my first trip in a helicopter, I thought I'd be terrified, loved it. But the devastation up there, wish it was a different reason to go up in the helicopter. But really, just want to say to George and all the folks at all levels, thank you. It's been a phenomenal cooperative effort, and so thank you. And I'll turn it over to the chief to talk about the public safety aspect.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brower and council. My name is Mike Fowler. I'm the new Director of Public Safety for the City of Daytona Beach Shores. I appreciate this opportunity to thank the following people for their leadership and cooperation following the storm. Sheriff Chitwood, Chief Deputy Brian Henderson, Division Chiefs Tim Morgan and Lou Marino and their staff, Public Protection Interim Director Mark Swanson, Beach Safety Director Andy Etheridge, and Interim Fire Chief Joe King and their staffs. As I'm sure you know, we were tasked with evacuating hundreds of people from high rises on a moment's notice, many of them during the storm. In some cases, there were deputies, officers, and firefighters that were carrying these folks down the stairs on their backs or carrying their important property out for them. And I want to let you know that without the teamwork and assistance of the men and women from these organizations, we would not have been able to accomplish our mission. And my agency and I are indebted to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And Kevin for Andy Kelly Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 3 continues with a second proclamation for Andy Kelly Day, November 15th. Again, requested by Volusia County Council at Large, Representative Ben Johnson, to honor the community volunteer and former elected official. Mr. Johnson will sponsor and read the proclamation.
This is another one I have a great honor of being able to present. But Andy, where'd you go? Come on up here, Andy. Andy's one of those people that truly, truly lives the community. You know, he was a county councilman part of the time while I was sheriff, and we worked together with the county council, got a lot done. We fought a little bit, argued a little bit, got along a little bit, and really got a lot done. But Andy's one of those people, even after retirement, he was still there. He's made his life to help people, to come out and do something, to step above and beyond. And normally when most of us retire, we go away, but not Andy. And he has done a great job, almost more when you take your own personal time and dedicate that to helping people than when you're elected for it. So he's really walked the walk. Andy, you've done a great job, and you've helped the community. And so it's a real honor to be able to present this proclamation. Whereas Andy Kelly is a lifelong Volusia County resident who has truly made a difference by giving from the heart. And whereas in his role as elected official, homeless advocate, and community organizer, he has been the voice of working men and women, taking steps to enhance quality of life and ensuring that every person's voice is heard and are met needs and resolved. Whereas Mr. Kelly served as District 1 representative on the Volusia County Council from 2006 to 2012 and is currently an elected member of the Volusia Soil and Water Conservation District. And whereas he is passionate about helping people who have fallen on hard times and is well known in local homeless camps where he has delivered food and hope for decades. And whereas when Hurricane Ian set in its eye on Volusia County in September 2022, Mr. Kelly personally delivered more than 20,000 sandbags to vulnerable neighborhoods and the elderly to protect their homes from flooding. And whereas his gentle and loving soul has touched the lives of thousands in Volusia County and beyond, now therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim November 15, 2022 as Andy Kelly Day in Volusia County and urge all residents to honor this outstanding man for his leadership, community service, and dedication to the residents of Volusia County, signed by the County Council of Volusia County. Andy?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. And my wife, Missy Kelly, is my better half. Also, the little angels you've heard in the background, I'm proud to say that that's my eldest daughter, Shannon, and 5 of our grandchildren, 5 of our great-grandchildren. Our other 5 children are not able to be here. They're out dealing with their lives as adults. Shannon, if you would, and bring all your littles as well, all of our 5 angels. So we live on the river. Been blessed to live there over 30 years, but I've been on the river my whole life. I've lived on the water my entire life. Many floods ago, I realized that we had to do something for our neighbors, for hundreds of neighbors in the Huntoon area. So I started, when we had a flood coming, I would start buying sand by the dump truck load. Thankfully, I owned a dump truck. So then I'd buy the sandbags from the county. And then when I became a council member in 2008, I talked to George and I said, George, I'm buying all the sandbags. I said, Andy, what are you doing? I said, well, it'd be so much easier if you could supply the sand and the sandbags. And he said, okay, all you have to do is become an official sandbag site. We've done that ever since. What an arrangement. But the heroes today are the county staff, of course, our neighbors who helped, but the county staff through Mark Swanson and everybody, the correction officers, thank you, everybody else who came out and delivered. I'll tell you, when they realized what we were doing, not only having neighbors come and pick up, well, never mind, not only having neighbors come and pick up however many bags they needed, I just think like that, they saw that we were delivering bags to those who couldn't pick up any. Elderly, disabled, and as long as it was close enough by, they would deliver those bags to that house. They went out of their way to spend an extra few minutes to do that. So, but I do want to say, and you don't hear from us often out there. We're a very quiet group. We don't bring attention to a lot of issues, although we know all the issues going on. I do want to say something about the homeless. Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. Madam Chairwoman, thank you. Council members and council members-elect, Jake and Matt, thank you. The council members to come, I would like for you guys to consider opening up a homeless shelter during hurricanes and or tropical storm times. They have nowhere to go, just like our animals in the wild. I worry about them. I worry about our animals. If you would open it up during those times as well, it's just as cold nights. It would be so much, it would mean so much to me and to everybody else. So thank you. I want to say my daughter Shannon and our beautiful grandchildren. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve these two proclamations and to see if
Motion to
we're.
approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. And motion carries. How many of us are there? You said aye, 5-0. Where'd Michael go? There he is. Item 4, budget resolution, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, DEP grant agreement, Southwest Regional Water Facility. Michael?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources Utilities Director. You will recall during our water quality workshop back in February, this was one of the projects which was highlighted among one of our key initiatives for future strategies involving Volusia Blue and Gemini Springs water quality. This agreement today formally executes a $14.95 million grant agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection for the expansion of our facility at Southwest Regional, which is in DeBary. This project benefits are explained below here, and as you'll see, we will be providing additional capacity for initiatives involving both the City of Daytona as well as it pertains to Volusia Blue, as well as projects that DeBary has planned for some of their future engagements and strategies. Ultimately, these are mandates by the state of Florida to protect 2 of our outstanding Florida springs, only 30 of which are in the entire state. And so it's quite a collaborative effort, if you will. We also will be expanding our alternative water supply with additional storage, which will be necessary, of course, as continued growth occurs, and we want to reduce the reliance on groundwater for irrigation purposes. This map here isn't intended to be technical today by any means. Rather, it's kind of puts into perspective the amount of not only working with the state of Florida and the Water Management District, but the incredible effort that it takes to work collaboratively with all of the local governments. Mr. Apgar was here, Mayor Apgar, earlier today, and he spoke of those efforts. Those efforts also exist within DeBary as well as Orange City. And also, I'll say for that matter, though not targeted today, we've been working in the same manner over in Mosquito Lagoon with Edgewater and with Oak Hill as well. This is kind of really a result of all of your efforts over the years. Not only the current council that's here, but many of you who were here for 8 to 10 years going back, and for those that have only been here for 1 to 2 years. This effort needs to continue. It will continue. And again, it focuses on county's leadership as a whole. It focuses on the continued commitment toward regional objectives, as well as working to collaborate with all of our local governments to achieve some of these efforts. I note on these small little marks here, you may recall that only 5 years ago we were all complying with regulations at the time, but in fact we were not meeting advanced wastewater treatment levels. This expansion that took place and occurred 5 years ago was the catalyst for additional projects that would come later, which involved the consolidation of what used to be 3 wastewater treatment plants that we owned, as well as there's 2 others in this spring shed, to eventually getting ourselves to a point where, while nothing was being treated at advanced wastewater treatment levels, now 95% of our flow currently is at this time. And as we expand the facility further, we will accomplish that 100% goal for ourselves, as well as help other cities with some of their efforts. So to really highlight the steps forward, project timeline, you've already just recently, back in September, approved the design and engineering services. Today is to authorize the grant, and these are some of the key milestones that will be coming over time. These water projects, unfortunately, do not take, they span several years, but that's what really the key here is. You can never really give up on water quality and supply. These are major issues. You can't solve the problems overnight, We have to anticipate, we have to be able to leverage and partner with our district and our DEP as well as our local governments. Your leadership over these years has been critical for that. I congratulate all of you for that today, and we'll continue on those efforts for many years to come.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Gertman, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. And the vote is unanimous to receive $14,950,000 in grants to carry this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5, naming of the new artificial reef exhibit at the Marine Science Center.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, Honorable County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Today before you is an agenda item to name the artificial reef exhibit at the Marine Science Center after the late John Crisp. So I have the distinguished honor of making a short presentation in his honor. So you can start that up for me. It's coming.
We have a motion to approve by Johnson, a second by Wheeler. And Kevin's going to solve your problem.
If you want, I could go through it without the presentation. It's up to you. Okay, so first up, we had John Crisp was a great athlete. I mean, I think Mr. Brower, you know that he was back in high school. It was a state championship basketball team he was on. He did a great job there. Then he was at University of Connecticut, and they won with the U.S. or the state football championship. And then in 1972, you might not realize this, maybe you do. He was asked to come to the Miami Dolphins summer football camp in 1972. So, right, that was the year that Shula and the Dolphins were undefeated. That was still to this day, that is the only NFL team that was undefeated. He was the last member cut during summer camp. So their loss is our gain, because when he left there, then he came to work for Volusia County in 1972 at the Beach Patrol. And he worked his way up from lifeguard to assistant beach patrol supervisor, and then eventually to deputy beach chief under Tom Rennick, which, as you all remember, there's a park named after Tom Rennick, Beachside. And then eventually to beach chief, and then moved over to Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And I think that was in 1996. He was passionate, with everything that he did there. He helped with the construction and the design of the Marine Science Center, as you see it today. John and Bill Apgar, which is my predecessor, and Sherry Robbins, some of you may remember Sherry Robbins. She was the manager out there initially. And John was passionate about everything that went on at the Marine Science Center. And so I can remember he'd be going on weekends, and he'd be fishing and shrimping. And then the next thing you know, he's bringing all the shrimp he caught and all the fish he caught over to the Marine Science Center for food for the birds and some of the other animals at the exhibit on his own dime. And, it helps offset operating costs out there. So he was definitely passionate about the Marine Science Center. And then in October 20th, 2022, there we go. Great. Let me see if I can catch up now. There's a picture of John and Bill Apgar, who was my predecessor, and then Sherry Robinson. That was right in front of the Marine Science Center. That was on or around the opening of the Marine Science Center, and so he was pretty proud about that. They did a great job. And then on October 20th, 2022, there was all John's friends. They did a celebrated his life with a paddle out to Daytona, in Daytona Beach. There's a lot of familiar faces out there as well. And then there's a longtime friend of John is Ronnie Futch and his wife. And you remember Max Reed, he was here last time. He was also out there celebrating. And this is the existing artificial reef at the Marine Science Center that John helped design. I guess it was almost 20 years ago. And that's the centerpiece that's going to be improved to a new artificial reef. And that's going to be after the Lady Philomena, which is currently off of Volusia County's coast. And so they're going to model that new exhibit after that Lady Philomena cargo ship. And that was, I guess, placed out right offside our shores in 2018. And I want to say Volusia County's artificial reef program is fantastic. If you look on Volusia County website, there's all kinds of different sites. I know a lot of people that I know fish off those and dive off those. It's a great asset here in Volusia County. And so this is the planned exhibit. Its estimated cost is around $450,000. It'll be used to educate the public about the benefits of the artificial reef program, and it's all funded by the Volusia County's Coastal Division Port Authority funds. And this is a side view, and you notice up near the top of that ship there'll be an area there where kids and their family can walk in and view the fish inside that large aquarium. There's also a little ship wheel in the front end of that is designed. It's a little larger than the current exhibit, but it is going to be in the same footprint of where the exhibit is currently now. And this is the bird's eye view, and it gives you an idea of where folks can walk into that and take a look at the inside of that aquarium. And this is, although John's a better fisherman than that, so if you've seen John fish, he was passionate, and he did catch some big fish. That's a redfish that he's carrying there. I wouldn't be surprised if he brought it over to the Marine Science Center for food for the animals there. And then I wanted to read this. This is after the Honorable Terrence Perkins wrote this for John. I'd like to read this for you. John was a naturalist at heart and an advocate for the Natural Beauty and Wildlife Association with Coastal Living in Florida. His devotion to that cause started while keeping our citizens safe of the beach patrol and extended to his years protecting sea turtles and other threatened species. He was committed to the Marine Science Center, overseeing its creation, construction, and operation. Naming the rebuilt facility as the John Crisp Artificial Reef Exhibit would be a fitting tribute to his contribution and an honor to those who worked with John to advance this cause. That's it.
Thank you very much. Well done, even without the music. For those of you that haven't seen it, go online to volusia.org. I don't know who put it together, if it was Pat, but the staff that put it together did a tremendous job with just a celebration of John's life. He was an amazing person. I'm glad you touched on the fact that he came in 72, and in 1972 the Dolphins did go undefeated, and John was the last person cut. And so to say he was bitter is an understatement. But he dedicated himself to being the best lifeguard that he could be. And he and Tom Rennick, they didn't replace him because you couldn't replace Bob Wheeler and Ray Hutton. You just tried to fit into their 13 size shoes, and they both did it well. They gained the respect and the love of every man and woman that worked with them, and that was critical to them. They worked with them, not for them. When John went to, I guess, Parks and Recreation and went to build this, it wasn't a surprise to me. He loved our environment. He was an avid fisherman. He was a really good fisher. He and I owned a boat together.
Right? Yeah.
We used to fish the jetty a lot. He was an avid diver. So I hope in that tank, I don't know if it's possible, but it would be fitting to have a Florida spiny lobster in that, because he pulled many lobster, all legal, all carefully measured. And he was also a good cook. He knew how to cook that. The fish, the lobster, I miss him. Everybody that works with him missed him, misses him. And I got to tell you, this is, I think this is fitting for the county to honor somebody like this, but I particularly appreciate it for all of the women and the men that worked with him. And they're not here, they're kind of private people, but they're all watching. And I think this, I want this to honor them too and the work that they do in beach safety. So Andy's probably back there somewhere. I thank the county for doing this. We have a motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion? Pardon me? Motion was by Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries 5-0. County staff, thank you very much for doing this. That brings us to item 6, agreement with the City of DeLand to transfer roads within the city limits.
Morning, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. We've got 2 items here. Items 6 and 7 are linked. They were both negotiated with the city. We'll talk about item 7 in a second, which deals with the utility service boundary. But item 6, we're proposing to transfer approximately 14 miles of local roads that are within the City of DeLand's incorporated limits. Includes the entire right-of-way, road, sidewalk, stormwater system signage, including 1 railroad crossing at boundary. Majority of these roads will be transferred in their current condition. Some of the roads will receive resurfacing or repair improvements over the next 3 years as we get to it under our normal resurfacing plan. And we're recommending approval. I would just like to say approving this also requires approval of the next item.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agreement with the City of DeLand to transfer roads within city limits.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Vice Chair Gertman. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. So we'll go right into item 7.
Correct. So the second part of this agreement is an adjustment to the utility service boundaries between the City of DeLand and Volusia County Utilities. We've identified 4 areas that we're adjusting. Area 1 is the portion of the area that will be served by the proposed DeLeon Springs water and sewer lines. The county doesn't have the ability to serve those customers. That system will be connected to the city. They will provide the water and service utilities, and as part, they're also contributing $1 million towards the construction of that project. As we all know, it's a sorely needed project up in that area where we're taking all those businesses along that corridor off of septic systems, including the school, which is on a well, and converting them to utilities. Areas 2 and 3 were requested by the city mainly because they have a desire to construct potable water wells in those locations. Gets their potable water wells outside of the spring shed, which allows them to meet the requirements of the minimum flows for Blue Spring. Again, the county has no capability to currently provide service to those areas, so there was no objection on our part on that side. And then area 4 is the area down by 472 and MLK. The city has already annexed portion of this that's currently being served by Volusia County Utilities. However, the city bills their utility customers. They include their waste collection as well as, I believe, the stormwater utility fee on their utility bills. They had a desire to ensure that residents within their city limits are served by their utilities. We will provide in the green shaded area, Volusia County Utilities will still be providing water and sewer at a wholesale rate to the City of DeLand. They'll be the billing entity. And then that small portion in red, which Volusia County Utilities doesn't have any current infrastructure in, will be given to DeLand, and they will provide the service in that area. So,
Motion to approve the utility service agreement and road transfer agreement with the City of DeLand.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Gertman, second by Johnson. And this will be contingent upon the approval of the City of DeLand Commission.
they've actually already approved it last week at their meeting.
Right.
Unanimously, both items.
This will be a done deal.
Correct.
If they vote for it here. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you. And item 8, concerning Votran, a budget resolution, revenue. I like that word.
Always a good thing.
Yes.
Good morning, Kelvin Miller, General Manager for Votran. We come before you today to ask approval. I think we have the wrong slides up. I appreciate it. Yes. We're coming to you today. We actually received American Rescue Fund plans from the Federal Transit Administration in the amount of $11,093,290. A large portion of that has to go to operating expenses. We already appropriated about $10 million of that to operating expenses. One of the requirements for getting ARPA funds is you have to spend about 1.75% of that money on safety and security projects. So we come to you today to do a capital budget resolution to appropriate $194,131 for capital projects. $83,000 of that will go towards lighting at bus stops, putting lights on bus stops. And the other would be about $110,000 going to mobile radios for a new upgraded mobile radio system. And we ask for your approval to do $194,000 in grant funds.
Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Vice Chair Gertman. Any discussion, questions? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have item 9? Contract with Birdi Systems, Inc. for the Daytona Beach International Airport Security Systems upgrade. Speaking.
Mr. Chair, I just have to make a comment real quick to Cyrus. I love having you move to my neighborhood, but since you've moved, we've had 2 hurricanes. Just saying. I love you to death.
Trust me. I have a little bit of PTSD from the last 2. I'm starting to think I may be the common denominator as well. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Honorable County Council, Cyrus Callum, Aviation and Economic Resources. Happy to bring forward to you permission to contract with Birdi Systems for a much-needed security system upgrade for our 700,000 annual passengers and increasing at our Daytona Beach International Airport. And so with me, I have Maninder Birdi, who flew all the way from Southern California here. This is a $15.7 million contract. And we've looked at ways to get this funded without having an undue burden on the airport's general fund. So we're using a number of revenue sources, including both state and federal, in order to get this project funded. And then we're continuing, while the contract is in execution, to find sources to fund as well. So we're asking for approval to move forward with this contract with Birdi.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. Any questions? So you're here to start work tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good.
And hopefully no more hurricanes or no more H words from me. Yes.
More H words. Yeah. This is great news. Thank you for bringing it to us, and thank you as always for the tremendous job that you're doing. And we are seeing an increase in passengers. It's a beautiful airport. It's so easy to fly in and out of, and so now there will be no doubt anywhere that it'll be also a very safe airport to fly in and out of. So thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. It will be the safest airport in Florida, hands down.
Thank you. And the best managed, right?
Absolutely.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you're approved unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
You need a break? Okay. Tad, would you mind holding?
Sure.
There's two requests that we take a break. I don't know if we have lunch here. Anybody that wants to eat lunch? No?
It should be here shortly.
Okay. Why don't we do 10?
We do have somebody from the public here to speak too. So
we'll do number 10 and, okay,
very
good. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Okay. And proposed vacation of a portion of Hubbard Avenue within the plat of Spring Garden Highlands Subdivision, map book 11, page 13, DeLand area.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. As stated, this is a request to vacate a portion of Hubbard Avenue. As part of the Spring Hill plat, it created half of the road right-of-way, the section that was shown on the aerial striped out in red. The request comes from the adjacent property owners on the south side. They would like to see that closed off. There's no improved road section, but every now and then you get somebody cut through on that portion. The county has no intent to do anything with this road. There are no utilities in this section. We had no objections to the vacation, so we recommend approval.
And again, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. If I can get my mouth to work, is there any council that has any ex parte to declare? There being none, it's also a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing for anyone that wanted to speak, and I believe we have one member of the public, Dennis Baker.
Hi, my name's Dennis Baker of DeLand LLC, the adjacent property to this. It's the Mr. Carpet building, which I own that. And on the property before that is Hill Properties and Young Bar. You know, this was all a commercial area at one time, and they built, 3 structures on here without a permit and exceeded the boundaries line before these people had got the property, which is neither here nor there, but it actually stated on one of your, sites that it said 1401 non-platted, because when they split this property in half, it was never intended to be 2 pieces of property. It was intended to be one. They put a modular home on the back section of that, which it looks like it's already exceeding the property line, which is not a problem. It's just, if they're exceeding their property line without a permit, I think they should be, maybe fined for that before they receive the property. And also, I would just like to have it, surveyed from their property line to the end of this 22 feet 5 inches that they're supposed to get, just to make sure where my property ends and theirs begins, now that they're gonna evacuate this 22 feet. Because on the map, it shows 30 feet 5 inches, and on this piece of paper here, it says 22 feet 5 inches. So there should be 8 or 10 feet that go to my side of the property. That's really about all I wanted to do, is just make sure that, if this is divided, that if there's any part of it that's mine, I would receive that as part of the vacation.
Okay.
If you look at the front building there, that little tiny gable building, that was the original building. They built a 2-bedroom house here without a permit. They got fined $2,100. Then in the back property, this back section where this pool is, there's 8 by 40 that was added onto the house without a permit. And they added the carport across that looks like the county property already.
Which property are you looking at?
On Young Bars in the back. That whole thing, that was a modular home that was moved into the county. And if you look at property owner Bill of Rights, it says that they're not even allowed to do that. They did it without a permit. And it was 1,734 square feet originally, and it said it could never be added onto, even though it was grandfathered in. 30 years later, they divided the property into 2 sections, and they're saying that it's, part of that plot, but it's actually not in compliance with the county, so that's why it's not on the plat.
Okay. All right, thank you. We will, Tad,
I just want to leave a statement, and that's on the record.
Please, if you can leave it with Carissa. And Ben Johnson will have a question for you, but can you or Clay or somebody clear up that information, let us know what's...
Yeah, I'll let Clay speak to the code enforcement.
Okay. And Ben, did you want to say something first?
Yeah, I think that we're talking several different issues here. One is the vacation of whatever would be the, the right-of-way. And the other is zoning violation. So we're talking several different issues, and I think we could take care of the one, and the rest of it has to be taken care of by code enforcement and by survey before anything's ever done. I don't think it requires a survey before we start, because I think it's uncontested that there's a right-of-way there that all we're doing is vacating it. Aren't I correct in that?
Correct.
Yep. So, us vacating it, once again, that's one thing. And before anything can be done, the people have to survey it, or else they're getting on somebody else's land, or if they do, they're open for civil suit on that. And that code enforcement look at the trailer issues or improper building.
We have a motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. Clay, can you give us some...
Yes, sir.
enlightness?
What you see is when folks go through and they do these violations that are in regards to the subdivision regulations or any of our zoning regulations, what we do is we work with them to see what remedies can be done for after the fact. And what you see is that in this situation, vacation of the road will allow for the divvying of the property north and south, so that way there'd be additional property. That may be addressing one of the many issues that they're having to go through. Again, it is not something that we take lightly. As the gentleman referenced, there has been code violations with fines levied against the property. So the primary point that we're looking to try and get into is towards compliance. That's the number one goal of what we're trying to get accomplished here. And so this is the first step in trying to get some of those issues addressed.
Is a vacation required for him to come into compliance?
Well, as you can see, the property may not meet the setback requirements, so what they're looking for, but with the vacation, they would be able to meet those setbacks, and also there's still going to be some other variances that are associated with the property.
And are we working with Mr. Baker to assure him that his land is intact and what his boundaries are? And
Well, what you see is before anybody can process a vacation, there has to be basically a certificate of title, and in your packet, there's an information from the title company for the applicant about their ownership of their property. The right-of-way is based on an approved plat, so basically what we're utilizing are those legal documents to ensure that his property is not being impacted.
Excuse me, what, you can come down and speak, but nobody can hear you, but if you would like to, reply that since this is a public hearing and you are an affected property owner.
I don't have a problem with the evacuation at all. It'll be fine because that property is never meant to be used because of the, easement there. But I just would like to have their property, from their property line between Habitat and where their property is supposed to end and where this 22 feet is supposed to be marked off, to where I should be eligible to have the other portion of it. Just to get my part. I'm not trying to get greedy or just.
Nope.
There is no other portion of it.
Well, I mean, if you look at your map in downtown, this is actually 30 feet here, and on your map here, you're only showing 22.5.
The map only goes to the 22.5 feet. Everything outside of that is not included within the limits of the plat. So anything shown on
So
the
it's
north
already
side of
my
the
property.
is
But I would just like to have a survey to make sure that where it ends, exactly, because it's not going to end where my property line is existing. Over here, it's going to end 8 foot before my property line.
Russ, did you have something to add, or you're just here in case?
Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. All I was going to say is that the reversionary interest passed after the vacation per the plat. So if any property that, even though it abuts an adjoining plat, if it's not been conveyed per that plat, there would not be any vacated property back to a property owner that's outside the plat. So it passes back to back to the reversionary interest of either the successors and interests of the original plat. Now, whether a survey, where the lines are and all that can be done as a private matter between property owners if there's a dispute of the property line. But the reversionary interests pass according to the law back into the plat. So that's how it.
Okay.
That's how it happens.
But, plats are measured from the center of the street to the center of the street to the center of the street to the center of the street.
Ben, John, did you still have a question, Ben?
always done that way, but that's how this is done in this
That's what
case.
you're showing here. It's the road was originally 45 feet on the other side, and now it's 30 feet.
Oh, it would have been platted, but it wasn't platted on that side. It was only platted on the southern side, so only half of Hubbard was ever created.
Okay.
I think enough of this arguing. It's not up to us to be doing the surveying.
Okay, thank you. If no one else from the public cares to speak, I will close the public hearing. We have a motion to approve the vacation by Johnson, a second by Wheeler. Any further discussion? All in favor of the vacation, say aye. Any opposed? And property is vacated 5-0. Okay. Okay, why don't we take a lunch break? It's 11:53. It has to be 1 hour because of security. So we will be back at just before 1, 12:53.
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is your host, Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Kevin Captain, the county's Community Information Director. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors: the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. Today I'm joined by co-host Clayton Jackson. He's the Activity Project Manager with the county's Community Information Division. Good morning, Clayton.
Hey, good morning, Kevin. How are things going your way?
It's going good. Can you believe Halloween is right around the corner?
Oh, I can believe it, because my wife has been hitting the shopping stores up to prepare for a Halloween costume party this weekend we're going to. It's a Hocus Pocus theme. There's that new movie.
Hocus Pocus.
Yeah, like she's got me dressing up as a zombie. She's going to one of the witches. Our 2-year-old's going as the little cat Binks, I think. And actually our 8-year-old's going as the Book. So she's very crafty. So she's got the costumes on point, as the kids would say.
Well, you know, it sounds like you're getting all set with costumes, but you didn't bring any candy here for all of us in the studio.
No, sorry. I'll put that down for next year. I'll bring that in.
Well, today's guest is, we've got two guests today. We've got Ethan Johnson. He's the Assistant Director with the Volusia County Health Department. Good morning, Ethan.
Good morning.
And we've also got Wendy Jackson. She's the Public Information Specialist, also with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning.
Well, thank you both for being here. We've worked together extensively through the pandemic. We were, strong partners, and Ethan, the health department played a huge role in providing lots of information during the pandemic. And now we've been dealing with Hurricane Ian. And since the storm, obviously, when we look back and we look to see all the efforts that the health department contributed, one of those is sheltering. And we've had Jim Judge, the Emergency Management Director, speak previously about shelters, and he likes to say that shelters are the lifeboat, not the love boat. But nonetheless, there's still people that need them. And in particular, besides general sheltering, I know we've kind of tossed around some terms and names and what we call it, but there are people that have medical needs, for example, oxygen, things like that. If they don't have electricity, that's where you guys can come in to help and assist and manage the shelters that have medical needs. Tell us a little bit about your role with that and how that works.
Sure, yeah, so the listeners are probably familiar with the term special needs shelters, which sounds pretty broad, but specifically really what we're doing at the health department, we're staffing those shelters that are taking care of individuals who are dependent on oxygen, electricity, or they have some type of memory impairment issue. So we are staffing shelters to care for those individuals during an emergency, and of course, as you mentioned, as a last resort, because we all live in Florida, we know that we should all have our hurricane plans ready once June hits. And we really encourage people throughout the year to take advantage of that planning process because, like Jim says, it's definitely not a love boat in there.
Right.
It's not cozy. However, we do staff these shelters with nurses and with support staff, so we're able to care for these individuals. They're also asked to bring a caregiver with them as well. But again, last resort.
And even when you mentioned it, I know that there's been emphasis on one caregiver with them, not more than one, because space is limited.
Right, so the difference between the special needs shelter, there's several differences, but when looking at the special needs shelters versus general, the space is very limited, and when we have individuals that are dependent on electricity, let's say, the space is even more limited. So we want to make sure that you're only bringing one caregiver with you into the shelters.
And one thing we also aware of is that if they are on prescription and medication and so forth, that's not provided at the shelters. They do need to bring their medicine or any other medically related supplies with them to the shelter. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Well, Ian brought on a water rain to us and led to horrific flooding. Said we had Ben Bartlett on a couple of weeks ago, and he said a 500-year or maybe 1,000-year storm.
Yeah, sometimes some are saying 500-year storm, some are saying 1,000-year storm.
Well, regardless of how you say it, it's not good. Obviously, a lot of our citizens have had property damage, the flooding, and so forth. But something that may have been overlooked is that some of our citizens do use wells for their water, and the flooding may have led to some contaminants getting in their well water. And we're hearing that the health department is actually temporarily waiving fees for citizens who may have had their wells be contaminated. Could you want to elaborate a little bit about that?
Sure. So as long as the demand persists for individuals who were impacted by flooding, who rely on private residential wells for their potable water, we are waiving the fees for that. All they'd have to do is contact us at the health department, calling 386-624-0483, or they could email vchdwellirr@flhealth.gov. I know that's a long email, so it might be easier just to call the number.
Call the number?
Yeah, call the number, and you can also go on our website, and you can just call our main line, and we'll route you there. But one of our inspectors will actually come out to take the sample, so we can't accept the sample that you bring in. Our inspector will go out, take the sample, and then provide you with the results and some mitigation practices, of course, depending on the results of your water, and while you await the results. One thing I do want to mention, though, is if you were not impacted by flooding, or if this is a new construction, then this fee waiver doesn't apply to those residents. We really want to keep it specific to those who were impacted by
That makes
flooding.
sense, because you're obviously more prone, and there's a high probability for contaminated water if you're in that flooding area, but not so much so if you're not impacted.
Right.
And we just want to reiterate, don't show up to one of our health department locations with a bottle of water.
Yeah, so don't show up with a bottle of water because, maybe your water isn't contaminated, but you could have contaminated on your way here, so just let us know and we'll come out there and collect the sample.
Oh, that's great service right there. That's excellent.
Speaking of water, flooding, and most of the water has receded by this point. I think there's still some areas near Astor and Stone Island and things that are still at the maximum flooding stages, but forecasting continues to suggest that there's going to be further receding. Hopefully that's assuming we're not going to get a whole ton of rain anymore or anytime soon. But coming up with Halloween, kids walking out in the streets, things like that. If there are areas of standing water, things like that, it's not good to be anywhere near that. Is that correct? I mean, that's all contaminated water.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So flooded waters pose several health risks. Part of which is because the water is potentially contaminated with bacteria or viruses, some of which are naturally occurring, like Vibrios. I know we're seeing that in the Southwest Florida, where the people are more familiar with like flesh-eating bacteria, which is kind of like a shocking thing to see. But
just hearing that,
you're
right. That's enough
gives me
water
goosebumps.
altogether.
So, I mean, and risk are different depending on the scenario. Like if you're in flooded water and you have an open wound, and we live by the ocean, you are at a greater risk of being infected by something like that. But I think it's also important to note that outside of contamination, there are other risks such as down power lines in water, which is extremely dangerous, encountering stray animals that aren't usually in an area, whether that's snakes, rats, other rabid animals possibly even. And then, of course, there's a risk of drowning. And especially during an active storm when we have these flash flood warnings. So it's definitely important during trick-or-treating or really any other time that you stay away from flooded water or flooded areas, very dangerous.
So while the YouTube videos and Facebook videos may look like fun, people out there playing in the water after a storm and so forth, that's not really recommended, is it?
Yeah, probably not the best idea, for sure.
Speaking of you said Vibrio, and we hear that it's flesh eating. It's really not eating the flesh, right? It's killing the flesh.
Right. Yeah, and what it is it's an infection, just like any other, and there is treatment, for that. So it's not,
But it rapidly grows quickly.
It grows exponentially, and then there's also a risk associated with it if congested. So it's not just about it coming into contact with a wound or open skin. You can congest it, then you have other issues as well.
You mentioned South Florida. Have we had any cases in Volusia, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't believe so recently, but I'm not, no. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's reassuring.
Yeah.
And just kind of go on the lines of water, mold mitigation. I know we talked about that before, but anybody's home who's experienced a lot of flooding, mold may be persistent. So probably not the best idea just to take some Clorox and try to wipe that.
Yeah,
wipe
and
those materials down.
and I know it's hard because some people have items that are very important to them that have been damaged. But we have a long list of things if you visit our website on how to mitigate mold, or just some things that you need to get rid of.
Excellent.
We're talking with Ethan Johnson and Wendy Jackson with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about that thing called the flu, because it's that season. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Tammy Melfors, Deputy Chief with Volusia County Beach Safety. We have some important safety messages we wanted to get across to everyone. Some of the new threats are debris on the beach, collapsed seawalls. Whenever you see those collapsed seawalls or structures that are compromised, don't allow your children to play on them, get near them, stay as far away from them as you can get. It's extremely important to obey all of the barricades and the signs. My biggest fear is if any of these collapse and somebody's near it and gets hurt. I wish I could give you an estimate when it would be safe to walk near seawalls and other structures on the beach, but I can't. We're working very hard to get everything fixed, so it's very important to pay attention to our barricades, our signs, and stay as far away from the seawalls as you can.
Volusia County is a beautiful place to live, but if
we don't respect it, who will? Litter is a problem, one that we can solve.
But it's going to take all of us working together.
What matters is that we all do our part.
Don't be a litter bug.
And pick up litter whenever you see it.
every litter bit counts.
Keep Volusia beautiful.
We're back. I'm Clayton Jackson, along with Kevin Kaplan, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia. So, Ethan, let's pick up where Kevin kind of left off about this thing called the flu. We're hearing it starting to pop up and say hello across the country. So, what advice can you give to our listeners to encourage them to get the flu shot?
You know, that's a great question, and I love that you put it that way. It's popping up across the country. So, because what we've seen over the last few years is that because of all of these COVID mitigation strategies, flu has kind of naturally decreased. We haven't had as many cases because it's the same mitigation that you use for any respiratory illness, right? But now, you know, we're not doing those same things. We're not wearing masks. We're not doing this. We're getting back to normal, but we are seeing an increased number of flu cases. So what that means is there will be an increased number of individuals who are especially at risk who have severe complications from flu. So it is important for us to get that vaccine. And of course, your risk for complications with flu increase with age, increase when you have other issues with being immunocompromised, and then of course you have other comorbidities. So that's why getting that flu vaccine is important. Right now, we have the standard flu dose, which can be given to individuals, I believe, as young as 6 months. And then we have the high dose, which is for 65 and older. And you have to be 65 or older to receive the high dose.
So that's for the flu shot. Let's talk a little bit about the COVID vaccine, because COVID's still around. There's still people getting it. That vaccine has changed a little bit. Now we're calling it the bivalent. What does that mean?
Yeah, so the bivalent booster, the simplest way to put it, it's the only booster being administered now.
Okay.
And the bivalent booster takes into account our Omicron surge. So for continued protection, and really what we want to move into the language like it's a bivalent dose, right? So it's an additional dose, almost similar to how we're talking flu right now. So if you've completed your initial series, then you are eligible to get the booster, which is the bivalent booster. That'd be the only booster that you receive. And it's your choice. We are offering that here at the health department for individuals who are 12 and older.
So, just to clear up things, because I was a little bit confused about this as well. When people hear the term booster and the bivalent booster, they're one and the same. So people shouldn't be coming in asking, well, I just want the regular booster, not the bivalent. It's one and the same,
right?
Correct?
It is. It is the bivalent booster is the booster that's being administered. The original dose, let's say you've never gotten a COVID vaccine before, you would still receive that original, your original series. You would still receive that if you've never gotten a vaccine before.
So you have to have been vaccinated initially with one of the 3 vaccines for COVID.
So it gets not necessarily. So
Okay.
if you receive Johnson & Johnson or any of those, you can receive the bivalent. You can still receive the bivalent now. However, those are the only options. That's what I'm saying. The original dose, but if you come and you ask for a booster, you'll receive the
booster's
bivalent.
only the bivalent.
That's
Okay.
only, yeah.
Now, what if my wife is listening? She's probably going to say you didn't get it yet, and you got to get both. But can I get both at the same time?
You can, meaning the bivalent and the flu vaccine.
Yeah, the bivalent and the flu.
Yes, you can.
One in each arm, that kind of thing?
One in each arm is what they'll do. And I know some people are worried. They're like, oh, well, that's going to be. Some people actually have no symptoms when they get it. Some people do.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
I'd be worried about. I'm not going to be down the next day, like,
Right.
with.
Well, and what we always tell people is that, how you feel if you were actually to be infected would be much worse than the symptoms that you experience for a few hours work day.
That's a good point. And those feelings after getting a vaccine or booster, it's really not the illness itself. It's I understand it's your inflammation in your body after just responding to the
vaccine.
Vaccine.
To the vaccine.
Yeah.
Which means, in essence, the vaccine is working.
Good point.
And about timeframes of people who have already had their booster. For example, I got my last booster in December 21. So am I technically eligible to go in right now and to get the bivalent or the booster?
Right. So anyone can get the bivalent or booster. Anyone can get the booster as long as it's been at least 2 months since your last dose of a COVID-19 vaccine.
So 2 months, because I know we've always been hearing this 6 months.
Right,
6
right.
months. So
right.
2
So
months.
at this time, it's 2 months. As long as 2 months have passed, you can get that booster.
So, what are your hours? I mean, is it free if somebody in the public wants to go and get both vaccines? What are the options in terms of days of the week? Hours?
So our hours, we have normal business hours, 8 to 5 at the health department. To avoid waits, it would be best to call first to schedule an appointment. However, we do take walk-ins at the Holstenbeck and Orange City locations. In terms of cost, it depends. But we will never turn anyone away. So you can get your vaccine. But also it's important to note, especially with the flu vaccine, it's widely available. Pretty much any local pharmacy, definitely your primary care physician. So if you want the vaccine, it's there.
Okay, awesome.
What about for our senior citizens and the pneumonia vaccine? Is that something they get through their doctor or the health department?
They would need to consult with their primary care physician on that, for sure.
Because that gets into more about their health conditions and comorbidities and whatever else. Interesting. All right, well, we're talking again with Ethan Johnson and Wendy Jackson with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. We'll take our last break and come back and talk a little bit more about what's happening at the health department. Stay with us.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
Let's go!
There are so many great places to explore.
And things to learn.
We have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation. Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
I'm Will Roberts, your Volusia County tax collector. In November, my office sends out the annual property tax bills. Most people receive a bill the old-fashioned way, by mail. Others also receive their bill electronically. But if you have not received your bill by the middle of November, please contact our office.
Thank you for calling the office of Will Roberts Tax Collector. How can I help you?
You may pay all of the taxes at one time. The earlier you pay, the greater your discount. Taxes can also be paid through the quarterly installment plan or by partial payments. But no matter how you pay your bill, please make sure it's paid by March 31st. For more information on your tax bill and about payment plans, please visit our website. The address is vctaxcollector.org/taxes. That's vctaxcollector.org/taxes.
You You can access Volusia County government online at volusia.org. Listen to county council meetings, pay for permits or tags, or search the property appraisers databases. Volusia.org is your Volusia County government information resource.
We're back. I'm Clayton Jackson, and this is Kevin Kaplan, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Thanks, Clayton. So we've got Wendy Jackson and Ethan Johnson with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. So we talked flu, we've talked COVID boosters, we've talked a little bit about your role during the hurricane and sheltering. The health department does a whole lot more than what we've just touched upon. Wendy, can you give us a snapshot of some of the other services and programs that are available through the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County?
Sure, thanks, Kevin. So one of the things that we're really working on right now is we received a special grant from the state of Florida, and it's called CORE, and it stands for Coordinated Opioid Response. And because we have, unfortunately, a high case of overdose in our county, that's the reason for the grant. So it allows us to work with community partners, Halifax Health and SMA, VRA, to provide special care for those that are struggling with substance abuse. And along with that, we also have been given permission to distribute naloxone, which most people know it as Narcan.
Narcan, yeah.
Which is usually available only by prescription, but we have it available in our clinics. It's given to people who are struggling with overdose, like just in case kind of situation. But also if you have a family member that's struggling with overdose, like you could get it from our clinic and have it on hand if you wanted it. So that's kind of unique, and we're kind of excited that we get it because it can be life-saving.
So I think of that as always being something in the hospital or on the ambulance, but now through this CORE program, you're able to deploy the Narcan to those that are vulnerable.
It will still be available, you know, if you get emergency response coming your way. But also, part of this is that it allows us to have peer counselors or people that have lived experience working alongside of the emergency responders and in the hospital ER, so that when a patient comes in that's struggling with an overdose situation, that person gets to know them a little bit and then follows them throughout their care, and not just their medical care, but also like their mental health, and works with them on even things like housing and stuff. So it's a whole coordinated response.
That's great.
So just to make sure I heard this right, if I have a family member who may be suffering from addiction, I could actually come to one of the clinics and you would provide me Narcan
Correct.
to
Yes.
keep at my house?
Yes, you just need to ask the ladies at the front desk in our clinic and they can help you get that. And there are some pharmacies in our county that when you receive a prescription for a certain scheduled narcotic, they will also give you Narcan, but it's kind of...
And how much would I have to pay for one of those?
It's free,
Oh, could you say that one more time?
Free, Clayton.
Okay, great.
And I mean, we're really promoting secondary distribution as well. We'll give you some for if your son is struggling with addiction and you need some to take home from him. We'll give you some to give to your son's friend's family as well. So that's really the point of us being a distribution point like that.
Well, and that's so important because, you know, Wendy, you mentioned about the prevalence of overdoses, and Volusia County is right in there with many of the other 67 counties in Florida. And some of the stuff that people are buying on the street, some of the fentanyl is 100 times stronger. So having Narcan is a matter of literally life and death in some of these cases.
Correct. Yeah, it's Red Ribbon Week in Volusia County Schools this weekend. Our health administrator and our overdose prevention coordinator, they went to New Smyrna Beach High School and gave a little talk to the kids about, you know, this is your future, and you don't want to risk that future by taking something that you don't really know what it is. You may think you're getting, you know, an Adderall or some pain reliever, and that's really not the case. So it's never safe to take medication from somebody that you don't know, and yeah.
Good advice.
So there's also that program called WIC, which, contrary to popular belief, it is actually separate from the SNAP program that's administered by the Florida Department of Children and Families. So WIC is administered by the Health Department. So do you want to touch a little bit about what WIC is?
It stands for Women, Infant, and Children, and when a woman reaches a certain level of income, they have, you know, struggles or whatever, and they become pregnant, it allows them to get infant formula if needed, and a card that they can use to shop with that has options to buy nutritional things at the store for them and their little ones, up to the age of 5.
And it's an added safety net for mothers and children struggling. We also have breastfeeding counseling as a part of associated with WIC as well. But since you brought WIC up, I do want to mention back to the flooding conversation on Keach Street. That whole area was hit pretty bad. That is one of our primary places for WIC in Daytona Beach, so we're displaced at the moment, but we're currently trying to develop a plan to have a small space at our Holstenbach location so we can still have some of those services over here. However, at this time, most of WIC services are still being delivered virtually.
And speaking of the Keach Street facility, the question that comes up, not just with this situation, but anything related to the storm is, when is it going to be open? When is it going to be fixed? And you might not be able to answer that, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's, we don't know. We don't know. We can say that everything that was the services provided at Keach will still be provided somewhere here on this side of the county in Daytona Beach, and currently are being provided. But that specific location at this time, we just don't know timeline-wise.
And the main location, when you say Holstenbach, perhaps not everyone knows where that is. It's not a very widely known street.
Right.
How does the average person get there?
Right, so the easiest way, if you're going down International Speedway.
Okay, I know that road.
Yeah, right. You make that right on, well, it depends on if you're going east or west. If you're going towards the beach, you're going to make a left on Bill France, which is that street right before the mall and IHOP and all of that. And
Right across from the racetrack, right?
Exactly.
Right by Bahama Breeze.
There we go.
And you're just going to take that all the way down, and then right before you get to Clyde Morris, you'll see Holstenbach on the left. And it's a great location because, we're co-located there with a lot of county services, community assistant, veteran services, the tax collector, as well as the health department. We have a dental clinic there. We see children and West Volusia Hospital Authority clients, and provide several other resources there.
And as this October, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I know the health department does a few different services related to women's health. Do you want to touch on that real quick?
I think part of the beauty of it is, Clayton, that if you are uninsured and you're, I think it's 35 or older, you can step into a clinic and get a breast screening. And then if you have issues, we help see you through your treatment and pay for your treatment all the way through because you started at the health department. So that's pretty cool.
So once you're in the system receiving treatment, you follow all
And
the
it
way
might
through
be
the
at
course of the
Halifax
treatment.
or Advent or wherever, we work the plan, but yeah, it's covered by us.
And if you're uninsured, we can also help with the actual exam itself,
Yes.
the screening itself.
And real quickly, in a few seconds, the dental clinic.
So the West Volusia Clinic is located in Orange City, and they're accepting adult patients for cleaning services, all kinds of things. So it's a really good option if you have West Volusia Hospital Authority or some other kind of plan.
Well, definitely a great service for those that maybe need a free cleaning or other dental services. So very, very good. Well, Ethan Johnson, Wendy Jackson with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County, thank you both for being on the show today. We really appreciate what you're doing for the residents of Volusia County.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
With that, we'll close Volusia Today. Thanks for listening. Take care, stay safe, and help your neighbors.
If you have a comment about Volusia Today, or if there is a topic you would like to hear featured, please contact Volusia County Community Information at 1-866-345-0345.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
This is it.
No. Never. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. We will resume the meeting at 1:03, and we are on item 11. Item 11, resolution amending landfill disposal fees. Benjamin Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Before you is a resolution amending the disposal fees at our landfill. Waiting on the PowerPoint to come up. I'll go ahead and get started. As you all aware, the Solid Waste Disposal Fund is an enterprise fund where where our fees funds all of our operations, including our capital equipment, capital improvements, as well as our landfill closures and long-term care. The last time these solid waste fees were updated was 2002. We're looking at an increase across the board at these fees to fund our expansion of our landfill, as well as improvements to our transfer station to increase capacity. We're seeing that facility get very busy, as well as ensure that we take care of the closure and long-term care obligations associated with our landfills themselves. So on to our looking at our southeast area landfill expansion. This is going to be a significant project. It consists of the stormwater system that we have to install first, as well as the actual construction of the landfill cell. The current Class 1 garbage cell we anticipate lasting until 2028. At current rates, we're seeing increased usage of that facility, and so we have to measure our landfill capacity every year. So we want to make sure that the new landfill is in place and ready to go and accept garbage before that cell is completed. And also our Class 3 construction demolition cell, we anticipate it lasting until 2030, but given recent events, we're seeing a lot more C&D material being disposed of in there. So I'm sure next year when that's evaluated, that will go down as well. So these are massive costs that we have to come up with the funding for, and we're looking at increasing the solid waste disposal fees, as well as a one-time borrowing request that will come back at a later date to fund this expansion. We're looking at a 270-acre expansion. We're not going to construct that. We're going to permit all 270 acres, but we're not going to construct all 270 acres at once. But overall, this permitted capacity, we're looking at over 100 years of availability of a landfill based on the permitting that 270 acres. Getting to the adjusted fees, we're looking to raise the Class 1 garbage rate to $37 a ton. That's up from $34 a ton. Our Class 3 C&D rate is currently $28 a ton. We're actually looking to bring that in line with our Class 1 rate, which is what you see across most other municipalities. And the main reason for that is under current rules, disposing of C&D, the type of landfill cell you would construct for C&D material used to be a little less costly, but now the rules from the DEP for both Class 3 and Class 1 are the same, so we're bringing those rates aligned. We're raising the yard trash, which is your vegetative material, to $30 a ton, and clean debris or recycled material that we can reuse, like clean fill or mulch, we're raising to $18.50 a ton. These are comparable to the rates of surrounding counties and municipalities. A big key here is that these rates won't go into effect until October 1, 2023. This is to give our cities and waste haulers a chance to adjust their rates and account for them in any tax bills or anything that they have to put out, and it also gives us a chance to let everybody know, should the council approve these adjusted rates, that they have changed. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yeah, I have a question.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I just wanted to make this clear to the public. When was the last time they were increased? I think it was 2002. Am I correct?
Yeah, 2002 is roughly 20 years ago.
So 20 years ago.
Correct.
Okay.
Were you here then? Does
no.
it feel like it?
Yes.
Okay, I do have a question, but let's get, we have a motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. I don't really have a question, just, I'm still sensitive to it when the public listens in and we use acronyms. Class 3 C and D is construction and demolition?
Correct.
So it's heavy stuff,
Yeah,
nasty
typically
stuff.
outside of a storm event we're having now, C and D, construction demolition material, we're referring to not just building materials, but also furniture and things people have dealt with flooding.
Okay.
Typically, C and D material is stuff from a construction site that contractors bring to the landfill. Now, to be clear, these rates don't go into effect for quite some time down the road, so we don't want people thinking it's going to impact any of the stuff associated with the storm immediately.
Yeah.
Regina, do we have, are there other C&D landfills operating in the county?
Yes, currently I believe there is at least 3 other C&D landfills operating in the county.
So people do have also a choice, where the class 1 is the only household garbage place, but the class 3, there is private competition, so people have options.
Other questions from the council? Then all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 5-0 to raise the rates. Item 12, Ordinance 2022-32, amending Division 2 purchases of the Code of Ordinances. Pam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable council members. Pam Wilski, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. So we bring forward today an amendment to the Purchasing Code of Ordinance. The amendment does a few things. It does some basic housekeeping, cleaning up some definitions, aligning our exceptions with the state statute. It also clears up a few things brought forward during our internal audit, including redefining our disadvantaged business program, clarifying the language of our conflict of interest, and deletes inventory management. All of these are based on the recommendation of the internal auditor. The other item that we bring forward as part of this today is to increase the threshold for the award of contracts for the county manager and myself. Back in August of 2020, we did an increase for the manager's authority up to $75,000 to award contracts. And this amendment looks to bring it up to $125,000. We did this with reviewing a few local jurisdictions, not a few, several local jurisdictions that are similar in nature and magnitude to Volusia County. And we had a range of county manager authority anywhere from $50,000 to $500,000, so the average being about $157,000. We also have never in my lifetime or Janine's lifetime here as a part of the purchasing and contracts team had an increase to the purchasing and contracts director, and we are putting in this amendment to raise it to $50,000. And what this basically looks at is allowing more feasibility in the awarding of task assignments, work orders, and day-to-day operations to facilitate and expedite things for our divisions. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Motion to approve item 12 by Johnson, second by Wheeler, as has been the case all day. To approve ordinance 2022-32, amending Division 2 purchases of the Code of Ordinance. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And now we have a quasi-judicial hearing. Item 13, resolution rezoning from mobile home park MH1. And we have, 3 of these in a row? And
Yes,
you're going
sir.
to take them one at a time.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Claire. I'm Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a request for a rezoning from MH1 to MH5 for 4354 Whiting Way. This is in the Terramar Mobile Home Park. This is an area that we've seen previously several times before. Just to kind of go over the history and where we're at. This section of Terramar plat was basically created by a legal decision by a judge in regards to a settlement of a lawsuit between prior owners who were the developers of the site. So we were basically forced by that decision to accept this subdivision. The zoning in place was geared more towards mobile home parks where you don't have platted lots and they're basically leased areas. And it was geared all towards mobile homes. Over the years, this has come up several times. And several years ago, we did an amendment to the zoning to specifically call out this project to allow for modular or mobile homes to be built in here because of the issues that have been going on. We looked at trying to rezone the entire section that we're talking about to MH5, but that would have created a great deal of nonconformities and difficulties for those existing structures. So what you see that we have here today are these parcels that are basically on the southern side of this section of the development are adjacent to land that has the MH5. These are vacant pieces of land, so they can easily comply with the MH5 standards, and it gives them a solution for what they're trying to accomplish, which is a site-built home. So the applicants have worked with staff on coming forward, and staff has reviewed this and indicated that it's not going to result in spot zoning. It provides for continuity and consistency with the comprehensive plan, and it allows for the property owners to be able to come in and develop the property as they wish. They would still have to abide by all the MH5 standards. They're aware of those requirements. So therefore, it was sent to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from the staff. At the hearing, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission unanimously recommended approval, and there was not any public comment against the proposed rezoning. Multiple staff are here to answer any questions. I know the property owners are here as well. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Johnson. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare? No. Clay, is this is a canal connected to the IRL?
Yes, sir.
Is it private?
It's a private man-made canal, correct.
What's the setback? Any idea?
I believe it's
when these will be site-built homes and
25 feet.
Okay. We're going to look at one later on with a discussion about lawn or natives. Is there anything like that applies here?
This is not within the Class 2 wetlands, and these are already platted lots that were in place prior to our wetland standards.
This is an aside, but it's. I want to ask you in public. Would you be willing? Is that something we could discuss looking further? That any waterfront property have those kinds of restrictions or requirements
in regards
to native planting?
We can talk about that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Not right now, but
yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions on item 13? We have a motion by Danny Robbins, second by Ben Johnson. All in favor of approval of the rezoning, say aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 5-0. Item 14. And actually, item 14 and 15 go together. You want to discuss them both, and we'll have one vote, or
these are two other rezonings in the same area. They're different addresses, and as you can see, they're different ownership. Otherwise, we would be able to group them together. Item 14 is pertaining to the property at 4362 Whiting Way. Similar situation. Basically, all the testimony I just provided and all the staff report information is the same. It did go to the PLDRC with a recommendation of approval, who again unanimously recommended approval, no public comment. So this is the same situation. This property is just adjacent to the item we just previously approved.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Wheeler. Any questions, discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 15.
This is the last of the rezonings within the Terramar Mobile Home Park.
Wait, before you get started, I just wanted to make sure that there was no quasi.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. For, let me ask for 14 and 15. Is there any ex parte to declare by any council member? No one's talked to owners? Okay.
This is the last one. This is at 4366 Whiting Way. As you can see, these are 3 lots all on the same road, all on the same side of the road. Same situation. The testimony provided for item 13 applies here. And again, your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommended approval without any public comment, subject to staff's recommendation of approval.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Johnson, I think, by Robbins, second by Johnson. You guys got to quit sounding alike. And this is a public hearing. You had no request from the public to speak? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. All in favor of approving this rezoning, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And that brings us to item 16, an appeal of the Development Review Committee decision.
Good afternoon, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. And item 16 and 17 pertain to the same property. So I'm going to make a presentation for both of these appeals. The first appeal is pertaining.
We will need separate votes for each one.
Yes, sir. They are 2 separate actions. The first appeal is pertaining to our wetland alteration permit. The second, item 17, is pertaining to the Class 2 waters requirements. The subject property is within the Indian River Lagoon overlay, our Class 2 waterways. It is a waterfront lot. And what I plan on doing is just kind of going over the generalized standards that we're talking about, first about what Mr. Peak is appealing, and then go through the history of the case, and then basically bring it back so that Mr. Peak can come up and present his information. What we have first is pertaining to wetland standards. We have in Chapter 72 wetland requirements in regards to upland buffers. In this particular area, because of the sensitivity because of the proximity to the Indian River Lagoon, we have a 50-foot buffer that is required there. As part of that, we require for native plantings. In other words, plants that are identified by arborists and horticulturalists as being native to Florida and appropriate for that location. The reason being that we are trying to minimize the use of pesticides, herbicides in the direct watershed of these areas. We also have a situation where the natural material is able to flourish more and provides a better buffer between the built environment and the resource that we're trying to protect. In this particular situation, because it's the wetlands, we're talking about the wetlands that are associated with the Indian River Lagoon. In item 17, we are talking about the Class 2 waters. Class 2 waters were put in place first by the state because it pertains to waters where shellfish is harvested. There's the Indian River Lagoon is an estuary of national importance, and as such, there's additional standards in place to ensure water quality, to protect those who are utilizing it for shellfish, but also just for the overall environment. As such, we have additional standards that include treatment of stormwater, and again, getting back to maintaining a sufficient buffer from the resource and utilizing native vegetation so that way we can allow for a natural way of protecting the stormwater that may make it into the water. Again, the whole point behind both the wetland standards and the Class 2 water standards is protection of the resource. One of the things that staff has identified based on volumes of different studies that have been done by folks at various universities and as part of what you see from statutory requirements, et cetera, is that the use of native plants is definitely something that is highly recommended. And we've incorporated that into our code. And let me kind of talk about how we do this. We have a planting guide where we identify the different types of native plants that are available for the public to use. And as such, they can then utilize that information to come up with a plan of their choosing. The big thing is pertaining to what is the species. We are looking for native plants. In regards to the wetlands, what we're seeing here with this particular piece of land, and I'm going to kind of get into the history now, Mr. Peak is the third owner having to deal with this detail. The original owner came through, put in some improvements on the site. I believe it involved a pool and a walkway, and impacted the 50-foot buffer that we require. We required them to come back, do some plantings, correct it. They did so. We went on their merry way. Then we found out the second owner had done a similar situation, and then ultimately we found out Mr. Peak had also done this. And we had issued a wetland permit for Mr. Peak to go through and go back and trying to restore the area back to its original condition, utilizing native plants. So as you can see, there's been changes to the site. As you can see in this picture from the 2014 to the 2017 aerial, there's been improvements and changes to the site, specifically to the docks and to the wetlands and to those areas there. So what we worked with Mr. Peak on is coming forward with a landscape plan that he implemented. Unfortunately, Mr. Peak is not a permanent resident here, and so he was not able to stay and maintain these. Even though these are native plants and they need less maintenance once they're established, you still need to establish them. So that still does mean irrigation. It still means working and primarily weeding and preventing them from being further encroached by other noxic species. So what you see here is the approved planting plan that we authorized the first wetland permit on. And as you can see, we allowed 750 square feet of sod area, even though it's not necessarily technically 100% correct with the code. What we were looking at is we wanted to work with the property owner to give them some sort of latitude with regards to the grass areas, as long as we saw the areas immediately directly adjacent to the waterway being able to be replanted. And what you see is you see dune daisies and other native plants. Unfortunately, they did not make it through the time period that Mr. Peak was not here. And so he is seeking the ability to tear out what was planted and replace it with St. Augustine sod all the way down to the water. He has appealed the determination of the staff and the denial of his wetland alteration permit to the Development Review Committee. At the Development Review Committee meeting, we, as sitting there, and the Development Review Committee consists of myself, Ben Bartlett, and Katrina Friel, representing the Airport and Economic Development Manager, reviewed the different reasons why we had these standards in place. And I think Ben said it best. He goes, we're spending millions of dollars to try and retrofit our stormwater, to try and get rid of some of these older septic systems, to allow for better stormwater systems and more natural activities to help clarify the water. We, in good conscience, cannot just allow this one-off to occur. And again, St. Augustine sod, it is a non-native ground cover that is heavily reliant on fertilizers, irrigation, and pesticides for sustained care. And Mr. Peak offered that they would not do any kind of fertilization, pesticide, etc. That, unfortunately, is something that's really unenforceable by your staff. We can't see on a daily basis what's going on there. And Mr. Peak, who admits that he's not a full-time resident, cannot necessarily be assured that the yard companies that are maintaining it are not going to be applying these things. So that, from our perspective, that's an unenforceable offer. So the DRC did recommend denial of his appeal. We informed him that he has the right to appeal to the county council. He made the appeal, and it's in front of you today. That's the wetland alteration. I'll go through a similar type of presentation, but I want to make sure we had all the facts behind it. If there's any questions for me, I'm available. Also, we have all of our staff here available. I don't know if there's anyone left in growth and resource management to answer any kind of questions you may have, either for the standards that are in place or the process that we're following. Okay?
Okay, this is also a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare? No one has spoken to any of the parties. It's also a public hearing, and I understand, Mr. Peak, you're the owner of the property. You wanted to speak. Did you, Paulo, Mr. Peak talked to me about the time that he could speak. I know that this is different than any other items. We have very strict rules for these kind of hearings that we have to apply to. How much time does he have to speak?
Because he is the applicant, the determination is up to council to provide a reasonable time for the applicant to make their case. A lot of those rules for the quasi-judicial procedures mainly pertain to limitations on comments by the public. But the applicant, because it's their application and they ultimately have the burden of proof, they get, I don't want to say an unrestricted time, but a reasonable time, depending upon the circumstances and the complexity of the case, to provide their evidence.
Correct. And Mr. Peak has, you think you can do this in 6 minutes? You said for both items, you're going to make one presentation for 16 and 17. Council, is that, okay. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. On the presentation by staff, they said that the issue was whether St. Augustine grass is a native species. To me, this is not the issue. The real issue is whether the requirements from staff result in unreasonable results and undue hardship. If either, and it's either, unreasonable results or undue hardships exist in this specific case, then the council can, and I believe should, override the staff requirements. My wife and I agreed to spend more of our retirement savings to purchase this home. It had a beautiful lawn and a spectacular sunset. Before we even moved in, the first thing I did was I stopped the lawn service. And I did that because for 18 years I was chairman of a lake advisory committee, and I fully understand the impact of phosphates and nitrates going into water. I lived on lakes for 27 years. Not once was fertilizer ever applied on my property. One of the next things that we did was we looked into moving exterior stairs that hung directly over a pool. The prior owner actually had a video of someone jumping from that deck of the pool into the pool. I had worked for an insurance agency that had a pool company that had a multi-million-dollar suit against them for a drunk that jumped off of a roof and became paraplegic. And the court ruled that they should have foreseen that hazard. So I just did not want to have to deal with it. So I went to the county and I needed a slight variance to put it over on the side. Once that happened, the county came in and found several things that were not in compliant, that were done prior to my purchase and without my knowledge. Since then, we have absorbed the time and expense to take care of combining two 25-foot lots, permits for fencing, walkway pavers, dock construction, water retention, safety fence for the pool, a variance for the dock placement, and just recently for window shutters. All of these issues were issues prior to when we bought the property. So with that background, we were told we had to have 35% of our yard with certain native vegetation for filtration and erosion control. I had pointed out that this established St. Augustine grass is great for both erosion control and filtration. Nonetheless, I was told I had no choice to remove the established grass and plant the vegetation that was required. Again, I did as directed. Put down a 50-foot silt fence against the lagoon, causing some erosion. Grass was removed, causing more erosion. New plants were brought in that were heavily fertilized. No doubt some of that getting into the lagoon wasted thousands of gallons of water watering these new plants. Pulled up the silt fence, again, more erosion. And as I mentioned, the ever-present weeds, I was told by the county to use a herbicide. I said, well, I don't want a herbicide running into the lagoon. And they said, well, use one that is friendly to water. Well, it is for the fish, but it's still killing grass that you want in the lagoon. So we've spent $11,247 so far on the removal of grass, planting new, and various county fees to no avail. In addition, I have spent 10 hours a week for 4 months watering and weeding. We were told, this was planted in February, we were told by June that the plants would get established and prevent most of the weeds. No one had mentioned that we needed to hire someone over that summer period. We left towards the end of June and came back the middle of October. By that time, the new plantings, for the most part, were taken over by weeds and the very invasive torpedo grass. We asked for reconsideration and again offered that we would not fertilize, and in fact offered to sign an affidavit that it would not fertilize. The response was that the recommendations were also provided not just for erosion control and filtration, but also for food, nesting, and cover for wildlife. I researched the 7 plants that were recommended and approved. 3 grow no higher than 12 inches, providing little cover for nesting. 2 provide no food, and 2 are actually poisonous. We have never seen birds or wildlife in the area that we were told to replant. Daily, we see birds coming in and feeding on the St. Augustine grass. When we look to the north, the south, and across over to Edgewater, there are miles and miles of mangroves. It's an actual sanctuary for all sorts of wildlife. So our small lot and others like it are by no means critical to wildlife. We were told that we had to have 80% of the required plantings still in place in 3 years. In order to comply, we'd have to spend roughly $3,500 to eradicate the torpedo grass, another $5,500 for new grass, another $3,000 to have someone maintain it while we're away. So the $11,000 plus this comes to a total of $23,000, not to mention the ongoing maintenance, perhaps $4,000 for labor and herbicide. I believe these numbers are probably well below, because I did have someone come in and give me an indication, and he wanted just $1,500 to file a permit and another $3,500 just to design a plan. So those numbers are underestimates. Per landscapers that I talked to, there is a strong likelihood that the torpedo grass will return once fresh soil is created. The area is flood prone, making it doubtful the required plants would survive. For both Ian and Nicole, we had over 2 feet of water in the area that we're talking about. The St. Augustine grass, though, has survived multiple storms and flooding over 20 years. So I guess in summary, we've tried to be reasonable. We've complied with multiple directives, but the vegetation requirements do not meet the stated objectives of improved filtration, erosion control, nesting, cover, and food for wildlife. We should not be required to spend considerable time and money in our 70s, just happened last Saturday, chasing compliance that is more harmful than beneficial. I believe that a reasonable person would conclude that the demands in this situation are not practical, reasonably sustainable, or in fact beneficial. The requirements do in fact cause unreasonable results and undue hardship. We ask that you acknowledge the regulations may sound good, but in some cases do not lead to desired results. Please allow us to return the property to what we had for the benefit of the environment and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulo, or either one of you wanted to reply?
But I'm only going to state what council is going to be looking at. So this is what's called a de novo hearing. Essentially, it's a do-over of what previously happened at DRC. So what that means is that you can take into account new evidence and you can reweigh the evidence that was presented to the DRC. Fundamentally, you're being asked two questions. One, is St. Augustine grass a native species? And the only waiver to that is if you take a look at the requirements of the overlay, whether that requirement would produce an undue hardship on this particular property. The other thing I can say is, typically when you look at undue hardship and these types of variances, kind of those self-created hardships or the lack of maintenance by the applicant does not rise to the level of a burden or an undue hardship, because it applies to everyone who lives within that overlay. Yes. The requirement is native plants, indigenous species, and don't impact those. And then that's usually we take these on a case-by-case basis. For the other one that is kind of separate, that's item 17 for the wetland impacts. So if you deny the ability to use St. Augustine grass, the second question is, do you allow the applicant to impact those wetlands? You just can't use St. Augustine grass. So once again, the determination is, avoidance and minimization requirements of impacting the wetlands and the buffer in comparison to the Class 2 overlay, and does it produce a hardship? Once again, lack of maintenance does not rise to the level of a hardship.
Thank you.
Just want to address a couple quick points that were brought up. We respectfully disagree with the statement that an individual lot does not have any impact. The fact is that once you establish a precedent, and here we have other properties that are adjacent, that are going to be subject to potential code violations pending the outcome of what you all say here today. The fact is that we're trying to address an issue that has been around for a long time, and we're trying to correct some of the actions of the past by trying to be more proactive at this point. We also respectfully disagree in regards to why you utilize native plantings. It's been identified in multiple documents, including our resiliency documentation and our own wetland and Indian River Lagoon overlay, that native plantings serve as basically green infrastructure. They're the reason that we are able to go in there and see in these areas of natural conditions, the water conditions are better. That's why we're trying to mimic natural conditions as much as we can. And the purpose that's written in the wetland alterations permitting, which is in 72-881, the purpose is to allow property owners a reasonable use of their property while protecting, maintaining, and enhancing wetlands. So again, we believe what we've seen is that over the history, and Mr. Peak came in, and again, we fully acknowledge that previous owners had done similar type of situations, and we had caught them and had to go back through the same situation. In this one, we are still allowing for them to have reasonable use of the house, the home. We made an accommodation for that percentage of St. Augustine sod that could remain, but we're trying to maintain a consistency in the applications of the laws that are on the books right now. So if there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer them. We have Keith Abramson, who's your county forester, and Ginger Adair from our environmental management, who can talk to the environmental aspects of requirements for both the wetlands and for the Class 2 wetlands, or Class 2 waters, excuse me.
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Clay. Clay, if you just had a second, I think there's no doubt that he's making a good faith effort. What I'm concerned about, obviously, probably like my colleagues, is that it'd be counterproductive with the St. Augustine grass, just because of its maintenance that is needed for it just to survive. Is there a different type of grass, whether it's bahia or something more that would fit, and that we can blend in with some different natural plants to work with this gentleman and make it right?
I'm going to defer to Keith or Ginger on what they want to say, is because I don't believe that they're, well, I'll let them say.
I don't know.
Good afternoon. Keith Abramson, Volusia County Forester. There is not really a native turf grass that you could plant. Bahia grass is non-native. There is a seashore apostle plum, which belongs on the beach and dune habitat planting. This area is coastal scrub. So when we talk about native plants, we're not talking about just native to Florida. We're talking about native to that habitat. A cypress tree is native. It doesn't belong in this yard. So you can make seashore apostle plum act like a turf grass if you mow it and fertilize it enough. So it's not something that's appropriate. It's something that Mr. Peak has brought up in the past. So we've given him the coastal scrub planting plan, and there are 47 different species on that plan. He can pick any one of those species.
Is there a short list that we can provide him that are more hardy, that would fit what he's looking for in terms of maintenance if he's not going to be here, but also fits our stipulations and whatnot? Do we have something like that?
Yes, we have the planting guidelines. We can. At first, he chose the plants. This time we would like to kind of help him pick a better species. He tried to pick the lowest growing things out there to kind of maintain his view, and try to also maintain a yard. Typically, we would like to see better species picked, and we'll help him with that in the future.
And something I recommended, I don't know if he was on the email or not, but Kelly McGee, who spoke earlier today, also offered her services to help him out, and that's just a standing offer. I can get you their information to help get the best results, I guess, for his situation. But I don't know if I can support kind of what he's asking for right now, just based on the circumstances. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
Yes, St. Augustine takes a lot of upkeep. If you don't water it, it's going to die. If you don't spray it, you're going to get chinch bugs. If you don't fertilize it, it's going to die. And that's what we're kind of trying to stop with the runoff. If we allow this one to go through, then the next door neighbor wants it, and it's kind of hard to say, well, it's all right for him to have it and not you. So you're opening a real can of worms. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to deny.
You're making a motion to uphold the denial by the DRC board. That motion is made by Johnson, and it was seconded by Robbins. Any of you can answer besides the list of plants. One of the things, as I looked at his pictures, and I've gone through this with homeowners, I know his struggle. It probably pains everyone up here to have a homeowner, a property owner, have to come and plea for his own property and what he wants. But frankly, it's bigger than that. It's the IRL, the Indian River Lagoon, is one of the most important water bodies in Florida, and it's in trouble. And each of us has a responsibility to that. It's not just in trouble from an enjoyment, entertainment point of view, which all of us that live here do that, but it's also economic. I was just on that river with clam growers and oyster growers. There's an oyster field, state-of-the-art. Yeah, there is such a thing. It's state-of-the-art oyster growing close by. And when when we passed, I don't know if it was this property, but we passed properties with St. Augustine sod all the way down to the seawall. They said, can you do anything about that? Because their oysters are getting pretty tough, and they survive. Clams aren't surviving. We're having to rebreed clams that can survive what we put into the water. So he has, and we have, this tension of how does a homeowner get to enjoy this major investment and yet protect the environment that is so necessary for all of us. So my question is, besides the list of plants, one of the things that I see is that he needed probably with the plantings deep mulch, shell, oyster shell. Do we have a list of acceptable mulches that can be used in this area? And is that permitted, not permitted, or?
We typically allow pine straw. It's, pines are native to the area, and they break down, pretty easily, and it stays in place pretty well. So pine straw is what we typically allow.
Could he use crushed shell?
We would, because if it was just in a Class 2 area, we probably could allow shell, but because it's in a wetland buffer, that shell would actually be considered fill material. So it would actually kind of harden that shoreline with shell material. So it would require permitting, or at least mitigation, because it would change the use of the area or the function.
Okay. So pine straw, and a lot of it. It's cheap, and when I say a lot of it, you put it down a foot thick and then walk on it, and it's 3 inches thick, but it actually is pretty effective. Anyway, Danny, do you still have a?
No, but something just came to mind, Jeff, that may piggyback off of what you're thinking. Are they allowed to put down any barrier, like weed barrier, anything like that?
Textile fabric.
It's typically made of plastic. Again, we would prefer the pine straw. You put it down pretty thick. It does, keep the weeds from coming up through. Like you said, you put 6-8 inches of that in there, and it blocks out the weeds pretty well. We prefer not to put plastic down in the wetland.
I know we can prefer it, but is he allowed to do it?
No, he's not allowed to do it, not without a wetland alteration permit. Again, that would be putting something in there that would be considered fill.
Okay. Any other questions from council? All right. Pardon me? Yes.
The one comment about someone looking over our lawn when we're away for the 4 months, that lawn service might use fertilizer. He wouldn't. This is a person that's become a friend, and that's a moot point. We are, for the record, very interested as far as an oyster bed on the lagoon, not for eating, but for clarity of water. So for whatever that's worth. As far as the affidavit that I offered to sign, I would do so with a penalty clause that if, for whatever reason, we used a fertilizer, we'd be subject to fine. So I just wanted to add that. And as far as in the 3 years since we bought, there has been, like I said, no fertilizer, insecticide, or pesticide, herbicide. And we have not had any of the worms yet. The fertilization that is done on other properties nearby, our grass doesn't look any different than that. We don't have irrigation, and the grass has been fine. We did use the pine straw before, and the torpedo grass just went right through that. I wonder if we could use a fabric cloth. Have a fabric soil, or come in, take out the torpedo grass, put in good soil, a fabric cloth, and then pine straw or whatever on top of it, using a fabric cloth, because it just goes right through pine straw.
that would go back to being fill and being in a wetland buffer. Like I said, any fill within the wetland or wetland buffer would require a permit.
Mr. Chair, I think we're getting away from our conversation. I think he has some questions that he does want to ask him, but I think this needs to be done off to the side. And I think our staff would be happy to spend all the time they need to help him find another solution. But let's go ahead and handle the question at hand and get that out of the way. But then our staff will be happy to help you. We all understand your plight, but we can run into something where we really create a major issue all up and down if we just make exception for you. And, you know, we very much feel, like the chair said, for your issue, but we can create something that we've been trying to cure for years. So I think we need to go ahead and take the issue at hand.
We are. As you know, I like to give our residents a chance to voice their complaints or their concerns and redress their government in public. And I think that was helpful. I think there's already been an offer to help him. I'll just say before I call for the vote, it doesn't matter if you put landscape fabric down, torpedo grass goes right through it. I'm in that business, and it almost needs to become part of the natural vegetation. Is it an invasive species? It is. There's nothing I found that controls it. There's some vinegar sprays that are organic that can control it, and maybe you can help him with some of those. But yeah, we all have to look at the big picture of the lagoon here, and no other questions I see. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion to uphold the denial by the Development Review Committee on the grounds and facts laid out before us today, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the denial is upheld 5-0, which takes us to item 17.
This is a similar discussion. We talked about the facts that I presented previously in my presentation still apply here. This is addressing the county code perspective of the Class 2 permits, which is part of our Indian River Lagoon overlay. This is again requiring native plantings and identifying that the use of St. Augustine sod is not allowed.
Do I have a motion? Johnson makes the motion to uphold the denial, second by Danny Robbins. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Will your staff make sure that he gets some help?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Okay, item number 18, another quasi-judicial hearing on resolution major amendment of Brigadoon Fish Camp.
Good afternoon, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is an amendment to a PUD that was approved for a property that's on Rose Bay. It's an existing commercial site. They have acquired additional land to the east. And this aerial shows the existing building that is there, and that's on your screen looking at the right, and their dock that leads out. There you see US 1 just to their what would be their north. The property that's vacant with the cars they have acquired and would like to incorporate it into their planned unit development so they can expand the operation. Anyone who's been by there, it's currently occupied by King's Seafood. They've been in there for a while. They would like to expand it to include sit-down dining and those types of things. There's inclusion for expansion of a 2,300 square foot deck to allow for the outside seating. The area that you see highlighted that is just immediately to the south there, excuse me, I'm getting my directions all screwed up there. The parking lot that they want to add will accommodate the parking that is needed for the expansion of the building. Staff has reviewed this. Again, what we're talking about, it's an amendment, it's adjacent, it's landscaping is being added, parking is being added, and the deck is being added. The concept plan shows you the existing restaurant, the expansion of the deck that are up there towards the top of it. It shows how they're coming in and doing, refining the parking lot to have it better defined. And overall, we see this as a improvement to the site. It's consistent with what we knew as their long-term plan for the property. It went to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from your staff. There was no public comment, and it's coming to you with a unanimous recommendation of approval. The applicants are here if you have any questions for them.
Okay, council, is there any ex parte to declare?
Yes, I had Glenn Storch just call me and ask if there were any questions. There was nothing else, no further discussion.
Same here.
Same here.
But I do have a question.
Did you get a call, Barb? I didn't. I didn't either.
You were unavailable.
I didn't either. You had a question, Billy?
Yeah, I was just wondering, on the additional parking, is that still going to remain dirt? I mean, it's not going to be paved, right?
No. But not dirt, shell.
Shell, and that's fine, yes, yes.
Right.
I'm sorry, I meant anything other than paved.
Yeah.
It's presently the shell, and
Okay.
none of that property holds
You,
water.
wait, you need to test, you need to.
Oh, that property is great.
Notice
Yeah.
where you are,
Draining.
for the
Yeah.
record.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
Yes.
Gail Green, I'm the owner. And the property is really great drainage, it just,
Okay.
that does not hold water, and neither the hurricanes did anything like that.
That was my only question, and with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Wheeler makes a motion to approve, second by either Johnson or Robbins. Which one of you had it? Second by Danny. I have a question, and I don't intend this or want this to I think this is a good project. I think it'll beautify the area. I think it's commercially viable and needed in that area, and I wish you luck if the council votes to do this. But it's almost an eyesore now, and to hear your plans they're welcome. But in the last hearing, this is also a public hearing, and oh boy. And at the last hearing, I asked about shell, and it was not allowed, but it's allowed in this location. Is that because of the location, that this is not right on the river?
Yes, sir. What they're talking about is the existing paved area or existing area has already got shell in it. When you work through your stormwater calculations, you realize that shell, even though it appears to be impervious or pervious, after a while it becomes impervious. And so that's why you see it's factored in. This is not part of that Indian River Lagoon overlay, and it's not subject to the wetland buffers. They've addressed their wetland buffers with the other when they came through originally with the PUD to get the approval. So this is not impacting those areas. All of the improvements they're talking about in the parking lot are on existing areas outside of the buffer requirements that we would have for the wetland areas.
Okay. And we do have a member of the public who would like to speak. His name is Glenn Storch.
You might want to stay quiet.
Yeah, exactly.
Denied.
All I want to stress is that this is the sort of thing that makes Florida, Florida. This is the sort of restaurant that makes Florida, Florida. The Shell parking lot is part of that ambiance. Yeah. It's really a cool place with great fish, and everyone loves it. And I think you can tell from the staff recommendations, the planning board recommendations, this is something that we need, and we're improving the area.
Are you eating there for free?
I am not.
No. Okay.
Right.
Double?
I got to pay him, I have to raise the price.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Robbins. Any other comments? And the ex parte has been declared. No one else from the public cared to speak, so I will close the public hearing. All in favor of the approval of the major amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good luck.
Billy, you took butt over on the beach side and straighten that thing out.
Thanks.
Okay, and that brings us to item 19, right-of-way agreement for the extension of Williamson Boulevard south of State Road 44 to Indian River Boulevard. And this is in County Council District 3. Tad.
Good afternoon, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. This item is an agreement between the county and the property owner, in which they would donate the right-of-way necessary for the extension of Williamson south of State Road 44 down to Indian River Boulevard, State Road 442 in that location. As a part of the agreement, the county would receive the right-of-way necessary to include potential pond locations in the future once those are identified, as well as, in return, we would give impact fee credits for the donation based on the value of the property in its current state. Williamson Boulevard is a part of our comprehensive plan. If you'll recall, maybe about 6 to 8 months ago, we approved a similar agreement to the north of State Road 44 between 44 and Pioneer Trail with the Utility Commission of New Smyrna Beach, in which we did basically the same deal. We gave them impact fee credits in return for right-of-way necessary for the future extension of Williamson. Williamson Boulevard has been a part of the county's plan ever since 1967 when they did the How Should We Grow setup. It has evolved over time. Originally it was supposed to be on the east side of I-95, and sometime around when it was constructed to go into Port Orange, it was shifted to the west side as it's currently aligned right now, and we've carried it all the way down to Indian River Boulevard as a part of this. The ultimate plan shows it going through the Farmington local plan and tying in potentially all the way down into I-95 in Brevard County. So this agreement allows us to get there for this next phase. It's a benefit to us. We get the right-of-way in advance of any development occurring. All of Williamson, this section, would be located either in the city of New Smyrna Beach or in the city of Edgewater, where the development rights would be established and the development pattern established in those particular cities. So this allows us to put in a major right-of-way, or major roadway network consistent with our comp plan in advance of those developments occurring, and consistent with the requirements for the very southern section, which has already been approved in the city of Edgewater as part of Deering Park North. They will actually be constructing that segment, approximately 2 miles of this road section, and it will be our expectation as the properties develop that they would go ahead and build these sections of road, which would be to our benefit to fill in, consistent with our comprehensive plan, a major arterial roadway. We've got the property owners here ready to answer any questions.
What? There'll be some. It looks like. When you say consistent with the comp plan, what's consistent, the road or the development?
The road. The county's comprehensive plan in this case only applies to the road network. Development would be within the city's comprehensive plan, so they would control that aspect of it. But we've always shown as a part of our road network in our comprehensive plan, Williamson mirroring I-95. As I said, it originally was all intended to be on the east side of I-95 per the 1967 and even the 1982 plans that we found. Some point in there it shifted, as I said, around Port Orange in the 1990s, somewhere in that time frame, to the west side, which makes better sense. You cut through less environmentally sensitive areas like Spruce Creek and that eastern side. I can't remember the park's name, Doris Lever Park, something like that, over on that east side. So this avoids that, and so it's consistent with the road network in our comprehensive plan. Get back to your question.
Okay. Council, this is a public hearing. I'll open it. We have a number of people, including the attorney, who would like to speak on this. You want to ask questions first or listen to the public now?
I'd like to hear what they say.
Okay. I'll just call them in the order that they have been delivered. Derek Lamontagne will be first, and then Janine Miller.
Hi, good afternoon. Derek Lamontagne from Port Orange. I think Janine Miller unfortunately had to leave, but hopefully I can share some thoughts that neighbors and I have. I'm asking you to vote no on item 19, and I did have some additional slides I'll quickly get to. So the reason I'm asking you to vote no is, let me go tell you a little bit of history. I only have 3 minutes, but I was part of a coalition several years back to try to stop the previous southernmost extension of Williamson Boulevard because we were afraid of Spruce Creek flooding and impact to wetlands, and unfortunately a lot of our fears came true. We're also worried that eventually these extensions would happen and just plan to be built on more wetlands. And as was mentioned earlier, the road itself, I guess, will miss Door Sleeper Spruce Creek Preserve, but as you cut down, you are creating a bifurcation, between east and west. So any road would do that, cutting off nature corridors. And when we did our case several years back, I just want to mention we were represented by a stellar young environmental attorney named Christopher Bird, who unfortunately passed away before his 35th birthday. But he knew that this was important, and that's why, as his last case, I believe, he helped us with that challenge against Williamson Boulevard in the southernmost part of Port Orange. And we knew that what was at risk was water quality, water quantity, habitat corridor, and wetlands. And in particular, I just want to mention here, even if you approve this today, if ever it gets built, please take a look. I guess the little timer's in the way, but there's a 200-foot right-of-way right now. It doesn't have to be that wide. I mean, the lanes are 12 feet each. The plan, as it shows up there, I don't know if I can, I can't really move a mouse to it, but there's 4 swales total, and there's no sidewalk, there's no bike lane even. We just have all this area on the side just for flood, I guess, capturing, which shows you how wet this area is, and really, like, why are we building 200-foot right of way? The section that we challenged was 150-foot right of way, and I thought that was too big, again, for just 4 lanes. And why do we need a big median? Lots of questions. So with the design, I hope we can come back and at least look at the standards, because it was mentioned that maybe this fulfills standards, but I really hope that we can review that and revisit that and get some justice. I'm also, opposed to granting. There's a lot of flooding going on, I mentioned that, but also the cost. We know, in the past, that previous section, the county ended up paying for it, even though I felt, we tried to make the case it shouldn't. So please, consider not spending public money on this. And really, I don't see why we can't ask for the impact credits, but the previous section took over $15 million of public funds, and it just caused more trouble than it was worth. So please revisit these plans and consider the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Dennis.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Dennis, 177 Blue Heron Lake Circle, Ormond Beach, Florida. I look at the faces on this dais, and 3 of you will be gone next year. There's 2 empty chairs. Yet this body is attempting to take the first steps in a process that will affect the quality of life for many generations. We have just experienced a 500-year storm and back-to-back hurricanes that is and will continue to be an extremely negative force in our quality of life. A raised roadway through a wetland doesn't seem like a big deal. Think of that, a raised roadway through a wetland. In doing research for this morning or afternoon, I looked up the meaning of levee, L-E-V-E-E. You know, the man-made thing that saved New Orleans for years, until it killed and destroyed the city by holding the storm waters of Katrina back and not allowing it to flow safely into the sea. Again, in looking up the meaning of levee, I tripped on the meaning of levy. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to levy a levy in our future. Should we wait till more is known about back-to-back hurricanes before we proceed? Which side of the levee will hold the floodwaters back and which side will drain away safely? I don't mean to bruise your ego, but 3 of you will long be gone and forgotten when this levee in these wetlands is known. Please kick this can down the road a bit until we know more about back-to-back hurricanes and stormwater and so forth. Thank you.
Doug Pettit.
Doug Pettit, 129 Magnolia Drive, Ormond Beach, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I come before you today to speak in opposition to item 19, the right-of-way extension on Williamson. This right-of-way extension is proposed as a means to accommodate the Farmington Plan for development in South Volusia County. As all of you know, the Farmington Plan was implemented over a decade ago as a 50-year plan to develop our county. While conservation areas were designated as part of the plan, what could not be designated was the impact on our county that further unchecked development would have. Over the past 90 days, we've witnessed and lived with the results of what has happened when irrational development meets Mother Nature. I'm asking that the council this afternoon pause this item and return it to staff for a hard review based on the circumstances that have developed within the recent past. I also ask the council to pause this item in consideration of the impact the Farmington Plan will have on our already distressed Indian River Lagoon and the environmentally sensitive areas that this road extension will affect. I recently saw a painting created by the Highwaymen, a noted African-American group of artists that were active here in Florida in the 50s. The painting was a pristine landscape of a Florida wetland. And just so you know, the guy bought that thing at a swap meet for $125 and it was valued at $40,000 recently. So check your paintings at home. What would the Highwaymen paint if they were active today? A landscape of houses, maybe shopping centers, a central waterway devoid of grasses and wildlife? Is becoming wealthy such an important thing to so many people that they're willing to sacrifice our quality of life and destroy environmentally sensitive areas that give Florida its worldwide appeal? And I speak specifically to you, Ms. Wheeler and Ms. Gertman. You will both soon be leaving this council. You have a chance today to create a legacy of courage and standing up and saying enough is enough. Voters in this county just 2 years ago sent the message in overwhelming numbers that they wanted land conservation, yet only 30% of the available wildlife corridor has been conserved. And just last week, while it was not enough to win an election, 78,000 residents voted for a platform based on controlling overdevelopment and preserving our sensitive environmental areas. Are they to be dismissed because their candidate didn't win? Ms. Wheeler and Ms. Gertman, I ask you to step forward today and oppose item 19. Create a legacy. Be willing to look back on your service and point to the South Volusia County as an example of your concern for the future of Volusia County. Thank you.
Sands Lassiter. You want to claim that? Okay, sure, that's fine. We also have Bob Williams. Would you like him to go before you, Glenn? Your name was first. Go ahead, Bob Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bob Williams, 767 Pine Shore Circle in New Smyrna Beach. I also own property in Port Orange. I'm here representing the Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce on the surface, but really I'm representing a lot of organizations that since 2018 have been meeting to improve the quality of life in Southeast Volusia. I have here a Southeast Volusia Regional Strategic Economic Development Plan, which in the last 2 weeks was just accepted by the 3 cities in Southeast Volusia, New Smyrna, Edgewater, and Oak Hill, and was developed with many leaders across Volusia County and Southeast Volusia, including many of you in summits that we've held the last 2 years. There's been some discussion about quality of life. This plan talks about how we can ensure value-added, high-paying jobs for today and future generations. What people need to understand is that's not just a road for Farmington. That is an essential strategic corridor for the kind of clean industry that we need in Southeast Volusia. And as we try to work towards what this council, we appreciate, and the county government got a grant for the Bryce study on the commercial space supply chain industry opportunity. But right now, we don't have sites to grow. We don't have the right transportation infrastructure for this. And by bringing in clean industry, we also are going to be providing utilities infrastructure that can be side by side accommodated with the septic to sewer that we are trying to do, as well as stormwater improvements to help the Indian River Lagoon and to help with the flooding issues that we've had. We can't put the full burden of that on the backs of our residents. We need good, strong businesses offering good, high-paying jobs that expand our commercial property tax base and reduce the burden on local residents, and can actually ensure the wealth and resilient economic future of our community, and in the end, improve the quality of life for everyone. This is a strategic, essential piece of infrastructure for Southeast Volusia, and so I respectfully request on behalf of hundreds of people who have worked for years on this plan that you will support this initiative. Thank you very much.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson.
Time's up.
Cute. 2 years, Jeff. I don't want to say short-sighted, but I came before the city commission, my city, 10 years ago about widening LPGA. And Heather said, it takes time. There's a gentleman that came by and said, he wants to build 10,000 homes west of the city. He wants to put in the infrastructure ahead of the homes because it's needed. Well, this is needed to be planned well in advance. I don't mind people saying, well, this could happen or that could happen. We don't want growth. We don't want this. We don't want that. But this project is setting aside a huge amount of property for public purposes. I mean, really huge. And we don't have to pay a dime for it. Free is a good price. So not only are we getting this land in that corridor that we haven't purchased 30% of or whatever, we're going to get it free. It's going to be a wise development. The lawyer that represents them has always been above board and brought the best projects to you all. So I'm asking you to give him the benefit of the doubt and tell our staff. Our staff is wise. They will listen to you. If you tell them when this, because it will be coming back to you before anything is done, that you want to make sure that the water goes wherever it's supposed to go. The neighbors don't get flooded. We don't have the same thing that happened off the coast. What's happening in Midtown will never happen here. You all are environmentally friendly. The next council will also be environmentally friendly and will answer to the people. So I'm asking you to pass this because you need to plan in advance. You can't constantly play catch up, which is what we're doing in Daytona Beach with our roads and infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, now it looks like it's your turn. You want him to go first?
I've got a little PowerPoint as well. I wasn't planning on speaking. I thought this was just everyone wanted this. This thing has been the plan for decades. Working out the deal was important to make sure we had the alignment. But I'll go ahead and make the presentation because apparently there's people who might be opposed to it. Again, just trying to figure it out. But I'm here to support the professionals on your staff, the professional engineers, the professional traffic engineers, the professional planners who have worked so hard to solve the problems in advance. So I'm doing this because of the fact it's good planning. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan. You have a comprehensive plan that said these are the areas that we're going to have roads. These are the areas where we're planning for roads. We have provisions that said This is where our future traffic demands. On top of that, it also goes into the fact that it's part of this Williamson extension is part of your thoroughfare map. You've acquired or built almost all of Williamson, which was part of this plan. These people from Ormond saying, oh, we don't want Williamson in the south, but it's okay we have it in Ormond. It doesn't make any sense to me. This is all part of the same plan, same beltway, same route. This is the last segment to be acquired under your comp plan they've been working on for literally 30 years. Your comp plan specifically says that you're going to maintain land use regulations that protect this thoroughfare road system, that you're required to do that. It says you're going to require new development proposals to dedicate the necessary right-of-ways. We've agreed to do that. This is why we're coming to you and working out this contract to dedicate this road to you. It says local governments and landowners are encouraged to secure the right-of-ways. Edgewater, this is Edgewater's jurisdiction, worked with us and the county to make sure that this right-of-way was where the county wanted it, to make sure everyone was happy with the results. We did that, Farmington agreed. It's consistent with the comp plan in that it will relieve traffic congestion on local roads in I-95. This also is an agreement that will minimize the impact of wetlands. When staff picked this route, they're the ones that decided where this goes. And we said, okay, they did it to avoid impacts to wetlands. When they, in fact, let us build this, or if they build it, they're going to build it to county standards, not the Edgewater standards, not our standards, not private road standards, the county standards, and the county standards will be to protect the environment, to protect the stormwater, to do all the things we've talked about today. Rejection of this would be inconsistent with the county comp plans and would not require construction consistent with the county standards. It could be anything. This will also allow, by the way, I've heard thoughts that this may have some impact on the wildlife corridor. No. What this does is this project is in fact donating an additional 32 acres as part of this project. 3,700 acres additional. That's in addition to the tens of thousands, 40,000 or more acres that Farmington already dedicated. And I'm just sorry that some of the folks who spoke here today didn't understand what Farmington did. Farmington preserved 75% of its land as a means of protecting this land, and for free. That's exactly what happened. So again, it's consistent with the let me see if I can figure this out. I'm sorry. It's consistent with the comp plan. If you reject it, you run the risk of basically putting roads or traffic on Mission Road, on I-95, on State Road 44. These roads are not able to maintain that. It will affect Southeast Volusia for years to come. This is just good planning. It's the sort of thing we should be looking at. Roads take 30 years to basically plan and develop. This is something we've been working on for over 30 years. Hopefully this is something that everyone's in favor of. If you have any questions, let me know. And again, I apologize. I ran out of time because I didn't know there'd be opposition to this. I ran out of time and I didn't get a chance to call Barb and Jeff. I really do apologize. But I was working until last night pulling this together, so sorry. If there's any questions, I also have Sans Laster here, who's a traffic engineer, who will tell you what happens if you don't follow the county staff's recommendations and what will happen to traffic in that area. Sans?
Before you start, you can stay up there. You just gave me another sheet. I thought it was, I don't see it now. I thought there was one from someone from the city of Edgewater. Okay. All right. You'll go right after Sans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sans Lasser, LTG, 1450 West Granada, and Ormond Beach. Williamson definitely has been in the long-range plan and the comp plan for a long time. We're not proposing anything new or different. It provides that parallel reliever for local traffic, to keep local traffic off the interstate and out of those interchanges, and provide that on both sides of the interstate, which is key. It avoids overloading Old Mission Road, something we've seen in the modeling when we didn't put that traffic on the new road in the long-range modeling. Alignment truly does maximize avoidance of wetlands. We did several alignments and looked at several alignments and added up the wetland impacts on each alignment and picked the one with the least amount of impact. We also coordinated this alignment where it hits 42, obviously with the section coming down through the New Smyrna Beach Utility Commission site, but also coordinated that with DOT and their access management. And the final thing I just want to say is growth is coming, and this is a plan to help handle that growth. And this project, I would like to say this project is being modeled after Babcock Ranch in West Florida, which was lauded recently for how well it sustained the impact of hurricane. No flooding, no loss of power, no loss of communication. So this is up to date, current, and it's definitely going to meet what the needs of the future have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you like to come? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Glenn Irby, City Manager, Edgewater. I'm not going to belabor this. Following these two is very difficult to do because they cover it all. The only thing I will say is this project is very important to Edgewater. I will also tell you that the City of New Smyrna Beach and us have been talking about another industrial park in this area, which is nothing more than taxes. Like I said, I'm not going to belabor it. It's a good project, and I hope you consider it well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Johnson.
Yes, this road has been in the planning for many years. Right now, Edgewater has already approved building in this area. Many years ago, on the 92 extension, I don't think most people remember, but Walmart offered to provide the extension to donate the property through from 92 to the truck route. And the county made the mistake of turning it down. Later on, when it decided it needed to do it, then there was a major issue. Where do we put this road? They were going to have to loop it around, which is now Lowe's and Tractor Supply, or go through. Finally, it cost quite a bit, I think a court fight and a lot of money to finally buy that right away. Roads are hard to come by. We know that because we've been dealing with that up here about where do you get the money, where do you get the ability to do it. And right now, in southeast Volusia County, if you want to go north and south, you can go either US 1 or take Mission Road or I-95. We have seen just recently where I-95 was shut down, and this is a frequent occurrence. This isn't like I-95 shuts down once in a while. It shuts down every few months because of some kind of a traffic issue, a wreck, something happening. And all of a sudden, the next thing you do, you're filtering traffic through Oak Hill, Edgewater, New Smyrna, trying to get it back to the interstate. Your next right-of-way going north and south, basically, you could use as State Road 415. This road right here will allow another road coming down through that we can use as an alternative, even for normal everyday traveling, but in case of emergency situations. It would really be short-sighted of us. Yeah, all of us would love to have it like it was back in the 60s. I grew up here, and it was so much fun growing up where you didn't have anything. But growth is inevitable. You can't stop growth. It's here. It's going to happen. And economic reasons, it's very important to take and start thinking about how do we bring in more economy in reference to businesses. They were talking about putting in a distribution center over there. So it's very important. And with that, I'm going to make a motion that we accept this right away as written, and hope we get a second.
We have a motion by Ben Johnson to approve the road, a second by Robbins and Barb Kurtman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm always conflicted when it comes to, I guess, our growth. And for me, it's not if we grow, it's how we grow. And when the city of Edgewater and the community decide how they want to grow, I think we've got to be a good partner. But I think it's also, many times you hear challenges kind of talk out of both sides, right? When you should have considered it, because we don't have enough infrastructure and we haven't invested and we haven't done the things that we needed to do in advance to plan for how we grow, and haven't invested enough in that. Well, to me, that's what this is. It is that forward thinking, it is that forward preparation. And if when it comes time to do this, there are other factors that say it shouldn't be, or something major has happened that it needs a reconsideration, I pray that that's how it goes forward, right? That there is that level of consideration, not only from the city of Edgewater, but from the people and the pushback. But I think it is important that we invest and we make the right choices at this time to be prepared. Because I think there are so many things that we may have missed that opportunity. And one of the original reasons I ran for office was infrastructure on the west side, and the fact that I didn't feel there was enough investment there to prepare us for what next was. So much of the growth has happened, and to me, we're behind on that level of infrastructure. I will say that I do have a concern with that as well. The bridge across St. John's, you can tell when that was done that it blocked the life of that area, of the flow of that area. And to me, when you block an artery, you block a vein, it dies out. And I think there was a change that happened that may not have been the most appropriate path forward in how it was done. So I would hope whatever gets decided, since I may not be here to have an impact at that time, none of us may not be here, because it may take several years to make that come along. But I do want us to really be thoughtful about how that's done, and that there is life in the waterway, and we've got to be considerate in that way forward. And not to say that we won't be, but I definitely want to get it on the record today of that concern. But for me, it's about preparation. It's about today's investment and today's partnership. So I will support going forward.
Billy Wheeler.
Oops. Okay, thank you. Again, it takes many, many years, and this is one of those projects that have been in the works for many, many years, and they have gone along with the comp plan. Everything has been according to what it was laid out to be. You know, they have the landowner has preserved tens of thousands of acres, approximately 75% of the land owned by the landowner. There's a lot of things here that they have gone above and beyond, in my opinion, to make it workable for all the requirements that we have. I agree with Ms. Gertman. This was a plan that happened a long time ago on what we needed to have for infrastructure, and it's coming to fruition. This is the last little step of it. I absolutely support this going forward.
Can you take your name off, or I'll call on you in 2 more minutes? Glenn Storch, just a couple questions for you in light of what Billy just said. And I heard you mention 75% of the property was going to remain in conservation.
Yeah, if you look.
How many acres is that?
If you look at the Farmington local plan, there was about 59,000 acres total in the Farmington local plan. About 75% of that has been or will be preserved. It's required under the Farmington local plan. We already have, if I remember correctly, over 43,000 acres in conservation now, right now. There'll be more as things continue to develop and you put more in consistent with the Farmington local plan. Deering Park North, which is in Edgewater, We also did the same sort of thing. That's about a 5,100 acre property. 3,732 acres is being preserved entirely as part of the wildlife corridor. That's how much of it's being preserved. The rest of it's is what will be developed. And so we've worked very closely with Edgewater to create, which will be a forward-looking community, but a community that also preserves huge amounts of land for the wildlife and habitat corridors.
So how many acres are actually being developed in Deering Park North?
Deering Park North is what, 15, 51 less 37 to 32. I'm a lawyer, that's why I didn't do math. It would be probably about 25 or so %. I mean, it was squeezed over to one side when we were dealing with when we weren't dealing with them, but when the Department of Community Affairs was working on this project with Edgewater.
Okay, thank you. Tad, was it you that mentioned 1967, how we should grow plan?
Yes, sir.
Who did that?
That was actually put together by a commission for the county. Clay had actually forwarded it to me, and I'll let him.
It was a commission for the county?
Correct.
Back in 1967, we didn't have the current organization we have now, and so what it was basically the equivalent of your PLDRC. It was a land use and zoning commission. They went out to a consultant and they went through what was in place at that time for comprehensive plans. So they identified a variety of different things in regards to land use, utilities, preservation, farmlands, and transportation. The document is available on our website, and we can get that link to y'all.
And in 1967, this land was designated for development?
What it did, it showed an identification for areas for future farmlands, for future conservation, and future development, and portions of both Deering Park North and Farmington were identified for future development. And they showed roads on either side of I-95 coming down on either side and making connectivity all the way down south.
Okay, I don't understand that, and I'm going to show you why in a minute. And this is why the public gets confused. When I hear we need more growth and you're not going to stop growth, I think those are the most dangerous words I hear. I don't want to stop growth. I have said that for 2 years, that I want growth to be responsible, and I believe that there's places that we just should not grow. And so I went through some old records from the county. And I'm sorry I don't have a slide for these, but I want to ask whoever knows the answer, maybe Mr. Storch, maybe one of you.
It's me.
Let me get the right one first. This is a future land use map. Who does the future land use map? That's what I thought. And this was, let me tell you the date, this is May 9th, 2006, so it's old as well. But here's the future land use. This is all the area that we're talking about here. You know what that green and blue is? It's a lot of blue, that's water, and we're not supposed to build in water. The green is an environmental, let me just read it off of here. It's an environmental systems corridor. And so I asked, what is permitted in an environmental systems corridor? And it said that is the restrictive future land use category. It is geared to protect natural resources. The typical zoning allowed include conservation or resource corridor. These zoning classifications are restricted to primarily open space uses. It can be generalized that the most intense use is a single-family home on 20 to 25 acres. How in the heck did we get from that to what you're presenting?
Because what that did is literally create the potential, and it was already subdivided. It was subdivided out for thousands of ranchettes, thousands of
How?
ranchettes.
That's not consistent
It
with
is.
that
It's totally,
zoning.
totally consistent. 25-acre homes, 10-acre homes, 20-acre homes, all in that comp plan was allowed. And you would have had thousands of ranchettes, you would have had thousands of fenced areas, you would have had no habitat corridor whatsoever preserved, you would have had thousands of wells and thousands of septic tanks. What we did is work together with Audubon and Nature Conservancy and both counties and the state and everyone else to preserve 75% of that land as actual habitat corridor. That's why it's a better comp plan now than it was before.
Okay, this is the flood zone map from FEMA. Again, this is the area that we're talking about in the county. All of it, almost all of it, is dark green. All of that says that it's floodplains, places, in my opinion, and apparently I'm the minority, but I'm okay with that. You can't stop growth. We just heard. There are places that we shouldn't grow. If we know, I'm sorry you think that's funny, Glenn. It's not funny at all. I'm talking to the whole county here.
Point of order.
You can't stop growth, but the thing is, we're not trying to stop growth. We're trying to manage growth correctly, trying to make it go in the right place. What the farm to the local plan.
These maps say it's not in the right place.
Mr. Chair, you need to settle down a little bit.
No, you can sit over there and bellyache at me and holler and scream all you want. I get to ask Mr. Storch some questions.
Mr. Chair, you can ask him, but settle down. We don't need to be hollering at our people who are
Oh,
standing
that's
out in front of
rich.
us.
That's rich coming from you. Glenn, you and
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order on the floor, and I'd like to be recognized. County Attorney, can you please give the chair or this council direction?
I would like to continue to ask Mr. Storch some questions.
And we adopted Robert's Rules of Order, and I have a point of order on the floor. Do your job. Allow me to speak my point of order. What we have to do is stay on topic. That's germane to item 19 itself, which is a roadway. We have the City of Edgewater here, which is project has been approved. Okay. The development has been approved. We are talking about a road, not the price of beans in China.
And it should never have been approved.
I'm talking. You're not.
I know you're talking.
Okay.
Every
That
one
is
of the
my
council
point of
members
order.
are allowed to speak.
That is my point of order. We need to tighten up on this just a little bit and stay on topic and be civilized and not badger a representative of this project who's trying to explain to you whether or not you agree with the answer or not. That's not his problem. And that's not this council's problem. That's your problem, Chair, respectfully.
No, it's not my problem.
But be respectful, and I would like to, we also have a motion on the floor. But that's my point of order. We need to stay on topic. We're not talking about the development. It's already approved. This is about the road.
No, this
Mr.
is
Chair,
about.
this project was approved by the City of Edgewater, and it's something that, not under this council. Yes, all of us would love to have it like it was in 1960 or 70 or 80.
No, that's not
But
what I
wait,
want.
Mr. Chair.
But you guys are
you're
really
fighting
good
something
at shutting the chair down from saying anything. So in order for me to get a word in, I got to butt in.
That's not true, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay.
You
Go-
have
then
the
go
mic
ahead.
most of the time, and you say use that mic to lecture us about every meeting, so don't give me that garbage.
Okay, let's stay on point, Glenn. Actually, Tad. Glenn, I'm going to point out something here that Tad and I live in different worlds. And that's not a condemnation of Tad. He lives in the world of what has to be. Here's the boxes, here are the legal things, just like you do. Here's all the legal things that I have to go through and make sure it happen. My world is what can be. Honestly, I believe that's what you want to. This is your 35-year project. It's your crowning jewel that you have worked on. And you have brought all these people together. And sir, I don't mean any disrespect when I look at it and I look at maps like that and say, to myself, what does a comprehensive plan mean when we say, here's areas that we shouldn't develop in, and now we are? You've created a development, you're comparing it to Babcock Ranch. I don't know if Babcock Ranch was built on wetlands or not. I think we're at the point, here's my problem with the road, Tad. You have been given the task of finding the best possible route through this. When I look at it, I don't see a road, I see a causeway. I see this raised thing to try and get us through the wetlands on the map that nobody likes that I just showed. It's a flooded area, it's water. How are we not stopping how is the road, the direction that you chose, how is that not stopping the flow of water?
Well, technically, any route through there is going to create a situation where you're separating water that's going to flow from one side to the other. So any alignment through this area is going to have a situation where you're potentially cutting that off. That said, it's our charge, our responsibility to make sure that we're not doing that, because we talked a little bit about it earlier today. The state rules require that we're not allowed to impede the flow of water. So while obviously we need to put roads in, we can't afford to bridge the entire length of this. We do much like we have out there at State Road 44 going to the west between New Smyrna Beach and DeLand. The dual ditch system, as Mr. LaMontagne had brought up, what that actually allows us to do is collect the water on the uphill side, on that outside ditch, bring it to a central location or a group of central locations, pipe it underneath or put a culvert, something along those lines that moves it from one side to the other, to the downstream side. And then that second outside ditch on the opposite side allows the water to spread back out like it did before the road was put in place and mimic the historic flow. So part of the reason we need the 200 feet as opposed to the typical 130 feet we'd use for a 4-lane roadway is that outside ditch that allows us to mimic the historic condition as much as possible and avoid creating situations where we are, in point of fact, damming up the water, so to speak, and provide the best situation, not just from a flood standpoint, but also the same situation as well as with the environmental aspects.
So after, I'm sorry, go ahead.
When we bifurcate a wetland, and you saw from the map, we have to. There's no way to get there without crossing a wetland. We want to make sure that one side is not drying out because it's not getting enough water, and the other side's flooding because it's getting too much water. We want that to be evened out. So that's whatever we would actually go ahead and put those pipe locations that will allow water to go from one side to the other.
So on the east side of the road, when the water goes through those pipes and it spreads out, as you have said, then where's it go? Because it hits 95 there, which is also a causeway.
Well, all we're really concerned with is what does our road affect in particular. After water right now already goes a certain direction, whether it goes west, goes east, goes north, south, whatever. It doesn't really matter to us. We want to make sure that when the road goes through, it's mimicking the current condition. I'm not there to try to fix somebody's flooding problem. I'm just trying to make sure that nobody else has a flooding problem.
That's my concern as well. Do you know, Glenn, you know how this has been developed? Where are we creating another bowl where we're going to trap water in there? And
No, absolutely not. I mean, don't forget.
How do you know?
First of all, the county regulates how the road is built. You get to decide how that road is built because it's now county jurisdiction. If you didn't approve this right of way, it could be somebody else. It could be it could be private, for instance, or it couldn't be built at all. But the bottom line is, again, the development will be built regardless. That's going to happen. That's already in process. We've worked with Edgewater. This is the future of Edgewater. The question is, do you want to complete your beltway or not? And so in this particular case, this system, this road, this stormwater system and everything else will be done to the highest possible standards. That's what you're going to have as a result of working together in advance. If you're trying to do what Brevard County did, which is try to put this alternate road along 95 too late, it's cost them a fortune. They've been having to condemn land. They've been having to try and piece together pieces of it. They can't get stormwater. It's a horror trying to do that, but they've got to do it because they've got such a problem with 95 being shut down. So that's one of the reasons why we like to work together decades in advance to try to solve problems, and we've done that. And again, I do want to recognize that your interpretation of the comp plan from the 70s is incorrect. It did encourage growth. It encouraged bad growth. Every one of those sites, nothing was preserved. Absolutely nothing was preserved. Every one of those sites allowed a house on it. It was just a question of what was the size of the ranchette. That was it. And when you had those ranchettes, you've seen them in different places where other timber companies left. You have these ranchettes, they're fenced, they're cleared, wetlands are cleared, no habitat corridors through there whatsoever. You know, your mobile home is put there and that's it. But that's not what this company wanted. And I have to applaud my clients for the years and years of working together with the environmental community to preserve this land, and it will be spectacular because that preservation is perpetual. And I am so proud of that.
Speaking of the word perpetual, wasn't this property supposed to be perpetual mitigation areas, and what happens to that now?
It is. That's part of the conservation easements. Those conservation easements are on this property now. All the area for the mitigation land, for the extra land we put in for a farm and local plan, all that really is in conservation now. We're going to be adding to it from the developable areas, which, by the way, when we planned this and working with national experts on the county and everyone else, we planned by first of all saying, where should the habitat corridors be? Now, where's the best places for development if you're going to have development? We picked those best places for development, not because it's close to the interstate, but because they're uplands, because they're out of the floodplain, et cetera. And those are the areas that were set aside and planned. But it's a regional plan. It's a plan that does take 50 years. And by working together, we've been able to create something special.
Okay. And see that therein lies my problem. I think there's areas in our county that we just should not develop in order to protect the wetland system.
But that becomes a taking, and somebody has to pay for that.
Pardon me?
If you say you can't use your land, I mean, this is the constitutional part of this. If you say you can't use your land, period, all this land here, we want to keep it.
No.
That's a taking.
No, it's not.
Especially for someone who's paying taxes on that land for over 100 years.
I'm not saying that. When they bought the land, it was agriculture and mitigation. Now they're asking for a change.
No, actually, when they bought the land, it was slated for development. When they bought this land in 1926, there was a railroad through it. There were several towns on it. It was looking like it was going to be the place where this was going to be. They changed it to have silviculture on it for decades and decades. Over time, the question was, do we allow this to be divided up and subdivided in ranchettes, which all the other timber companies did, or do we do something special where we have a legacy? They chose legacy even though it cost them a fortune, and even though they're giving up 75% of their land. That's important to me.
Okay. Let me end it with this for me. I'm sorry that we disagree here. Again, I know that it's been your life's work to do this. This will be your legacy. I'm assuming you did. I'm trying to consider future generations here because I'm seeing engineered approved developments all over the county where I have heard every time it's not going to cause flooding, it's not going to cause any problem, and we are flooding all over the county. I think we have to pause and look at what we're doing. We're talking about a road here. We're talking about a road through a parcel of land, thousands of acres, that, in my opinion, should have never been developed. I lost that, and I'm not going to regain it from this council. We're not going to undo that. You're going to win this vote today. It's going to be 4-1, and you already knew that coming in here. And I'm not trying to grandstand or make noise. My world is that I'm supposed to be a representative of the public, and the public keeps screaming to me, stop the way that we're growing and let's do it. So I can't vote for it. It's an area that I don't believe we should ever develop, and to put a road through it and say that That's going to bring in the great clean industry that we want. I hope you get a clean industry that doesn't mind coming into an area where we're filling in and draining wetlands again. That's where we are at this point in Volusia County. So with that, Ben Johnson and
Call
Danny
the
Rogers,
question.
are you still up here?
Call the question.
Okay. Krista, there's no reason for you to call the roll, so all in favor of the right-of-way agreement? Pardon me? Thank you, Ben. I don't know what I would do without you telling me what to do.
Mr. Chair,
All in
Mr.
favor?
Chair, you have been trying to tell us all the way along, and you sat here and lectured this, you lectured them, you disrespected them. So don't you sit here and disrespect this council when you are the one who are kind of stepping out on us. Don't want to hear this garbage.
I'm not disrespecting the council. I'm
I think your
talking
mama locked you in a hot
directly-
car when you were a kid.
Talking directly to you, and I don't think that Glenn Storch has met far more formidable foes than me, and I did not treat him with any disrespect.
I call the question.
And I wouldn't. And I was trying to call the vote. I paused because you asked me to, so that
Call the
Billy could
question.
be in here. All in favor of the right-of-way agreement for the extension of Williamson Boulevard, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye. And the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Item 20, fiscal year 22-23 core contract with the Florida Department of Health. Do you have anything controversial? Oh, thank God.
Oh, goodness. Bobby King, Community Services Department. This should be pretty easy. This is our annual core contract renewal. And next slide, please. So this year's contribution is made up of a couple of different sections. First of all, the state provides the typical health, environmental health services, communicable disease control services, primary care services, and the county in turn provides facilities and insurance coverage, maintenance for the facilities, rent, and things like that. Next slide, please. The total this year is $2.832079. That's just a slight bit less than last year. The breakout is $1.9 million in direct payments to the health department. The various operational expenses, making that up with rent, utilities, and things like that is about $773,000. And then we have one location that we provide in New Smyrna that's an in-kind contribution by the county. And that is it. If anybody has any questions for me or Mr. Civitelli, we're available.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Billy Wheeler, second by Vice Chair Gertman. Was that you, Barb?
It was me.
Any question, Ben Johnson?
That's still been left up from last time.
Barbara Gertman?
Thank you. So I'm interested to hear about the program, if that is going forward in New Smyrna with the sickle cell.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Yes, it is moving forward. We will have the first sickle cell infusion treatment center in the county. It'll be in New Smyrna Beach, and that was a collaboration that we worked out with the Sickle Cell Disease Foundation. And actually, it looks like other counties are going to start modeling the program after what we did here. So that looks like it's moving along well.
Thank you. I'm so pleased, and at least it's something I can leave behind, at least at this time, as far as getting that initiated. And I thank you for your efforts for that.
Thank you.
It means a lot. Former Councilwoman Joyce Cusack's nephew passed from sickle cell, and I had committed to her aunt, his mother, that we would do everything we could to try to get that service back in Volusia County. So I really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor of the 22-23 core contract with Florida Department of Health, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for your time. Item 21, fiscal year 21-22 revised budget year-end fund reconciliation and appropriation. Ryan Osowski.
Good afternoon,
Smile.
Council. Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you is the year-end budget cleanup for fiscal year 2022. There's several things that we're doing with this cleanup. Some of them are return of grant matches. Sometimes when we have grants, we have estimates for how much the match will be, and the grant will give us a little bit more funds, or the grant won't, the project under the grant won't cost quite as much, so the match that we previously transferred is in excess. It goes back to the fund that originally paid for it. You've got some hurricane appropriations for Hurricane Dorian and Irma. Both of those funds, they don't require any additional local match. However, there was additional projects that were completed during the year that the budgeted grant revenue needs to be included in the budget. You've got several Section 8 grant funds. We're actually breaking Section 8 into various parts and pieces. Part of our reconciliation for fiscal year 21 had us figure out that there's just too much complication with Section 8 being in one fund. So we're recommending to put it into several funds. It'll also align with some of the federal reporting we have to do. We have to report on these Section 8, these various programs under Section 8 separately. Some other funds are, for example, the Volusia Forever and also the airport customer facility charge. During FY22, we set up separate funds for those. In the instance of Forever, the new levy went into a new land management and a new land purchase fund. And the balance of the prior fund was being transferred to those new funds. We had underestimated when you came to the final calculation, when we did the original budget in 22, of what would be left over in 21. So this amends the 22 budget to get those funds over to their new home. The same thing applies with the airport customer facility charge. A couple other similar type ones would be the convention development tax, tourist development tax, and the sales tax transfer. As we mentioned during our budget presentations for FY23, we were able to increase our estimates for all of these revenue streams based off of how they were performing. When we increased our estimates, that was used to formulate the FY23 budget, but we did not yet amend the FY22 budget. So this is going back and fixing FY22's budget as well. Dory Schlossberg is actually similar to the airport customer facility charge in the Volusia Forever. We set up a separate fund for that. We used to account for that within the general fund. We're setting up a separate restricted special revenue fund so that those proceeds can easily be identifiable and trackable without having to keep separate spreadsheets inside the general fund. Probably the most notable thing on here is the sheriff's excess fees. The sheriff's excess fees were $10,671,944. The sheriff has a blended general fund for his purposes, which includes contributions from our municipal service district as well as from our general fund. We have calculated the excess portion of both of those so that the appropriate taxpayers receive the excess fees in the appropriate funds. In the MSD fund, the total was a little over $7,250,000 of that was already budgeted. $6.8 million will just go back into the reserves in the MSD. During the budget presentation, we talked about how the MSD has some reserves, and we gave some ideas for some projects. This will only further that ability for capital projects benefiting the unincorporated area. For the general fund, $2,744,626 was the amount of excess fees, $800,000 of which was already included in the FY22 budget to help balance the budget. The remainder of $1,944,000 is being recommended to be divided, skipped, it's 3.5 million, the 2.7 million is after the $800,000 deduction, because there's another $800,000 deduction for a couple facilities projects that the sheriff would like to move forward with. Our facilities team has met with him, and as long as they get the funding, they can do those projects for the sheriff, and the sheriff would like to use his excess fees to do those projects. The remaining 1.9 million would be transferred to the sheriff's helicopter fund to continue our savings for his future helicopter replacements, which would then reduce our future transfers out of the general fund's regular recurring budget, so that kind of advances our requirements. So it's a good thing to be able to use his excess fees for that, because it'll reduce our future burden. The Hurricane Ian fund is being established, and based off of our early numbers, our early estimates, we're estimating almost $4 million of local match will be required for Hurricane Ian. We don't yet have the numbers for Hurricane Nicole. Those will be budgeted in the FY23 budget, but we wanted to go ahead and get the local match established for the FY22 budget for Ian, so that those funds will be in place and it won't be an additional burden on the FY23 budget, because Hurricane Nicole will already be that burden. The last one would be the transfer to Votran. Due to the conclusion of negotiations between our contractor and the union that they work with, there are some additional costs to bring the drivers up to the $15 an hour, and we're recommending to go ahead and fund that with some of the FY22 reserves, so that the Votran fund will be won't be in the negative for the impact of those negotiations. And that concludes, unless I missed one or you have any questions.
Any questions? Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Robbins. Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Johnson. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And the resolution passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. 22.
I'm back.
Nice trip.
So, item 22 is a reappropriation of previous year's excess funds. So, the sheriff last year had excess fees for his FY21 budget. The council approved reappropriation to him in FY22 for the purchase of vehicles due to supply chain issues. A lot of those vehicles still have not come in yet, so he's asking for those FY21 monies that we reappropriated in 22 to further be reappropriated in 23, and that's what item 22 would do.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Robbins. Any questions? Why we have him here? All in favor say aye. And the resolution passes 5-0. Thank you. You are free to move about the cabin.
I'd be curious to see.
Item 23, a resolution adopting an invocation policy. Are you going to start with prayer?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Mr. Ryan has spent some time on kind of writing a policy that on invocations that really largely reflects what we're already doing. I'd like, if it's okay, just have him walk through what it would involve and take any questions that you would have.
So again, if you look at the policy itself, the resolution has a lot of findings that essentially walk through the constitutional history for how we are, well, where we are. And then the policy itself has its intent section, which again is keeping in line with the constitutional general ideas. The timing is that the invocation will be set before the quasi-judicial matters to try to keep there to be some sort of barrier between those two. The speaker selection policy is essentially what we already do right now. It's where the chair himself recognizes that if there's any member of faith groups that want to be added to the rotation, they'll be added to that rotation. And then staff will go down in order trying to find out who's available and who's not, try to work that out. Again, it's very much like what we already do. There's going to be a section about the content of the invocation. And we're not trying to regulate the content itself, but we are strongly recommending that it not disparage any faith, claim there's only one way of salvation. Essentially, the invocation itself is to, for the benefit of the council, and to recognize the dignity and the solemnity of the decisions you're about to make that day. And finally, there's an agenda disclaimer, which essentially would indicate essentially what we already talked about. Any opening invocation that is offered prior to the deliberation of county council business shall be the voluntary offering of a private person to and for the sole benefit of the county council. The views or beliefs expressed by the invocation speaker have not been previously reviewed or approved by county council and county staff, and the county is not allowed by law to endorse the religious or non-religious beliefs or views of such speakers. Persons in attendance are welcome to stand recognition should they so wish, though such invitation is no way construed as a demand, order, or command. And essentially, this is in keeping with what we're already doing. Any questions? Anything I can help you with?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, add that the City of Jacksonville was involved in some litigation involving their invocation policy and in federal court, and it went up on appeal to the 11th Circuit. It decided it in favor of the city in late September, so it's all very recent. So occasionally you will see litigation involving invocation policies, but what we have put forth to you is really our observation of what we've seen courts do in practice. It reflects what we're already doing, except it has in a resolution form that you have approved, which courts, I know in Jacksonville, the courts seem to rely heavily on that. It gave some recognition that the city had a policy adopted by their governing body. And the second thing is just to clarify, in the event you would have a member of the clergy or thought community that was unable to come at a particular meeting, that a moment of silence be observed. Basically, staff and the council members would not be given a prayer, which seems to be how the courts are hitting in our interpretation of it.
Exactly, and specifically practical law, one of the instruments that we use, that's advice for government attorneys by government attorneys, recommends that as a course of action. Their suggestion is if no one, one of our list of prayer givers is available to come, then a moment of silence is the recommendation.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I would like you to go again over the content.
Yes. I can do that. No member of the county council or county staff shall engage in any prior inquiry, review, or involvement in the content of any invocation. In other words, go on, you asked something?
Well, yeah, I thought I heard you say that they should not express something like salvation or whatever. But if we have it open to any religion, doesn't that allow them to whatever to say?
Well, that's how we get in hot water, is if it becomes an entanglement between church and state. If it seems as though the purpose of the invocation is to try to convert someone to a different faith, that's where we potentially get into hot water as far as that goes. So we recommend to basically do what the recent cases have allowed.
And basically where we are now is, number one, the City of Jacksonville case did confirm that invocations before governing bodies such as yourself are valid. And there's a long tradition of doing that in this country. Some courts have said that some of the content, if it were demeaning to one religion over another, or trying to convert individuals at that proceeding, that kind of crosses a line.
Okay, so now I've got to clear this up. Yeah, so you mean someone from a Baptist church could come in and they're not allowed to pray in Jesus' name?
Sure.
They can or they cannot?
They can. That's not what I'm referring to.
Okay. But we're not. I get that. I just wanted to make sure that each level, each faith denomination could have their own prayer freely.
They can.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't mean for them to come up forward and
and this is one of those, I think the City of Jacksonville decision was about 75 pages.
Yeah, it's not a short,
so
I have roughly this much.
If you ever have insomnia, read one of these invocation cases.
Yeah, Billy, I appreciate you asking that, because I had no problem with it until I heard you say it, and then not that you did a bad job, I'm glad that you read what was there. But I think we both heard the same thing, that you can't say anything about only one way to heaven, I think, or one way to salvation, you said. And the Constitution is really, really thin on church and state, but it's pretty heavy on the right to speech and the First Amendment. And I don't know how in the world we would ever police that. I don't know if we're going to interrupt somebody when they're praying if they,
That was actually kind of what happened in the Jacksonville case. In fact, it was where someone, and this didn't involve them choosing a specific religion, but involved them basically campaigning. They'd chosen somebody to give an invocation who was essentially saying that one of the city council members was not to be trusted, etc. And they cut
In
their
their
mic.
prayer?
In their prayer.
Oh.
And they cut their mic. And what the court looked at was whether it was government speech. And there were really three kind of, government speech we have much more leeway versus a public forum. And they looked at the history, as Mike brought up, whether it's something that is deeply rooted in American history. And something that case looked at was the fact that in the 1774 Constitutional Convention, they actually decided they were going to have a chaplain on staff to open every discussion with an invocation to kind of bless the thought process. The other thing they looked at is endorsement, whether it's something that's often closely identified with the public mind of the government. And then finally, control, whether again, it's something that you're making the invitation, you're calling them out there, you're asking them to make it for the benefit of the council themselves. So we tried to thread that needle as well as we could with this policy.
Well, and thank you. I know that your goal is to protect our privilege to do this. We think it's important. And if, this morning we had a Buddhist, and his meditation was, he was a Buddhist Baptist, but his meditation was fine. It was not offensive to anybody. And I think that's what we hope continues, and you're trying to protect that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can we have another invocation after lunch? We need more Jesus in here, it seems like.
We'll take a look at it for you, Mr. Robbins.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the motion by Johnson, second by Wheeler? All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good, nice work. Item 24, sponsorship request from the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 1048, for their second annual golf tournament. No, go.
Finish it up. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Mr. Chair, as you were mentioning, item 24 is the sponsorship request from Vietnam Veterans of America, and they're applying through they're partnering actually with their statewide foundation, which is a 501c3, Florida Vietnam Veterans Assistance Foundation. The proceeds would go to support programs assisting veterans and their families in Volusia County, and they go on to specifically state that their ceremonial type of activities that they do. They do they present the flag and honor the memories of the fallen colleagues at funerals, and they have also been actively engaged in assisting efforts post-hurricanes Ian and Nicole. They're asking for $1,500. It'll be the second time that we've sponsored this event. We did it last year once. So.
Do I have a motion? Wake up. Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 5-0. 25, Kevin Captain, Community Events Update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the community events update, first one is going to be the farm tour, which is this Friday. If anyone's interested, they can contact UF IFAS, or they can call 386-822-5778. And again, to remind everybody, if you're interested in the farm tour, it's self-guided. You drive to the farms, and there are farms on the east side and on the west side. So good thing to check it out. And Veterans Services, we've got the Veterans Wall of Fame that we will unveil December the 6th. And we also have, again, a reminder of the stand down event that is also this Friday. So that there's a lot of activities that are happening on that stand down event. It's at 1845 Holsenbach, which is the building of the health department. There'll be haircuts, COVID vaccines, benefit information, career resources, educational resources, a little bit of everything. So again, a reminder for the stand down. Also like to just put a shout out to Susie Peace and Lisa Lewis. Just wanted to remind that there is a election sign recycling event November the 19th and 20th at the fairgrounds. So this has just been a great initiative that Ms. Peace has been pushing to make sure that we recycle those signs. And then lastly, this we just kind of snuck in to make sure that you're aware about it, the Light Up Volusia. It is the, I believe it's the 12th annual event. It'll be from 3 to 6 on December the 3rd. There's, I think, 2,300 lights that are going to be on this tree and over 1,200 ornaments. So, and I think Councilwoman Wheeler is going to, she's going to be Clark Griswold and turn on the switch, right? So that's something to keep in mind if you don't have anything going on the 3rd. That'll be a fun event. It's also geared also for children. There's children activities, and it's free. So, and I do want to also mention too, before we close the events, as you know, Larry Arrington, the former county manager for Volusia, who served from 1995 to 2000, he recently passed away, and his wife Dale is very grateful for the county to recognize his life. And Pat Northey would like to make sure council, the public is aware of basically just a non-formal celebratory event at the Elusive Grape on the 28th at 5 p.m. And so keep that in mind if you're interested, and that's just a small event to really recognize Mr. Arrington. With that, that's the events. Any questions?
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
Which takes us to item 26, and Russ Brown, an update, 7th extension of declaration of local emergency for Hurricane Ian.
Yes, sir, and also the 2nd extension of declaration of local emergency for Hurricane Nicole. So Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. You have the, as the chair mentioned, the 7th extension for the declaration of local emergency for Hurricane Ian, that we're still dealing with the aftermath, and obviously the 2nd extension for the declaration of Hurricane Nicole. The reason it's the 2nd is we extended by 1 day yesterday, the chair on behalf of the council, that local emergency so we could get it on the same 7-day cycle as long as they're both needed for Ian and Nicole. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And after this, I believe the chair, the manager and staff is going to update the storm.
Right, correct. Okay. Any questions or a motion? Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. Any questions for Russ? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And now we have a couple of appointment items. Item 27, District 1 and District 4, appointments to the Code Enforcement Board, which is a very
Mr. Brower,
important one.
I think prior to the board appointments, Kevin was prepared to give an update on Hurricane Nicole.
Or do you want to wait to the end?
I think it would be best tied in with this right now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is just a quick update on the Hurricane Nicole. So obviously, as we know, the destruction it far surpassed Ian in terms of dollars, and it has really significantly damaged our coast with greater than 10-foot breaking waves, and the destruction is unprecedented. It seems like we've been using that word a lot, but certainly devastating, and it's definitely wrecked our beach profile. So just go over a couple of things that we did here with community information, and then I'll pass it to Mr. Bartlett and Mr. Judge to talk about public works response and emergency management. So I just want to shout out to our team, because we could not have done what we were able to do without this community information team. We did 15 news releases, sending to over 600 different media related individuals and outlets, 37 social media posts that reached over close to 1.5 million, and several hundred updates to our PIN site, which is volusia.org/PIN. We did 4 live news conferences, which reached nationally. Over 4 million viewers were reached with those. And also we were able to target messaging, and we were able to do this through Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, and Mr. Chair, even just an example of the message that you provided to us, we were able to target that message to that geographic area. That's kind of one of the nice things that we're able to do with social media. And also we've been trying to use, obviously, video with as much as possible, and just want to put a shout out to Jessica Fentress and also to AJ Miller with Beach. They were able to provide a great short little video for us for each of the storms, and it is amazing the amount of reach that those videos got. Jessica's over 50,000 views, and AJ's in just a matter of a few days. We put it on Friday, and by Sunday it was already 37,000 views. So we're very, very happy about the tremendous organic growth that's occurring with our platform. So with that, we also encourage people to follow us. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on Instagram, on YouTube. It's County of Volusia. And during an emergency such as this, we try to use the emergency management Facebook as the primary source for information. So we really encourage people to go and sign up for that emergency management Facebook page, as well as the app. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bartlett.
Good afternoon. So obviously it's been a tough week for everyone, especially for our folks that were out there working the storm. You know, we talked about how this storm would affect the beach, knowing that what had happened during Ian. And, you know, this, I guess it's the most famous bathroom in Volusia County right now, considering Mr. Cantor's location. But it's kind of indicative of what we suffered as far as county assets go, where we had some damage or you know, certain amount of damage, maybe less than 50%, and then Nicole came in and finished it off. So we saw this kind of theme play out over you know, a lot of our assets, our parks, for instance. You know, Peck Park, we had some undermining of some pavers during Ian, and then Nicole took out the seawall, and now, you know, the bathroom buildings cantilevered over the coast. So that's kind of just indicative of some of the damage that we've experienced. You know, we were looking around $15+ million of damage to our coastal assets during Ian. Pretty much double that now. You know, add another $15 to $16 million on top of that for Nicole. You know, beach access ramps, same kind of theme there. Some damage. Some of them were complete losses. Some of them were minor to moderate damage that we thought we could repair and get up and running, and now they're just total losses. So we're still assessing those access points, and we're working with beach safety on getting some of these access points up so we can get folks on the beach in safe areas where there's, you know, no debris or limited debris, and making sure that when in fact we do open those areas up, it's safe for people to return, because people do want to go to the beach. We understand that, and we're working very hard to make that happen. And then, you know, we worked with our growth and resource management folks as well to have extended office hours, you know, as far as getting permits. People need access to the beach. We're working on ensuring that goes, and providing an updated list to growth and make sure they understand and they can relay to the folks where and when and how. You know, there might be a beach access ramp that you can get on with heavy equipment, but might not necessarily be able to get on with a regular vehicle. So we're keeping that tally going and making sure everybody's in the loop so people can get on and get to the business of recovering and assessing and removing their personal items that may or may not have gone to the beach. Then outside of the coast, Nicole wasn't a huge issue regarding the rest of the county in terms of, it definitely wasn't a wind event. We didn't see a significant amount of debris or anything. We had a few trees come down that Road and Bridge took care of. We did experience some pretty significant tidal flooding, as evident by, and it really was the Halifax River that staged up significantly and affected areas along Beach Street and kind of areas we expected to see with that level of surf that that was forecasted. We didn't get the rain. We got about 3 to 4 inches of rain countywide, which, during Ian, we got 20 inches of rain, and then with the tidal surge associated with Ian, the water couldn't get out, hence the flooding. We do have some, areas, even with 3 to 4 inches, with as saturated as the ground is, we still have some areas that experience some flooding, minor flooding or yard flooding, or even some structure flooding. But it wasn't the rain event that, thankfully, if there was a silver lining, that was it. It wasn't the rain event that we were possibly going to get. So long story short, we got a long road to hoe here, and, our coastal staff, our public works staff, everybody's dedicated to, we had our kickoff meeting, our scoping meeting with FEMA for Hurricane Ian yesterday, as a matter of fact. So that's kind of, there was some discussion in there about with the storms back to back. So obviously it's a unique situation, but we have a lot of experienced folks that have worked through multiple storms that understand what we got to do to maximize that reimbursement and get everybody hopefully made whole again. So with that, I will turn it over, unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over to Jim Judge, Emergency Management.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, council members. Jim Judge with Public Protection. Well, we had a subtropical low-pressure system that is when cold air meets warm air, and then we get that kind of a system, not unusual to even happen around the country. But then as the warm air began to win over the cold air, then it began to gather those tropical characteristics, tropical storm, and then, of course, Hurricane Nicole that came in just north of Vero Beach around the Titusville area. It was a challenging system for the National Weather Service, as was Ian, until it formed that low pressure or that circulation under the tropical storm. We really didn't know where the thing was going to go. We did have 45 to 55 mile an hour sustained winds around the county. We did have gusts of 60 miles an hour. Daytona Beach had a 70 mile per hour gust, and rainfall was 5.5 to 6 inches around the county. We did have a couple of inches as this system moved forward, but we did see Beach Street. I was actually down there with Director Swanson as that water was coming up over the seawall and rushing down Speedway and then off to Beach Street was pretty impressive. But we didn't have the flooding in Midtown and areas in New Smyrna that had been so impacted by Ian. And then, of course, the 2 to 3 foot storm surge with 12-foot waves, high tide, full moon, worst conditions all coming together. Power outages, we had just over 12,000 with Duke, 26,000 with Florida Power and Light, 8,000 with New Smyrna, but really it came back on fairly quickly in just about 24 hours. We did have 3 shelters open, initially 4, but University High School wasn't needed, so we closed that down. We had Creekside was general population, had 126 folks in there. Hinson and Heritage were our special needs shelters. Health Department, of course, once again did an incredible job, as did Animal Control with looking after the animals in those shelters, as they were all pet friendly. And then, of course, Larry Bartlett with his crew just the other day, they had about 40 individuals in there ready to go. And we now have over $522 million from Nicole. When they first handed me that form, quite honestly, I thought that was an update from Ian. And I couldn't believe how quickly they got those numbers coming in. And then if you take the $481 million from Ian, over $1 billion in 2 storms, only 43 days apart. And then, of course, the Emergency Operations Center, it was a fantastic facility, continues to be, and it worked very, very well with us. We had lots of folks in there doing all the communication and coordination, so that, again, went very well. Our Citizen Information Center, can't say enough about county staff, days, nights, working very well, and we literally just shut that down last evening, and the phone calls now are minimal, so we're handling that with EM staff. But we had almost 3,000 phone calls over that period of time coming into the Citizen Information Center. So again, that worked exceptionally well. And then again, our Managers Advisory Group, these where the decisions are made. We, of course, put the local state of emergency together for Nicole, mandatory evacuations on the east side. The sheriff put a curfew in place, but then also communication with our municipalities, the National Weather Service, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, and so many others that we worked on throughout that event. And then, of course, just a couple notes. We've had Glenn Irish has been our FEMA representative all the way back since about a week before Irma made landfall. Glenn is being demobilized. We have Dennis Orbis coming in today. And also our intergovernmental affairs, Maria Figueroa, is being replaced with Haley Cassidy. Kevin and I are going to go meet these folks tomorrow to welcome them and get them up to speed. And of course, Astor is still a problem. We have just gone down from major flood stage in Astor to moderate flood stage, just literally right below that major. But then DeLand and Lake Harney continue to be at moderate flood stage, and hopefully in the coming days, we'll see that begin to move on out. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Barbara Gertman?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask staff, and I'm not sure who can but I had residents reach out about, I guess, our walkover versus the seawalls and any relationship between the two, and at least a discussion around that.
Well, we can, we're gonna have to look at that. You know, there's the issue out on the beach is there is an inconsistency with seawalls and then gap areas. A wall actually creates an eddy at the end of the wall that then eats away at anything that doesn't have a wall. So that's really what starts. So when you look at, like, say, one of our walkovers that's over a natural dune type area, if there's a wall next to it, then the eddies will eat away at that area and then will eventually come behind their own wall. And then that's where some of the, I think, complaints are coming from. A properly done wall has a turn back to the landward side. But this storm, of course, was so much bigger than anything we've ever had that eventually it got behind those walls. So we'll have to look at how we could have some consistency. We have done this in the past where people have, instead of turning back upland, they've worked together on either side of us and brought those walls across our particular right of way. And we may have to look at some sort of a plan like that in the future. But that's being studied really as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I just had for you, is there still a shelter available on the east side?
No, ma'am, we haven't had any requests for anything. We were working with South Daytona, Daytona Beach Shores rather, on the castaways, but that's big for those folks to
Okay, because we had Red Cross was asking about it.
Right, I had a call from Red Cross last night asking about, saying that they had residents reaching out to them, so I didn't know if anybody had any communication.
Not that we're aware of at all. Matter of fact, we reached out to the Red Cross. I spoke with Tim Riddle this morning. We just don't know of anyone out there that's needing any sheltering right now.
Wow. Well, I'll provide you with the contact that reached out to me last night, and
be happy
at
to make
least if we
contact.
give her a call and, oh, okay, okay.
Probably the same lady we reached out to this morning.
LaTanya?
I believe that was it, yes. ma'am.
Okay, okay.
But we'll check again. I had Tom Cisco checking earlier again to make sure
Okay.
that there wasn't anything we had missed. But we
All right.
weren't aware of anyone out there that needed
There
a place to
wasn't,
go.
thank you.
George Richtenwald.
I was just going to add, earlier today, Andy Kelly had mentioned about the homeless. We do offer sheltering for the homeless and did during both of these storms. The bridge here in DeLand took homeless. The First Step Shelter took homeless people in. And then under our sheltering plans, we have always worked to find places for the homeless and did, of course, during Ian and this last storm. And one of the schools took, I think, about a busload of them the last night of the storm. So we do that, and we have a plan. He mentioned the cold weather sheltering. We use that model and to help provide the homeless with shelter.
Before you start, Jim, you mentioned Lake Harney. Did 46 flood this time?
No, I don't believe it did. We didn't see any flooding out there.
Access road to Lake Harney?
There were even Taylor Road, I think there were.
Yeah, I looked at the river levels. The level in Lake Monroe dropped to about 6.5, and it came up a spike to about 7, and then dropped to about 6.8 where it's plateaued. So we're not at a level where any of those roads are still underwater. That's high enough to still have some water in Stone Island and places like that. So the river quit receding, spiked up a little bit during the rain, and then it's plateaued, and then now it's falling again, but didn't get, again, we just didn't get the same amount of rain that we got.
So it's done rising?
It appears. I looked at it this morning, actually. It's it kind of did this, kind of did this number and then slowly plateaued and looks to be falling.
How did Lemon Bluff do?
I haven't heard any reports on Lemon Bluff whether it went underwater, but all accounts I heard from Road and Bridge is that outside of a few minor areas, we didn't really see any water over the roads.
One more sec. Can you back way up to some of the pictures you had on the beach? I wanted to ask. No, it was an approach.
I got it.
I know that probably all of us have that one. Probably all of us have spent time on the beach. I know I talked to George while I was there. He was there. I know Billy has been there. But anyway, we're all looking at seawalls, what worked and what didn't. I'm wondering, this is approach, so it's a little bit different. And the seawall was tied into our approach. Have you noticed areas where all the seawalls aren't consistent? They'll go in and come out. Sometimes there isn't any. We know that the gaps are bad. But have you seen destruction on seawalls where there's one that goes in that's not out as far as the two adjoining seawalls? Are they also creating?
I mean, a lot of it, it's in a lot of ways it's random, but in a lot of ways it depends on the age and the type of construction. I mean, we were out yesterday on the sand, and in fact, it was this one right here, this area. We were right here yesterday, and they had concrete sheet piles that were split in half. I mean, you can see the rebar sticking up.
Yeah.
So I think, in situations where there's gaps, that can create a vulnerability. I think in this particular storm, you saw waves going over the seawalls. So, that even if it's a rigid, long seawall, you get them coming over, and proper maintenance of seawalls is always a concern, because they do require maintenance and things like that. So, if the water gets over and then starts washing that material and undermining it, the minute there's nothing behind it, it becomes vulnerable. If it's slamming against the toe and it comes underneath, it becomes vulnerable. So in a lot of ways, there's no rhyme or reason, but the newer ones fared a lot better.
Is there any seawalls where the waves didn't go over? I mean, we had 18-foot waves at times.
No. I mean, there's restrictions, and I could, Clay and them could probably speak a little better to, there's height restrictions on them,
no, waves, not walls.
Yeah, waves going over. I'm saying there's height restrictions on the wall, so
yes.
I don't think there was any that were high
that
enough.
Weren't breached.
Right.
Yeah. George.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on his. That's apparently my little marker's not working as well, but you can see in that picture, there's a line there, kind of at the bottom left-hand corner, you see some blocks. I walked that particular area, which it's hard to see, but he's correct. There's actually a wall laying down under that sand, or it's been broken off. So that area had a seawall. It just didn't last. And there were, again, different designs. Not far from there was a fiberglass seawall with a concrete cap that was intact. And So there, again, definitely there's issues when there's a hole or a gap. But there were actually areas too that were just older and maybe not maintained. I talked to a resident that they were angry at their neighbor because they knew the neighbor had not maintained the seawall. There was a small hole in it that eventually ate up onto their property as well. So, you know, there's not going to be easy answers, but we are certainly working with the DEP, the DEM, on what we can do. So, in fact, our staff's been out there with them. I think Suzanne and Jessica spent time last night with the Secretary of DEP. The Secretary of Emergency Management is also here, and they're looking at, you know, maybe temporary measures that can be taken to help do some level of protection to give people time, because these things are going to take engineering. I can't stress enough the importance of people getting with an engineer with experience in seawalls and structures, and then working with a contractor that does the same thing. This is not something that you want them to be their first time building a wall. So, but I can't emphasize that enough. But what we're hearing and what we're seeing is, if, you know, the DEP is embedded with us right now, if they need a workable application so that they can start the process of getting people back. And to that, I wanted to point out, hopefully it got passed out, the governor did come through quickly over the weekend. We did have the opportunity, Jessica in particular, spent time, but we all were able to, myself, Suzanne, Jessica, Ben, and Kevin and his team's work to get him good views, videos like we showed. We pressed our case on what things we needed, and you know, I think it was very fruitful, and that's why you have the Secretary of the DEP here with us. So to that end, I did write a letter to the governor's office thanking him for coming out and for what they have committed. And we did have an ask that we attached, very specific technical issues that we'd like them to consider. In conversations, and Suzanne can jump in, with the Secretary, some of the emergency orders that have already been passed will probably cover some of these specific things that we have asked for. But again, these were to be in addition to whatever they have already put out an emergency order. So, Suzanne, is there anything you would like to add to that?
I would only add that in discussions with Secretary Hamilton, the DEP Secretary yesterday evening, and Alex Reed, who is his Director of the Office of Resilience and Coastal Protection. They are the group that permits armoring and other activities along the beach. I re-emphasized the need for clarity for our residents on how the emergency final order applies to the reconstruction of damaged structures, as well as the reconstruction and placement of new seawalls on vulnerable structures. They were both receptive. I asked some direct questions, which they promised answers to quickly. And I urged them that if all of these issues were not under the interpretation of the existing emergency final order that had already been issued after Hurricane Ian, our request for a supplemental order remains on the table, and they understand that. I'll only double down, I think, with Mr. Rechtenwald's comment. Coastal engineers working directly with the Department of Environmental Protection, who are hosting office hours in our community at 440 South Beach Street, is the absolute best way for property owners to get clarity to their issues. I know I heard in last evening's community meeting a request to not have to hire engineers and for others to come in and engineer for them. Every property is going to be unique. A template of a seawall for one property, I don't believe, is going to be anything they can use to secure that armament on their property. I know some properties sought assistance from the DEP after Ian, but before Nicole, where they, at least by their accounts, were not deemed vulnerable. Certainly conditions have changed along the coastline in the intervening week, and I urge them to be trying to take advantage of the emergency final orders standing. It is an opportunity for our coastal owners to get the permits they need rapidly with prepared and complete applications. We did hear unsolicited stories, even the day that Nicole hit, of engineers who were able to get very rapid approvals from the local DEP staff, but couldn't secure the materials and contractors to get those protections in place. We will certainly have northeasters and other wave action events this winter, unfortunately, so we all need to work as rapidly as we can. The Florida Department of Environmental Management, I think through the commitments of the governor, are looking to deploy temporary measures as permitted by DEP. They talked about tiger dams and very large sandbag placements known by different trade names. I think whatever we can get the FDEM, the State Department of Environmental Management, to do with the permission of property owners, they will have to secure easements from the upland owners, will only be helpful for the next several months to try to get us through this winter.
And so I would like permission to go ahead, if the council approves, to send that letter to the governor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Council, Billy, you want to ask a question before I call for a vote on that?
Yeah, I mean, we can go ahead and do that, and then I'll ask my question, because it has,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see this letter sent. There's a lot of things in here that we've discussed that should be in here. No, it's this 2 pages that you didn't get. I think you're including this with the letter?
Yeah, it should have been passed out, if it didn't, okay. There should be.
The amended FDEP.
The one sheet is another letter for one in my time, but the two-sheeter should be to Mr. DeSantis, and then there was 2 additional sheets with the DEP, amended FDEP EFO request specific to Volusia County. So.
Right. On the second page, other considerations, is that going with
Yes.
this too? Good,
Yes.
because especially
And
they're all important, but the top one is real.
It is, and we did go over this in the meeting with the secretary and the governor as well. So they'll be seeing us for the second time.
One other question for me, I'm sorry, Billy, modifications of FWC interpretation of rock, is that speaking of coquina as well?
That could be any type of rock material, granite, coquina, et cetera. The issue, as it's been explained to county staff, is not an objection by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, but by the Florida Wildlife Commission, concerned with in Endangered Species Act issues, and we've engaged them on that issue. If in our question we ask if the toe of a rock revetment was at the same easterly location as a seawall, wouldn't the impact on sea turtles, for example, be the same? The impacted area would be at the same eastern line. They promised to take that concern to FWC and try to get some clarity on that. As I understand it, that's been the obstacle at the state level.
Okay, good. I hope there's progress on that, because I don't want to see our homeowners become an endangered species. And I don't mean to sound facetious, but if we put coquina rock down there, we've seen it for years. It gets covered by sand pretty quick. And right now, there's not going to be a turtle able to lay an egg on the beach for years, because we don't have a beach. There's no sand. There's no soft sand. And we need something to catch the sand coming up. I think the governor approved $20 or $30 million for sand, and that'll take a bite out of it. Huh?
That's for Florida. That's not for just us.
That's for the state?
Yes, that's correct. So
That's a drop in the bucket.
we continue to,
Well, we
need
actually heard
several
that's for 4 counties.
4 counties.
That's
But
for
still.
not the entirety of the state, but for 4 counties. That Volusia is one. We're hopeful and have been told that does not need to be equitably distributed. It can be distributed in a heavier amount for Volusia County, and it would be intended for sand placement at hopefully no cost to the county.
If we had a dredge, would it be possible to get a permit from Army Corps of Engineers to dredge? Because all of our sand is offshore now. We could get it back.
That is an outstanding question, and one that Jessica Fentress has spoken to council about on a couple of occasions. We have a new START project request pending with the Army Corps of Engineers, and that is the only way to have the Army Corps of Engineers do placement of sand on the beaches, is either from an offshore sand or otherwise location. We're hopeful that Congress will pass a supplemental bill for Hurricane Ian, where we've also requested that the Volusia County Army Corps project be considered outside the normal process for approving Army Corps projects. That is really the only way to get federal involvement in sand nourishment, but it is undoubtedly the very best way for the county to receive sand nourishment, because with the Army Corps projects, should future storms take the sand back into the ocean, they would come in and replace them at their cost. It's almost an insurance policy when you have a federal sand nourishment project. The only other federal way of getting sand placement is through FEMA for a 6 cubic yard per foot emergency dune. However, they won't and cannot place them anywhere where the high tide is repeatedly coming to either the base of a seawall or the base of a dune, because 6 cubic yards per foot is not a very large dune, and it would literally disappear in days, maybe 2 weeks. So we're talking about a more significant amount of sand through Army Corps projects, and we're working hard to try to get the Army Corps to engage with us. They will be dredging Ponce Inlet. They are scheduled in fiscal year 23. We heard earlier this morning a comment from a speaker about the navigation hazards for fishermen. That is one of the reasons why they are very adamant about staying on track with the 23 dredging. That project, however, only permits the near shore placement of the sand that they dredge. In other words, they would put it in the shallow surf, not on the beach at or above the mean high water line. We have asked if they could look at placement instead of in the near shore up on the dry beach. That may be challenging to get amended by next spring when they're starting that project. but we're going to continue to advocate for that. Regardless, whether it's in the near shore or above the near shore, that will add sand volume onto our beaches, and it is a positive for us. But it is independent from the New Start project that the council approved as part of your budget, put some ARPA money towards, and what we'll be advocating for in the supplemental Hurricane Ian bill at Congress.
Yeah, so first of all, I was going to bring up some of this stuff during the comments at the end, but this is absolutely the right place. This is my district, the majority of it that got hit, and in fact, the shores and the Wilbur probably got hit the very worst, and that's right out my back door. We keep, and I can't blame staff on this or whatever, but we keep saying, saying we'll have the dredging in 23, or we're in line, we're talking with them about this. What can we do as council members? I know I've been calling my representatives and thinking, how can we get them to understand this is today, or we needed it yesterday? This waiting process, I've got an entire little town of Wilbur by the Sea that had a meeting last night, and it breaks your heart. I mean, it absolutely breaks your heart. And so here's one of the things, that they pleaded for can we get a list of all the places that have sand? They're calling around trying to find sand. Can we get lists for them to go with for contractors? Can we put out a paper out there and say, hey, if you're a contractor and your license, let's see your license, can we get a list so these people have the access? They're getting sent every which way. And in some areas, and the chair was there last night also, in some areas they're getting different messages. And they're frustrated, they're worn out, because every single hour of the night when that surf hits the sand of their 30-foot cliff, it's going out. There's just got to be something that permitting. They were even saying they were just having to go into so many areas. Is there a way that we can fine-tune this for them to help them? Here's a list of places you can get sand. Here's a place. Can we help them in any way financially? I know that sounds horrible because we're hit so terribly, and anybody who's thinking about rollback for next year, forget that for a long time. And I'm saying that as I'm going out the door, but the needs are now. The needs are now. And I do want to comment on Clay being there last night. We had him front and center with this group of people that had their homes that are sitting on cliffs, and they got passionate at times, and he was amazing. He never, he kept them calm, and he answered the questions. He was called a robot at one time, but the pain is so deep with these people, and their nerves and their emotions are shot. And this is a huge economic impact on us too. I mean, not just them, but us. When you're talking about the revenue, some of those homes I know I looked up are paying $20,000 in taxes. Mm-hmm. They're going to be off of our. There's just got to be something that we can do that help them. One central area that they can get here's your list. Here's the things you can go by. That's one of the things they were pleading for. Wasn't that very clear last night? Absolutely. They needed that.
And that's a direct ask that I gave the Secretary of the DEP, the Governor, and the Secretary of Transportation. I've talked to all of them about helping us identify more sand sources, sand mines, maybe even areas where there would be a likelihood of finding beach compatible sand. They were going to look at that, and I think that right now the closest we got to the one-stop shopping is at 440 Beach Street, where you'll have the DEP representative there, and they do have a list of approved mines. Unfortunately, there's not many, and I think the closest is probably Flagler County, and I'm not sure the capacity that's in that mine. But I asked that very thing.
Involved.
Absolutely, trucking trucking.
Is there a way that we can get sand in here and so they have it at one spot? I don't know. I'm just trying to think outside of the box. It's going to cost us one way or the other. You know, I mean, is there resources that we can get, even with having the FEMA on Beach Street? They still have to go through the county for things. So again, do we need to have another meeting in that vicinity
That is
at
a county.
Wilbur?
That's the county. The county's there with DEP. They're together at Beach Street. That's so you would have the county and the DEP next to each other in a room. Some of the other engineers, contractors, I asked for the same thing, lists from the Department of Transportation. My understanding, there are quite a few engineers entering the market now. So we'll find out what more we can hand out and give to those people. I think the thing that I opened with in terms of we really have to concentrate with the DEP and DEM about some protective action down on the beach to buy time.
Yes.
Because even if a person has the wherewithal, has their engineering, you've got to go secure the wall. And these aren't something you're going to go down to Home Depot and get.
And George, and some of those places had started with the first hurricane. They were starting to build their wall, and they had the stuff already there, and it was just gone. It's gone again, and now they've got the expense of starting all over again and losing more.
Yeah, it couldn't have been worse in terms of the timing. To have two back-to-back hurricanes is cruel, and but that is what happened. And but I talked to the governor. I talked to the team that was there specifically. Take a concrete, if you wanted to put a concrete seawall back, which concrete sheet pile. If you were to be pouring them right now out on the ground, that's how they do it. It would take 28 days for that to cure. Then you'd have to truck it here. You have to put it in the ground. So this is not something that will get resolved quickly. And I also worry about our own. I want to, not be gloom and doom, but our own parks, our own ramps. It's going to take time. One thing I want to say is, it might have brushed over. I think Ben said it, but they just had the FEMA meeting for Ian yesterday. Yeah. See, that was for Ian, for us. So I don't know when we're going to get the Nicole FEMA meeting. And
I'm sure that every person up here is certainly thinking about all of our parks, and we want people to be able to have access on the beach. However, we've got homeowners that don't even want them on the beach because they're tracking over what's left of their dunes, and they're sitting there and watching every tide.
Like what we did at Tornado, some of our help might be in the form of providing staging areas and some other places for materials to get stored. Because as you look at this picture here, obviously there's no room. Yeah. So
they did ask last night if they could use Tornado as a staging area so they could have different groups. It was absolutely heart-wrenching, and Clay, you can attest to that. It was just heart-wrenching, and not to mention all the condos. And then I did take a ride on Air One and went all up and had them go up and down my coastline, and literally I've just been sick with the grief for them. This is catastrophic, and like I said, the urgency, all of us saying we're working on this, we're working on that, and we are. Our staff has been amazing, and the shores can do nothing but rave about how the staff has just jumped right in and helped in every way. But there's just got to be some things, because those people need it a week ago, as of a week ago. It's just a very sad situation that really we don't have any major answers for. But if there's anything that the council can do, are there anyone else that we can write a letter to as a council, or anything that we can do?
Well, I would continue I think
Hammer.
this letter here is a start. Okay?
Yeah.
And and again, we have their attention. They are here. So I think we really need to understand some of their challenges too. So we're working through that. I would say we need to work with our delegation. We need to both, the state and federal. So we can work with them and whatever letters and resolutions they need. We can get that forward. I've seen some interesting email traffic with the League of Cities and some other groups maybe where we can join together. So we'll get that out to everybody on what we can do as we find out. Again, we've used the word unprecedented. Maybe a little bit too much, but
it's true.
The reality of it is, we've had back-to-backs before, and I actually worked the three of them before, and but we never had this type of damage. We had other types, and what you find, unfortunately, is every hurricane has its own characteristics. And,
But George, don't you think, well, you can't predict, but I think the storms, our weather has changed. Our storms are more severe.
We may be going into that pattern.
And so I think, we've got to hit the immediate need, but I'm probably not going to be here for the long-term change. But I think we do have to look at our coastline on the long term. How can we do it bigger and better? Because things are changed. And I will be fighting on the outside and working with the county.
Well,
especially
it's not
in my
an easy
area.
answer because
No,
there's some physics that we can't escape, and part of that is, hardening. We can put bigger, better walls. There's no doubt about that, and that protects one side of the equation. But on the other side of the equation is the beach itself, which then disappears basically. So. So that's that balance that we really need, and I'll tell you, we've had the Army Corps of Engineers have sent teams down here now for both storms. These are some of the best engineering minds in the world, and they're here, and they're the ones who build the giant civil type projects. They maintain our ports. They do the stuff at a level that's way above, our normal knowledge here. So I'm hopeful that with the help of the Army Corps, and it's going to really require the state to work with them and us, and it's going to be another unprecedented level of cooperation. It's going to be very, very important. And then the community may have to make some decisions on what it wants to look like down the road. So again, first things first, though, we know what we got hanging out there, and we're working on that. And you got a staff that is literally working around the clock, 7 days a week, and they're doing everything they can in a situation that really, again, we've never seen.
Unprecedented.
Yeah.
No, our staff has just been incredible. Like I said, being so involved with the shores because that's where I live, and hearing what our staff has done, going above and beyond to assist them. I'm just very proud of what we've done, but this is when we have to do unprecedented things, I guess that's what.
No, that's fine. All good stuff. Danny Robbins.
Something I'd like to encourage, I think the council all has social media. There's a site that I've been following for quite some time. It's actually out of Jersey. I don't follow much from up there, but this thing was the North Wildwood Coastal Process, and they experienced a lot of what we're dealing with now, and they use a lot of steel bulkheads. And I don't know if that's something that we're familiar. I know, Clay, we had talked about this a year or two ago, but some of the things that we're experiencing now, they've already done it. And it's definitely something I've been looking at here. But also, too, have we followed up, George, with the feasibility on all the beach sand that we put on Rattlesnake Island, and if that's even an option? At this point, we have it stocked, it's there. The question is, we got it there, how do we get it off?
Yeah, Mr. Robbins and council spoke with Jessica Fentress about Rattlesnake again last evening. We are working actively with the Florida Inland Navigation District, that's actually their sand, about utilizing it for sand placement. I think that's part of our strategy in trying to go after our portion of the $20 million that was referenced by the governor. Could be to bring sand from various find locations and placement in front of the most critically damaged properties along the coast: Wilbur, Daytona Beach Shores, New Smyrna Beach. Rattlesnake Island is a component of that strategy. That is probably the very quickest way for the county itself to take action to put sand on the beach as an emergency and temporary measure. And those emergency and temporary placements do fall outside of the NEPA and environmental review process, another benefit in getting it done quickly. So it's in play, as well as at least 2 other find sites that Jessica is talking with them about securing a source from.
And I don't want to open up a can of worms either, but just something to think about, and I was thinking about it the other day. Some of this ARPA money, I know we assigned it, but in the event that we get in a jam, maybe it would behoove us just think about it, of maybe reallocating or relooking at some of our priorities and address the immediate priorities with that rescue plan money, if it's even allowable. I don't know, and I don't know if we want to go there or not. But it was just an option I was thinking of.
We'll assess that.
Yeah, well, Ryan mentioned it a little bit earlier, but, really with what we have, we'll be reassessing a lot of our projects and a lot of what we're doing, given what we're going to be dealing with, not only in cost, but as you mentioned, loss of revenue.
One just to wrap it up for me on seawalls. I'm still rehashing what you just told me about seawalls and coquina and turtles. And again, I want to make it clear that we don't have a turtle season coming up because there's no beach. And coquina rock on the beach might be one of the quicker things we can do, and it holds sand and helps create a beach. But George, Suzanne, whoever, what I'm wondering if when we walk the beach and you look at seawalls that worked, one of the ones that worked the best down in Wilbur anyway was the composite wall with a concrete cap on top with anchors in the back. They could go in relatively quick.
I looked at that wall myself.
But the issue is a lot of the places where the walls need to go now are seaward. I mean, the coastline has changed.
Right.
So do we pull them back?
Well, that's the question that we got to get answered. That's a definite issue, is where will that be? In some of the emergency order, it appears they may be able to put it back, but of course, as I pointed out in this picture, that would mean filling a lot of sand out probably 40 or 50 feet out back towards the ocean, and then putting that wall. So, right, you can't just put the wall hanging out there. You'll have to backfill all that in there. So there's a lot to be worked out. But that's going to be a big issue, and will people?
It's huge.
Right.
That came up last night. If just the homeowners that were at the Wilbur by the Sea meeting that Billy and I and Clay were at, and if they had the money, and they're willing to do it to build the seawall, it's $250,000 to put sand behind it. I mean, there is so much sand needed, and the wall is useless without the sand. That's why I was asking, and I don't think, I certainly didn't hear the answer that I want. Not that the answer is wrong, it's what I said this morning. You have to deal with the way things are, and I keep trying to think of how it should be. And if these homeowners got together, they could rent a dredge cheaper than they could put sand up there. But I think in your very careful answer, what you told me is that there's no way the Army Corps of Engineers would allow us as a local community to have local control to dredge.
That's just a
ourselves.
question that we have to delve into more. I'm not saying no to anything. We'll look at that. We'll take a look at what that does mean. But as Suzanne pointed out, when you bring the Corps in, it is bringing in a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't want to bring them in. I'm trying to find a way to say, you guys go help somebody else. Let us.
I'm trying to find a way to
beach.
have some perpetual protection.
Yeah,
that's what the difference is. One, if we do it, that's it. It's ours. If they do it, then it becomes an engineered beach, and then that opens us up for a lot of things. That's Miami. Miami is an engineered beach, and that's why they get funding. They get fixed quicker when something bad happens down there, because they're in the insurance policy basically of the Army Corps. But correct. I mean, speed is going to be important, and that's the decisions we're going to have to make. We're going to have to make some of that with some of these ramps and other things ourselves. You know, we can wait for FEMA, which we're still waiting on the other. And not have a beach season.
Yeah.
You know, so we may have to make some decisions and say, we may not get reimbursed, but we're going to open this ramp and that ramp, and we're going to go up. We're not going to wait for FEMA.
George, can I ask you, and maybe we've already discussed that, you know, a lot of the people have also contacted me about, you know, they may have somebody's pier in their back.
or the part of their
Can't,
house.
I mean, you know, can they use that for temporary? I mean,
Yes,
if I owned a home.
Yeah, so one of the permissive actions of the emergency final order and the approval of the DEP is to allow people to use debris, push it up against the escarpment as a protection measure. So for example, as Ben mentioned last night when we were standing actually right in front of these homes last night, members of the state and federal teams that were there noted that removing some of the debris along the slopes would be dangerous because that debris may be structurally holding the slope as their temporary measure. So we got a couple things ahead of us. Pushing the debris up against the escarpment is permissive. Bringing down things like Jersey barriers and throwing them on the beach is not permissive. And so we're going to try to lead people to the best solutions. We're going to try to act quickly to get our hands on as much of the $20 million of resources the state may be willing to offer us in terms of sand placement, and that may be one of the quickest things that we can do. And we're going to, in my opinion, continue to work with the Florida Department of Environmental Management, who has committed to trying to bring some additional temporary protection devices in, also to help protect these private properties while they're seeking their more long-term solutions. And any private property owner wants to bring in any temporary solutions. Just remember, I think there was a lot of discussion about how some of the measures Volusia County were allowed to permit by directive of the state as temporary measures could not do much against the kind of storm we saw with Nicole, but the state has permission to grant greater temporary measures. Just because the county doesn't have the delegation, the state does, and that's part of, I know, what we're hearing is the frustration, whether it was at the community meeting last night, which I actually was in the back of the room for, or other conversations we've had. We have to remember that the state holds to themselves the authority to manage beach improvements, sand placement, armament, et cetera. These are not local decisions, these are state decisions. Whether it's coquina rock, armament, backfill material, those are all under statute and Florida rule, and that's why we're crafting language like you are talking about, that we're going to send to the governor, that council's sending to the governor, asking them to revisit some of those state rules.
Yeah, you were there, you heard that, that's true. I don't have to like it. We're here at the local level, we know what we need, and we've got some smart people, and so let's work together. Barb Gertman.
I've just got a perhaps silly question. Have we lost area of the beach, like permanently? So there's not going to be as much room to do whatever it is because we're really in a cycle of change that's not going back to what it was. So have we?
Well, the beach is very dynamic, so sand comes and sand goes.
Right.
But as we lose vertical, as the sand goes away and the vertical profile of the beach drops, what that does is allow the water during the tides to get further in.
Right.
So you're not really losing area, but by dropping that beach profile, the water during the tidal cycles comes in closer.
Okay.
And so after Ian,
gives that
profile
appearance.
was dropped.
Okay.
And then we get the high surf, and now that high surf that maybe had Ian not occurred would have been somewhat destructive is now closer and higher to the structures along the beach, and then you end up with the damage that you've done.
Okay.
Right. As the sand is building back, it is dynamic, but on the other hand, the ocean's rising a little bit too. So you have that. It's a small rise. It's a slow rise, but it's a rise. But the sand is more dynamic, moving back and forth. We did have areas, Bethune Beach, for instance, we received sand, and that sand is stockpiled and will be used in our projects. So to the extent we're allowed.
Yeah, again, that's why coquina seems to be a nice option, because it does trap sand, not just with the waves coming in, and the waves coming in. We lost Dry Beach, Barb, and every wave that comes in will deposit a little sand. It's a long process. Last night, when Clay and I were outside, we were talking to a couple women, and first it sounds silly, but all of you will remember we had a program years ago where we put Christmas trees on and it trapped all the sand blowing, and you don't see them. Well, now you probably see them, but Clay said that's not permissible anymore. It's now against the law. So we are going to, we need to try everything. So this is really good. I'm going to call for a vote on it. It covers a lot of the issues that I've been concerned about. And so if everybody's had a chance to look at all 3 pages now, do I have a motion to send?
Motion to send it.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Robbins. All in favor, say aye. Has it left yet?
Can we hand deliver?
Okay. Okay. We still have a couple items of business. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jim Judge.
Was that all of that?
Was it item 27? Is that where we, yes, District 1, District 4 appointments to the Code Enforcement Board.
Before you have the District 1 and District 4 appointments to the Code Enforcement Board. However, since Ms. Post is not here today, there is also 2 vacancies as well. That would be for District 2, Ms. Wheeler and Mr. Johnson, the at-large member. Those positions have either been resigned or vacated. And so since Ms. Post is not here, someone else can appoint because there was only 2 positions.
How many applicants?
2 applicants.
Still the same? And you need
I
how
have
many?
put a request out several times.
Yes.
This is an important board.
Mr. Chair, if I could, Sabrina will, well, she can't kick me from where she is, but she'll correct me. I know I mentioned to several of you, this is it's a very important board. They meet monthly. It is a time commitment. The statute that creates this, or allows you to create it, encourages, where possible, certain occupations to be represented on the board. So if you know of a general contractor, a realtor, or an architect that would be interested in applying, those are the occupations that, if we're going to try to represent all those the statute encourages, we really need. Carissa, my understanding with this agenda item, we have 2 engineers that are seeking reappointment.
Correct.
Today. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to give us a speech.
No,
Okay.
enough speeches. No, just if we can get these 2 reappointed. I mean, we're running low on numbers right now. So.
And
Okay.
I should have added, and I'm sorry, just in case, because I promised Sabrina would. We have received an additional application for someone who does not meet any of the occupations, so we can include them on the agenda. But these 2, future agenda if you wish. But I just wanted to share with you what our goal was, to try to get the occupations represented.
So that's Pat Zahn and Clement Nadeau.
Correct.
Correct.
Pete, yes.
Pete where?
Pete Zahn.
Oh.
So I will nominate Pete Zahn.
Okay, Billy nominates Pete. Let's do them both at once. Does anybody want to nominate Clement?
I'll nominate Clement.
Barb nominates Clement. Any, we don't have any others. All in, let's do them both together. All in favor of Pete Zahn, Clement Nadeau, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I do just want to make a clarification that based off of that, Ms. Wheeler's appointment was for a 3-year term that would have began 11/18/2021. So the 3-year term would end for Mr. Pete Zahn 11/18/2024. And for Mr. Clement Nadeau, his term would end November 18th, 2025.
Just an aside, Mr. Nadeau actually is retiring and traveling, so he probably will not serve his full term. So if we could actually flip that would be better.
I was going to
Dawn was
nominate
Ms.
Pete,
Gertman's.
yes,
Sorry,
yeah, because that's an open.
That'll make it easier
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
us to.
Okay, Barbara, I'm sorry. I just now saw that it was, yeah, that's good with me.
So I will confirm once again, Ms. Wheeler is appointing Clement Nadeau for a term to expire November 18th, 2024. And Ms. Skartman is appointing Pete Zahn for a term to expire November 18th, 2025.
Does that work?
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay. And you need how many more? Just 2. Just 2. Okay. Contractors, architects, and realtors.
Yes, sir.
They have to be American citizens?
They have to be electors of the county, right?
Correct, but they do not have to resign in that council member's district.
Okay. All right. Item 28, appointment to the Industrial Development.
Can I get a motion and vote for the Code Enforcement
I
Board?
thought we did. For which one?
For both?
27? We did. We had nominations and then a vote. It was unanimous.
Okay.
Do we need a second on the nominations? All right, somebody second the nominations. Billy nominated Zahn, Barb nominated Nadeau.
No, reverse.
Well, we reversed it. Okay. Somebody second it. Are you seconding both of them? Okay, second by Johnson. Vote was unanimous. Item 28, appointment to the Industrial Development Authority.
This is an appointment to the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority. There is one appointment for a term expiring July 19th, 2026. There is only one application from Karen Rath. Any council member may make this nomination.
Okay. I'm looking for her name. Okay, Ben Johnson nominates Karen Rath. Is there a second? Second by Wheeler. Johnson, second. Any, Barb Gertman, your name's up there.
Nope, sorry.
Billy Wheeler, your name is up. Okay, we have a nomination and a second for Karen Rath. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Karen Rath is appointed 5-0. And did you get the nomination and the second? Who did it? Okay. Okay. That brings us, I think most of our discussion is done, but that brings us to the county manager. Pardon me? Oh, we have one. Y'all left. John Nicholson for public comments.
Continuing from this morning. On the last conversation that you had, downtown did the seawall along Beach Street and using those interconnected things. They're using the same ones for the Veterans Memorial on City Island. Could those be put in temporarily to ease the minds of the people up so they won't lose any more sand? And then they can be popped out in 4 or 5 or 10 months when they're allowed to put their seawalls back. This way it goes in, all of it could be done in one day because they just pound them in the soft sand. So it would prevent any further water coming in and move out any more sand. And any sand would be trapped behind it. Secondly, I know I asked before, but I'm asking again to have a report on whether development pays for itself. We keep hearing that. We have divided now our county between developers that want to develop and those that want no more development. They want everything to stop. All right? We just heard on Williamson that the developers chipped in half the money. We got a grant for the other half of the money. So now Williamson is going to be completed for no cost to the general fund whatsoever. So let's find out for sure if development pays for itself or not. I know we talked about the Farmington. That was like, what, 45,000 acres free that we didn't have to buy with Volusia Forever funds. So that's, $500 million is a lot of money saved. And I think it's worth the development. Plus, I think it was 40,000 acres that are not ever going to be developed in terms of, what they did was they had this huge area of I don't know how many thousands of acres that they're allowed to develop with 20-acre lots. They squeezed that down into one narrow, so it saves a majority of it from ever being developed. So all you're doing is switching this massive bulldozing of these trees, and then you're saving a majority. 75% of the trees will never be bulldozed. So to me, it's advantageous for us in the long run. So we need to look at that to see what's the trade-off, and I think we won on that one. I think you all saw it, Gummy. He was our city attorney for years, won a lot of records for us. He was city attorney or county attorney for you all in the New Smyrna Beach. He passed away. Frank Gummy, the attorney. I wanted to bring that up. The courthouse downtown, it was mentioned. Are you all still looking to move off of City Island to downtown? It would help us tremendously. We're putting in a huge apartment complex, a really fantastic apartment complex. The more things that are built downtown, the synergy will help us. So if you all will get off the pot and make a decision, hopefully in our favor, and have it rebuilt. What else?
You got the money?
Oh, you've got the money. You got $13 million in FEMA. You got plenty of money. You did rollback. You got all that money in your pocket. Sorry about that. That was a joke. And basically, never mind. I'll finish it later. Have a good day.
County Manager.
Yes, I do have an item here. It was brought to me this morning, actually. As you'll recall, we have a large broadband project that was part of ARPA, and the contractor for us that was selected for that was Charter Communications. There's an opportunity for us to go after a grant. With actually Charter Communications will go after the grant, and they're looking for support from the county. What it would do, we're hoping is, we're going to cover a lot of the unincorporated with our project, but this should get an additional 1,600 subscribers. So out into some other areas that we weren't going to be able to get to. So they need a letter of support for that grant, and I have had it written, and it's before you. And if it's the council's will, we'd like to send that and get support for that grant.
I have a motion to approve the letter for the grant from Johnson, second by Wheeler. Barb Gertman.
So I definitely support the letter, but I also support, when we granted that, we asked them to also be part of a community project and give back. And I'm looking forward to perhaps them working with the Boys and Girls Club for Volusia Flagler to make a difference in the lower cost broadband access, but also perhaps computers for the new teen center that I'm leading the cause to raise those funds for. So I would greatly appreciate support with that project. Thanks.
We'll send that message back.
Okay.
That's
so
all I have.
We have a motion on the floor to send the letter. Motion by Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And that was you? Mr. County Attorney?
Yes, sir. Just earlier this year, recently, you voted on what the Medicaid apportionment is among our hospital districts. That has been communicated to the hospital districts. I do not anticipate, we have not received a change in position from West Volusia Hospital Authority. So you did authorize us to go ahead and proceed with a legal action to collect that. I'm not surprised by that outcome. We're still on appeal for last year's amount before the 5th District Court of Appeals. So we will likely be filing the suit per your authority in early December for that collection, because I think that would be necessary for us to preserve our collection ability for this year. Secondly, I just with all of the storm events, I will say there's been a team of people that have been working kind of behind the scenes dutifully with our canvassing board. They're meeting again this Friday. Your canvassing board has been Lisa Lewis, Judge Foxman, and your appointment was Frank. Actually, the chief judge confirmed it, Frank Bruno, to represent the county. Judge Feigenbaum was the alternate. That's always been staffed by our office. Kevin Bledsoe, thankfully, is kind of taking the lead on that with London Ott. Sabrina Slack and I have been the, I guess, the reserve troops when needed, but they have met by this Friday 31 times since late July. So really, over 6 weeks of a work week being there, it's just a tremendous effort. Lisa's staff is terrific. She has just a lot of hardworking people to have a smooth election process. So I want to thank them for all their time. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Heather Post is not here. Danny Robbins.
I think we covered most of it. The only note I had here, has the governor indicate or have any plans to filling our District 5 vacancy? County manager?
I've heard of nothing.
Is that something this council wanted to discuss or send a letter of encouragement, or we can hold off?
To do what?
Fill the District 5 vacancy, or appoint a person to it.
Well, we just had a person elected to it, David Santiago.
I agree. I didn't know if this council wanted to get somebody appointed early to it, or leave it alone till election day.
We only have 2 meetings left. Might as well just leave it on. If he does something, that's fine. If not, fine.
Sounds good.
Billy Wheeler.
Okay, so I said most of my stuff already, but I did want to, blowing off the dust on the Resilient Volusia County 2017. I would really like this looked at again and see where we can revise things in this as we're moving forward. I won't be involved, but I won't be on council, but I'll be involved. Things have changed, climate is changing, and resiliency is what it takes to get us back on our feet. And we need to make this a real priority moving forward. So I really would hope that council and staff would look again at the resiliency that we've already set up and see where it might need to be revised, and but use it. Thank you.
Barb Gartman.
Thank you, Chair. Most know that after December 31st, I will no longer be in this role. And however, staying engaged in a number of ways. And a couple of those ways that I've already determined will be, I think I just mentioned the Boys and Girls Club being on their board, because I was tasked with helping to raise the funds for the Spring Hill Teen Center, a new teen center that will be in that community. So I'll be working with that effort ongoing. Also, the Youth Employment and Training Initiative, I lead that committee with Career Source, and I think it's about youth, it's about our future, and it's about investing in them. So that's going to be an area that I'm going to stay connected to. And lastly, we had a meeting in the community because there's been a few violent occurrences, and we had meetings with the DeLand Police and the Sheriff's Department. And one of the conversations I've had with him is about the Juvenile Justice Center and connecting resources into the community, and finding a way to help, I guess, put more active programs in community to, especially for teens and those where there aren't a lot of activities, to try to refocus some of the challenges that are going on. And we can start, I think starting there would be a good opportunity. So those are just 3 of the areas that I intend to stay engaged to try to continue to make a difference in our community.
Can I just ask you, Barb, do you have any mentoring programs in your area?
Well, mentoring is part of that program that I'm talking about, connecting with juvenile justice. So when they're triaged, they need to be triaged to a program and have an expectation. So I'm hoping to be able to work with the Sheriff's Department to help build that effort out, so, but thank you.
Ben Johnson. Okay, I just have a couple quick things, just recapping some of the things that staff said today and last night, what we heard with the people in Wilbur, but it really applies to everybody on the beach side. That's they have to have a workable application in with DEP. Suzanne, the very best way to do that is to go to 440 North Beach Street and no appointment necessary, go in, sit down, get it done?
Yes, sir, and I think it's 440 South Beach Street, just for clarification.
Yes.
And I can't thank you enough for mentioning that again.
If that, one of the things we heard last night is that it's confusing people. Is there, everybody on staff is busy, I understand that. And now, I don't know if this is true, but one of the complaints that we heard last night is that there's an army of, we don't have an army, but the complaint was we had an army of code enforcement people on the beach telling homeowners that they couldn't do this, couldn't do that to protect their homes. If they're confused, could code enforcement help them? Do we have anybody that can help walk them through if they come out of there and they don't know what to do?
I will ensure that we do. I think we do have staff out of our environmental and coastal divisions that are there to assist. One of the things that we're also doing, and hopefully by tomorrow we'll have available, is a list of coastal engineers and contractors who have a history of successful permitting with the FDEP. That again is going to be a valuable resource to those property owners. They need those professionals, and not just any engineer or contractor, but those that are specialists in this field.
And Bob Mills has the emails for all of the residents in Wilbur, so.
The last one we just started an answer to with that letter, and it was the thing that I think brought the house down on Clay last night. Again, we're in different worlds. Clay had to tell the people there what he can do within the law that we're given right now between the state, county ordinances, and that's us. We make ordinances, the state does legislation, and that sometimes make you unpopular when you tell people what is, and our role is to try and change what is to what should be. And the thing that I have been asked by a number of people since last night to do, I don't have to ask now because you just did it, but I'm going to emphasize it, and so that anything that we can do up here to help you, and that is, if you go to Wilbur, anywhere where there's a break between seawalls is weak areas and it caused damage. Some of those areas are county-owned dune walkovers that aren't protected. And Clay gave some options last night of how that can be worked with. I want the people that were at that meeting, and anybody listening to this and there's people telling me that they're listening to see if there's an answer, to know that come to us and we will work with you and try and work you through that. But the county just approved a letter requesting for funding help, permits, whatever we need to do those things. The reality is, it's so easy for me to say that, and it's so hard to do because of what we have left on the beach and where the tides are and what's going to happen with where seawalls can go and what kind of seawall is it going to be and how much money is it going to cost. It's an unprecedented amount of money to do between sand and seawalls and everything else. So they want it yesterday. I agree with them. I understand but none of us can walk on water. So that is in process. What they've asked for, we're doing it, and we will, I promise to go back in a week or two when we have more information. I don't know if I'll subject Clay to that or not, but they like him better anyway. So let's just keep pushing forward. We got a lot of damage to fill. I know everybody's weary, everybody's working hard. And the last thing that I'll say is that as I looked around the room, I see, I don't know if it's America's, but it's Florida's youngest mayor in the back of the room with Diesel Depew. Diesel, stand up and congratulations on your election to the mayor of Edgewater. Yeah. All right. If nobody else has anything, we will adjourn at 4:57.